Prologue. Enter the dragon. The dark-skinned girl leaned up against the side of the building, her head tilted back, her eyes closed. She was seemingly dead to the world. Dressed in an immaculate black outfit, head to toe, she almost blended in with her dark surroundings. She tapped the bricks behind her with her hand, absent-mindedly. Her imagination was running wild. The possibilities tonight were endless. Dollar signs danced in her brain as she stepped out from the shadows and into the busy sidewalk. Ugh! She clutched at her stomach mid-step, stumbling somewhat. She put on a grimace, a show of pain, and staggered forward. Plenty of people stepped right around her, paying her no mind at all. But she was a very young, very attractive girl. It did not take much time at all for her to be noticed. Hey! She tried to keep the disappointment off of her face as a young man approached her. Although handsome and bright-eyed, she could tell at a glance that he was not what she was looking for. His clothes were somewhat shabby, and his hair was unkempt. This was not a man who spent a good deal of money in his appearance. Oh well, she was just warming up. No, I'm fine, she said brightly as she waved him off. Thank you, She bent over again and he leaned forward to help her. He touched her arm. Do you need help? He asked her. Getting home, maybe? No, she assured him, shaking her head. I don't live far away. She was already slipping his wallet into her pocket. Too easy. Are you sure? He asked, seeming a little disappointed. Yes, she said, considering dropping the facade on the spot. But she knew that that would be a bad habit to get into. A wealthier Mark was a more distrustful Mark. If she couldn't fool this lonely idiot, she would never be able to steal from richer men. She stepped past him, rubbing her stomach, her eyes running expertly around the general area. Although she had picked a rather well-off district in the city, pickings were disappointingly slim tonight. She almost melted in disappointment. She looked down at her black gloves and sighed. Where had all the good men gone? She chanced a glance behind her to see if the man who had stopped her before was still watching. He was not. He seemed to have melted back into the crowd, doubtless seething at his inability to win her over. She was about to consider putting on her act again when she became acutely aware that someone else was watching her. She almost froze but kept on walking, trying to look natural. Leaning up against the side of a building, much she like had been just moments before, was another woman. Wild blonde hair ran down her shoulders in waves. She was dressed professionally, rather like a businesswoman or a lawyer, with that white blouse, jacket and pants. It was the bright blue eyes behind those glasses that made her wary, though. They had been fixed right on her. The woman in white, who she had never seen before, did not move from her spot, although she did tilt her head to follow her as she walked by. The girl was beginning to feel a little nervous. An ordinary person would not look at her with that dark, accusing stare, especially not in the city. Everyone around them was bustling ahead with nothing but their destination in mind. She broke out into a faster trot, intentionally moving through the thickest crowd of people she could find. She took the opportunity to purloin more belongings from passerby as she did, neatly squirreling them away in her secret stash. After she had gotten some distance, she turned around to see if she was being followed. The woman had disappeared. The girl felt a strong sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps she had just been imagining things. Perhaps the woman had seen her act and simply felt some brief burst of genuine concern for her. She turned back around to find the woman standing right in front of her. She froze, eyes wide, as she stared up at that accusing blue stare. "Hello, thief," the woman in white said, her arms crossed in front of her. The girl froze, her teeth almost instinctively curled into a grimace, her mouth wanting to let out a hiss. "Thief," she said, laughing. "What?" "Me." She tried to come off as incredulous or dismissive, but the words came out rather hollow. She honestly could not remember the last time she had told such an awful lie. "I was watching you," the woman said, her glasses glinting strangely in the light. "You cannot lie to me, thief." The girl laughed, adjusting her heels a little bit. No, she said quickly. "I would never." She turned and bolted as fast as she could, away from the woman in white, her legs pounded against the sidewalk. She could not hear any sign of pursuit. People gave her strange looks as she bolted past, but she did not acknowledge them as she turned the corner, back into her alleyway. The woman in white was standing on the other end of the alley. The girl froze, her eyes wide as the woman stared her down. The girl turned slightly and made for the catwalk. She quickly leapt up several feet in the air and quickly pulled herself up the building. The woman in white watched, unmoving, as she climbed the side of the building. She did not use the stairs, she simply hoisted herself up the side over and over like an animal. She smiled to herself as she pulled herself onto the ledge of the rooftop and hoisted herself up. There was no possible way she could have followed her up here. She had. "Have you had enough?" the woman in white said, looking down at her. She could not help it this time. She hissed, baring her teeth. The woman stared at her, and in a brief burst of panic, the girl decided to take action. The girl leapt, her hands outstretched. The tightly gloved hands were ripping and tearing, giving way to fierce claws that could tear apart flesh. The woman kicked forward, and a sharp heel slammed into her stomach. The girl cried out as she flew backward, over the side of the building and onto the street below. The woman in white brought her foot down on the ledge, staring down as the falling girl spun around in mid-air, neatly landing on her feet on the street below. A large cat-like tail waved behind her. Felician, the woman in white noted as large cat-like ears sprouted from the girl's head. Disappointing. The girl stared up at her, fangs bared. The eyes, which had once been a sweet dark brown, had morphed into a savage bestial yellow. She let out a hiss. Without another word, she took off, scampering into the street. The blonde woman sighed as she watched her go. This time her very presence caused chaos in the streets. People yelled, cars swerved out of the way, horns honked. The mere presence of her true form would throw the street into chaos, for at least the evening. She would almost certainly be heading home, perhaps to her family if she had any, or perhaps to hide low. She could not be allowed to get away, even if she was nothing more than a petty thief. The girl quickly arrived at her apartment. She had no idea who the woman in white was, and had no desire to know. She had ripped apart her mattress with her claws and uncovered the hoard of jewels, cash, and other valuables she had taken over the years. Her eyes ran over them, taking them all in. There was so much of it she could not possibly take it all with her on such short notice. She had panicked and come back for her things, but the more she thought of it, perhaps it had not been the best idea. The window shattered to pieces and she let a scream as the woman in white stepped through, her high heels crushing the glass on the floor with an intimidating crunch. "Ah," the woman said, her eyes falling on the treasure. "So, you are a repeat offender?" The girl bared her teeth, unable to get the words out. She whirled around, whipping her hand into a nearby drawer and pulled out a small handgun. She raised it, her hand shaking a little, and fired. The woman in white did not even seem to move, but move she did. In one fluid movement, she drew a sword out of her jacket and slashed upward, smashing the bullet with her blade. The girl's eyes widened as the bullet, by the force of the strike from the blade, came right back at her. She let out a gurgle as the bullet slammed into her head, sending her tumbling backward onto her desk. The woman in white lowered the blade, staring despondently at her body. "May God rest your soul," she said quietly. As she neatly pulled open the blade and slid it back into her jacket, she stepped back to the window and cast one look back before stepping back out into the night. Chapter 1. The Hand of the Dragon. We need to start getting rid of people. The old man in the chair sighed, twisting the phone cord in his hand. The conversation had been going nowhere for the past 15 minutes. The discussion how to handle the recent budget cuts had led to its only reasonable conclusion. We need to start cutting the fat. the voice on the other end said coldly. Work less people for more hours. I'm not losing my bonus so that some worker can keep their job. I have a Ferrari to finance. I need that money. Yes, I understand, the man said quickly, not wanting to be disagreeable. But I don't want excuses, the voice on the other end said. I want people gone by the end of the week, understand? He hung up the phone. The old man sighed, shaking his head somewhat as he laid the phone down. He found himself worrying that he may be asked to work more hours to make up for the loss of labour. The thought made him irritable. It was bad enough that he had to sit up on here in the office all day doing nothing. He pressed a button on the phone and leaned in. Could Jack Kiryu come up to my office, please? He leaned back in his chair, his hands folded in his lap. At the very least, he now finally had a good reason to get rid of Jack. Yeah? Jack Kiryu pressed his hand against the side of the door, staring inside with that arrogant look of his. Younger and fitter than a good portion of his staff, he had stood out ever since he had started work. The man did not mince words. You're fired. He expected Jack to be outraged, but instead he simply cocked his head. Why? I don't need a reason, the man said shortly. Get out! He did not look very surprised. They were trying to make sense of the situation. The old man felt himself seize up. He had never liked Jack. He knew from the moment he saw him that he was trouble, that he would beat someone up or shoot up the place. That dirty look he was getting told him all he needed to know. He was glad to be seeing the last of him. We can talk about what I'm doing wrong, Jack suggested, and work to get through it. There will be no discussion. Leave or I'll call security. There was no need. Right behind Jack, a large, lumbering man stood, hands crossed in front of him. He was staring intently at Jack through dark sunglasses. Jack was still staring at him. That look was deeply unnerving. He did not seem put off by what was happening at all. You know, he said, his voice ice cold. This isn't going to make you happy. He turned and walked off. The old man let out a breath he wasn't sure he was holding. Hold it, the burly man said as he reached out to grab Jack. Apologize. Jack glared at him too, and the man faltered. Don't touch me, he said coolly. I can see myself out. He pushed past the man and out into the entrance hall. He gathered his things, already thinking about where to apply to first as he stepped out into the street. For most people, it would have been a bad day. For him, it was more of the same. You're fired! How many times had he heard that? He thought to himself. And how many times did he actually deserve to hear it? And how many more times would he hear it in the future? It always happened this way, completely out of nowhere too. He wasn't even sure what he had done. The people he passed by on the street gave him a wide berth, as they always did. Jack was far bigger and tougher looking than most people. His present poor mood did little to make him seem more approachable. He had nothing in his bank account. He had bills to pay. He had barely been getting by as it was. And yet he already knew. Everything would be fine. He stepped into his building, climbed the stairs and reached for his key as he approached the door. It was unlocked. Rose. She was becoming a bit careless. No one had come round to bother them in since they moved in. When a local gang tried to rob them the weekend they moved in, Jack caught them in the act and made them regret it. They hadn't had any problems with their neighbours since. He opened the door and shut it behind him, locking it. He turned to find a relatively spotless, clean kitchen. He could see the TV in the other room playing something or other. Rose? He stepped inside and found her lying on the couch, fast asleep. He moved closer and sat down next to her. She shuffled in her sleep, yawning, and then snuggled deeper into the cushions. He sat and watched the film. She had set it on some kind of automated loop. When it ended, it immediately transitioned into the next one. Jack took the time to sit and muse over the situation and where he would apply to first. It was a while before she woke up. Oh! She sat up, blinking as she looked at him. When did you get back? A while, he told her. Have a nice nap. She yawned again and stretched out like a cat, rubbing her body against his leg. What time is it? 8. Eck? She gave him a look. All sleepiness was suddenly gone from her expression. Shouldn't you be at work? I was fired, he told her. She let out an annoyed hiss of breath. Again, unfortunately, he said casually, as he leaned back into the couch. Why? I thought you said things were going well. They were, but it's always a but with you. It wasn't my fault, Jack said firmly. If there was a problem with what I was doing, they should have told me. I would have been more than willing to fix whatever it was. You said that last time. And the time before that, Rose told him angrily. Jack, you're the problem! Jack shook his head. No, You are, she insisted, as she leapt out of the couch and onto her feet. Her bare feet turned on the hard floor to face him. You keep telling me that everything is going great, that you've fixed all of your problems, and then one day you come back and try and play off the fact you were fired. I'm not playing anything off, Jack said calmly. I wish it didn't happen. None of my friends can understand why I'm still with you, she went on. Every couple of months you get fired, and we have to start budgeting. I'm sick of it. She stomped her foot against the ground in her anger. I know, Jack said. They should have given me more warning so I can find something else. Rose was already shaking her head. No, she said as she backed away from the couch. No, don't give me that. Don't you dare. Jack gave her a look. Calm down, he commanded. I will find another. I will not calm down, she screeched. We're behind on bills again, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of you. We're not behind. We paid everything off. We'll just pay them late again. She laughed. Oh, that's a great solution. Thank you, Mr. Kiryu. What happens if they shut down our power, huh? He frowned. You're being rude. And you're pathetic, she snapped. All of my friends have real careers and real futures. You, though, you're nothing. You're pathetic. Jack closed his eyes and leaned back in the couch, his legs crossed. You've been wanting to say this for a while, he said. Rose narrowed her eyes. Yeah, the reason your friends talk about their jobs so much, Jack said patiently, is because they have nothing else. Rose's mouth fell open and her lips tightened. How dare you? Get out. Rose gave a surprised start. What? Get out, he told her. I don't want to be around someone who thinks so lowly of me. Fine, I will. She stomped off. Jack turned back to the TV as she raced to their room and grabbed her bag. She packed quickly and efficiently. He had barely gotten time to get into the next film before she was standing at the door. I'll be back to get the rest of my stuff. 'Kay. She slammed the door behind her as she left him. Well, that was that. Time to look for that new job, and maybe a new girlfriend, while he was at it. He spent the rest of the evening on the computer, filling out new applications. He had quite a lot of experience. He had had several jobs in the past several years. He was more than comfortable in applying for all manner of things, from food service to factory workers to answering phones. He hadn't been any good at any of those things and didn't particularly enjoy them either, but potential employers didn't need to know that. He just needed something that would give him money and a little respect. He had just finished filling out his 47th application when he began to notice it was getting pretty late. Although he had no job to get back to tomorrow, Rose did. She had not returned yet. He got to his feet and reached for the phone. Hi, this is Rose. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep! His voice came in through the other end. She laughed, and then the real beep went off. They sounded so happy. Hey, Rose, it's me, he said. I just wanted to check up on you and make sure you're safe. If you can't find anywhere to stay tonight, feel free to come back. He put up the phone and yawned. He doubted that she would be back, but he wasn't sure whether she had any friends who would be willing to deal with her on short notice. She certainly didn't have the money for a hotel. He fell asleep almost immediately, his mind whirling with thoughts and plans of what he was going to do next. His dreams were soft and pleasant. He had a nice, stable job that he enjoyed. The people around him were wonderful and friendly. Rose was there and smiling. She looked happy and very beautiful. He had had very similar dreams for as long as he could remember. How different they were from the reality he faced every day. In the end, Rose was no different than anyone else. He awoke feeling refreshed. So refreshed, in fact, that he immediately leapt out of bed without even looking at the clock. He was halfway through with getting dressed before his eye fell on the clock. It was still in the middle of the night. He stepped back into the living room and looked around. Everything was just as he had left it. He checked his phone, frowning. Rose had not called him back. He was a little worried. They had fought, sure, and he was fine with the idea of them breaking up, but she had left rather suddenly, with no real plan. He hoped she was all right. He threw himself back into applying, a little disappointed when he realised he had not heard from anyone yet. Another couple of hours passed by before he again decided to call it quits and go back to bed. He still had not heard from Rose, but he was fairly confident that she was all right. He got back in bed and closed his eyes and felt himself relax into sleep. When next he awoke, it was still dark. He realised that at a glance. For a moment he was surprised. He did not feel as well rested this time. He pressed his hand against his forehead and took in a deep breath, wondering if he was getting sick. It was then they had noticed the sound. It was a strange, rhythmic thumping. He got out of bed and stepped out into the hall. He realised that the sound was coming outside the room. He reached for the door and opened it. Ugh! He saw nothing at first. Their sitting room was darker than it should have been. He squinted as he stepped forward into the darkness, trying to isolate the sound. There were a couple of dark shapes on the carpeted floor before him. He stopped, narrowing his eyes. He could make out a dark shape before him twitching in place. Under it, he could make out another smaller shape. A girl? What Jack blinked, not really able to process the situation. The man lifted its head upward, his back facing Jack. Jack opened his mouth to rebuke him further, but his mouth fell open in shock as the head whirled around on its shoulders and stared directly at him. The eyes were a strange, glowing white. The girl under him threw her head back, moaning. No, stop. The girl under him was writing in pain. Jack gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Get away from her! The bright white light brightened. Jack grimaced, holding his hand across his face as he strode forward. The thing let out a surprised wail as Jack grabbed its neck and ripped it upward. It was surprisingly light and small, far lighter than he would have expected. Rah! Jack slammed him against the wall so hard that a table nearby teetered and fell over. The thing let out an unearthly screech. Jack winced as the thing writhed under his grip. Its fingernails trailed over the skin on his arm, scratching his skin. It wasn't human, Jack realised. He wasn't sure what it was, but he could tell that much. Its skin was unusually cool to the touch, and its body felt flaccid, as if it was made of cartilage rather than bone. What are you? Jack demanded as he pressed it against the wall. Answer me! The thing let out a weak gurgle, the bright white light in its eyes fading. Jack stared at it, his eyes narrowed. Don't want to talk, huh? The thing let out another cry as he raised his fist. He was just about to let him have it when a warm liquid splattered all over his face. Pah! He let the thing go, causing it to scamper away as he wiped at his face, disgusted. It had pissed on him. Fuck! The thing shot out of the room, into the cool air and out of sight. Jack's first instinct was to chase after it. He didn't want it going after another woman, but he quickly realised that he had not yet checked up on the first girl. He made his way over to her and bent over, trying to make out her features. Hey, are you… He stopped. Rose? He breathed, as he cupped her face in his hands. Rose? She did not move. She seemed to be hyperventilating. Rose, are you? Doors banged open. Jack looked up, surprised, as the lights suddenly flickered on. Jack looked up as person after person filtered in the hall, staring at them. What took you so long? Jack snapped. Someone call a doctor. The people around them were staring at him with accusing stares. Jack narrowed his eyes. What? So, let me make sure I have your story straight for the record's sake, the officer told him, as he tapped his pencil against the clipboard. You and Miss Rembrandt broke up around 8. We had a fight around 8, Jack told him, crossing his arms. I got the impression we were breaking up, but I thought she might come back. All right, the officer said. And she stormed out after you told her to leave. Yeah, I let her pack her things and that was that. And then later that night you found a creature molesting her in the hallway. Yeah, and you fought it off. Yeah. And somehow no one else on the floor noticed this. Jack nodded, his face serious. Yes, that's right. The officer glared at him. You're in a lot of trouble, kid, he said. You lured that girl back to your apartment so that you could rape her. No, I didn't, Jack corrected him. I went to look for her. This doesn't look good for you, boy, the officer told him as he fingered his baton threateningly. I would be a bit more worried if I was you. You have committed a serious crime. I'm innocent, Jack drawled as he leaned back in his chair and propped his leg up on the desk. Honestly, the only thing I'm worried about is how Rose is doing. The man snorted but said nothing. Jack maintained his story throughout his interrogations, always sure to ask after Rose when the inquiries were done with. No one seemed to want to answer his questions. List most people, the officers seemed to have made their minds up about him before he had even been brought in. Things went on like that for a couple of weeks. Jack lounged in custody, whiling away the hours in between interrogations as he waited for the results to come through. He could tell by the way the police spoke to him that things were not going their way. Despite the seemingly compromising position they had found him in, they had no real evidence to pin on him. When the girl is in a position to speak, you are going to be a world of pain, buddy. I hope she gets better soon. It took several days for Rose to pull herself together to give her testimony. Jack was brought in to see, escorted by armed guards and handcuffs. He smiled at her as she met his eyes. Is this the man who did it? She bit her lips. I don't remember, she murmured, clearly tearing up. Jack instinctively stepped forward closer to her, only to be pulled away by his escort. Can I speak to her when she's feeling better? Jack asked immediately after he was taken away. Maybe I can get her to remember what really happened. The officer glared at him. Playing the nice guy isn't going to save you, dipshit. I'm not playing at anything, Jack shot back. It was another week before he saw her again. Rose? He murmured as he stepped into a room with her. She stared at him, unmoving, taking in his appearance. Tell us, Rose, the female officer at her side said, squeezing her shoulder. Tell us who did this to you. Rose stared at him, her lip quivering. I don't know, she said. But I think it must have been... She stopped, and then violently shook her head. The officer looked up. Good enough, she said shortly. Lock him up. The officer pulled at Jack's handcuffs roughly, trying to get him to move. He did not even budge. Rose, he said quietly, you know I saved you, don't you? Shut up! His escort brought up a baton and smashed it against Jack's face. He reeled, blood pouring down his nose. He staggered little as the man reined him in, dragging him away. It's all right, sweetie, the female officer said quickly, squeezing Rose's shoulders, ignoring her horrified expression. He's only trying to manipulate you. We have all the evidence we need. We just need your support to get him convicted. All right. But I really don't. If we wait, we'll have to release him, the officer said firmly, as Jack was dragged away from her. You don't want that, do you? You people are pathetic, Jack told him, as he was thrown back into his cell. You're manipulating her. The officer ignored him as he reached for his key. Jack could feel his blood boiling. You aren't helping anyone by trying to prove me guilty, do you know that? Her rapist got away and all you care about is finding someone to pin the blame on. You did do it, the man told him, his voice gravelly. We have countless witnesses who have no reason to lie to us. We are not going to let you go just because your victim is too traumatized to implicate you. Jack spent the rest of the night tending to his aching jaw and thinking deeply about the situation they had both found themselves in. They were both in serious trouble, through no fault of their own. Rose would have to live with what had happened for the rest of her life, and the police were doing nothing to help her. The thought made his blood boil. If Rose was led to believe that she had been living with someone who ended up raping her, it would probably destroy her inside. The next day began as any other. He awoke, ate, ignored the glares from passing guards, and lounged around his cell, waiting for something to happen. He barely registered the sound of heels clicking down the hallway, or the words spoken to the guard. "Mr. Kiryu." He yawned, turning his head to the side to look at the person standing at his cell door, and then quickly sat upright. The woman standing there adjusted her glasses, unsmiling. Her wild gold hair ran down past her shoulders in waves. She was stunning. Smartly dressed and she struck a rather impressive figure. "Hello," Jack said, his interest immediately piqued. "What's your name?" She did not answer him. Instead, she turned to the guard and gestured for him to open the door. He obliged, albeit reluctantly, and she confidently stepped inside. Jack found himself impressed with her posture. She stood tall and completely straight. She seemed to have a strong and confident personality. "Mr. Kiryu?" she said, as pulled a folder out from under her arm and held it out in front of her. "I have been informed that you have seen something that was not of this world." She spoke with a strange, exotic European accent that he could not place. He found it sexy. Yeah," he said cautiously, as his eye flickered over to the guard. "At least, I think so." She nodded understandably. "I understand your concern," she said. "Most law enforcement officials do not understand cases like this. As I understand it, they have treated you as if you were insane or making up an elaborate story to explain your behavior." "They've been treating me like I did it, yeah," the woman nodded as she opened her folder. "Yes, they are quite convinced," she murmured, as she perused the document due to the witness testimony at least. "Their actual forensics, however, leave a lot to be desired." The guard behind her noticeably stiffened. She raised a pen and lowered it onto the folder of papers placed on her leg. "Now," she said, "I will need to ask you several questions regarding the incident." He found the interview far more enjoyable than any he had had previously. For one thing, this woman did not seem to believe that he had done anything wrong. That in and of itself was refreshing. Rather than press him again and again on where he was, or why he did certain things or how things had played it, she pressed his memory on the event in question and the monster that he had seen. It was sexually assaulting her, right there on the carpet? Yeah. Jack found himself squirming uncomfortably at the straightforwardness of her question. And then, its head whirled around to look at me, Jack said, holding his hands out in front of his face, and its eyes glowed with this weird white light. "They glowed?" the woman asked sharply. "Are you sure?" Jack nodded. "Yeah." Her pen quickly made a note of that particular point, and they moved on. "Well," the woman said, as all was said and done. That was certainly enlightening. She looked up to meet his eye, tapping her pen against chin. "Very enlightening indeed. Will you be able to prove me innocent?" She paused, as if not sure what he meant, before giving a small start. "Oh, I know you were innocent before I even arrived," she said smoothly. "In fact, I have filled out the necessary paperwork for you to be released." "What?" Jack leapt to his feet, ecstatic. The guard at the bars turned around looking shocked as he quickly raised his walkie-talkie to his face and hurriedly began whispering into it. "It will be a while before everything is in order," she told him as she got to her feet. "I will need to meet with you again to discuss other matters regarding your future. I will contact you again when that time comes." Jack could hardly hide his glee. "Yes," he said quickly. "Yes, of course." He was already thinking about how best to suggest that they meet again under less professional circumstances. She nodded at him, giving him a small, lined smile before turning to the gate. The guard was standing some distance away, speaking into his communicator. "Excuse me," the woman said. "I am finished." The guard looked up at her and then bent his head down again without acknowledging her. The girl twitched in place, clearly a little annoyed. Sensing an opportunity, Jack stood up and joined her. "Hey, did you hear her?" he bellowed. "Open up!" She did not try to stop him, but she did not seem impressed either. She stared straight ahead at the guard, her lips pursed. The guard bent his head deeper into his collar, said something, and then turned to face them. "You are not going anywhere, lady." Jack gave him a surprised look. The lady, too, looked a little surprised before becoming angry. I am sorry, but I'm afraid I do not understand. You have no jurisdiction here, the man said shortly. You have no business promising the accused that he is innocent and will be going free. You have no power to hold me here, the woman said smoothly. The arrangement has already been made. You will stay until we get in touch with whoever sent you here, the man said. There's something funny going on here. You are not going anywhere until we get to the bottom of this. She turned and gave Jack a look. You know, she said. On second thought, you've been held under false pretenses for long enough. She unbuttoned her white jacket and reached inside. Jack's mouth fell open as she pulled out a 1.5-foot-long sword. The guard immediately pulled his weapon. Stop, I'm warning you. The woman wordlessly slashed the sword in front of her, cutting through the bars in one fell swipe. The guard stood there, flabbergasted, as she kicked down the door with her heel, slamming a piece of the gate into his stomach, slamming him to the ground. She stepped out through the hole and bid Jack to follow. He did, but not quietly. Holy shit, that was awesome, he crowed. How did you do that? Many years of long training, she told him quietly as she eyed him up and down. Please stay behind me. They left the man wheezing in pain on the ground as they stepped out into the office proper. A secretary looking at a desk looked up at them and recoiled in fright as they strode on by. Give the chief my regards, the blonde woman told her dryly. Jack grinned at her as she gave a faint nod. You stop! The blonde ignored the number of men from across the room stampeding towards them. She stepped up to the door, opened it, and bid Jack to step through first. He did, and she soon followed, closing the door behind them. People around them were shouting in every direction. The stampeding of feet could be heard from every direction. I would prefer not to have to hurt anyone, the blonde told him. It would make things more complicated in the long run. Sure, if you say so, Jack said alarmed. Please give me some room. They stepped further down the hallway, and the officers burst in, weapons drawn. The blonde beckoned him to get behind her, and he did so. She raised the weapon in front of her nose, staring at the men through her glasses. Stop! Her lips twitched, but I'm not moving. Jack felt his heart skip a beat. Don't be cute, girl, the officer snapped. We want answers. And you have already provided them in a fully detailed report with signatures from all the relevant authorities, the woman said shortly. I have nothing else to tell you. Mr. Kiryu is free to go, and I will ensure that he— Shoot her! Jack yelled out as 3 guns went off at once. The blonde grimaced as she adjusted her posture slightly. 2 of the bullets soared harmlessly past them. The third slammed straight into her sword and clattered to the floor at their feet. Are you all right? She asked him shortly, as she tightened her grip on the blade. Jack nodded for once at a complete loss of words. Yeah. Be prepared for something extraordinary, she told him. Turn around and run the instant I attack. Okay. She turned back around and raised the sword. She brought it down in a powerful strike. An intense gust of wind burst forward, sending the men flying backward, slamming into the wall behind them. Jack did not stop to think about what he had just seen. He turned and raced down the hall, the blonde hot on his heels. More officers tried to stop them as they raced out the front door, but to no avail. They made their way out into the street. Where now? Jack asked as an alarm hit their ears. My driver is waiting for us, the blonde told him. Ah. A bright white limousine came cruising up to the station. Its back door popped open. After you. Jack did not need to be told twice. He raced down the steps and leapt into the car. The woman leapt in after him and shut the door behind them. Lose them, she said shortly as she sheathed the sword in her jacket. Jack stared at her. She wasn't even breathing hard. The entire ordeal had been nothing to her. The car took off. Jack felt an intense thrill well up inside him as he looked back at the station. He laughed as angry-looking cops came filtering out of the building, searching for them. Did they see us get in? Someone did, surely, the blonde said quietly. But I doubt they will be able to find us now. What do you mean? She did not answer. She had pulled out the folder again and was writing on it. Jack fell silent out of respectful silence. But then a thought crossed his mind. What about Rose? Ah, the woman closed her folder with a snap. Yes, your girlfriend. My ex, Jack said quickly. We broke up, I think. Your girlfriend, the woman repeated. We'll be fine. I know you are worried about her, but the police will not do anything to touch her. They weren't supposed to lock you in with me, right? He asked disparagingly. Or treat me as badly as they did. She fell silent. That is an interesting question, she said at last. Despite what you may have been told in school, Mr. Kiryu, superstitious fear is still very much prevalent in the modern world. What do you mean? The woman paused, clearly trying to decide where to begin. Mr. Kiryu, what you described to the police is something demonic in nature. Humanity, generally speaking, feels a strong aversion to evil and do everything in their power to destroy it. Or, in instances where that is simply not possible, distance themselves from and ignore it. It takes a very strong heart to stand up to evil in its physical form in the way you did. Jack frowned. It wasn't that difficult, he told her. Anyone would have done the same. Your neighbours did not. And the police did not. Not because they are terrible people, but because humans are predisposed to treat demons in this way. It is a primal survival mechanism, one that goes back to the very dawn of humanity. Most people are incapable of comprehending demons or recognizing their behaviors at all. What are you talking about? Jack asked, a little exasperated. That makes no sense. How could they not see it? It was right there. The blonde turned to look at him. Jack calmed down immediately once his eyes met her gorgeous blue ones. Jack, the blonde said, tell me more about yourself. He wasn't about to refuse. He liked the way this conversation was going. I'm 24 years old, a dropout, unemployed, unable to pay my rent. Do you always start off conversations this way? She asked, in a matter-of-fact sort of way. She was, Jack was pleased to see, not judging him. Jack grinned. I find it's best to get the terrible stuff out of the way first. The woman nodded. He noticed that she was taking notes again. Tell me more about your upbringing. I was kicked out of my parents' house at 14. The pen began moving even faster. I jumped from foster family to foster family until I was 16. I kept getting relocated. Why? I wasn't a good fit for any of the families. There was trouble. Jack paused, hesitating a little. They didn't really like me, he said quietly. No one does, really. The pen was still scribbling, even now that he had fallen silent. He had not thought about this in quite a while. Ever since he had met Rose, in fact. His heart had, over time, become so hardened to the loneliness that he barely even registered how poorly he was treated by those around him. I must say, Mr. Kiryu, the blonde said as she tapped her pen against her leg, the more we speak, I become more and more convinced that you are exactly what I am looking for. Jack felt his throat dry up. He was not used to women being so forward. What? The blonde gave him a small smile. I never told you my name, she told him, or what I do for a living. Understandable, given the circumstances. This was too good to be true. Jack thought wildly. A hot chick with a sword burst into prison to break him out and confessed her love within 15 minutes. He was suddenly really thankful that he had sort of broken up with Rose before all of this happened. The blonde placed her hand on her chest. My name is Lucille Langley, she said, and I am a knight of the Order of the Dragon. Jack's heart skipped a beat. A knight, he repeated, amazed. Like an actual knight? Yes, she said, giving him the warmest smile he had ever seen from her. She seemed quite pleased with his enthusiasm. We are quite different than traditional knights, of course. The times have changed, but we are still very much committed to defending the world from evil. Whoa, Jack said again, feeling even more excited than he had been just moments before. The fantasy of Lucille being in love with him was forgotten in an instant. But, what are you doing here? I mean, you obviously aren't American. I came for you. What? She smiled. I came when I received your report, she explained. We keep an eye out for stories like this, in hopes of aiding people who may not be equipped to help themselves. I flew out from Italy to meet you, Mr. Kiryu. What did you need to speak with me about? Jack asked. You just wanted to clear up this little business with the demon? Or what? I wanted to confirm your story before proceeding to the next step, she told him. I wanted to make absolutely sure that what you encountered was indeed an incubus. An incubus? A male seduction demon, she said. They lay on top of women and have their way with them. You described their behavior and appearance quite accurately. even though it was dark. "What are you going to do now?" "Firstly," she said, "we are going to go back to my hotel, contact my superiors to have this business with the police cleared up, and we are going to discuss what to do about Rose." "What about Rose?" "Incubi generally target the same victim multiple times," Lucille explained. "Particularly young, beautiful women who live unsatisfactory sex lives." Jack glared at her. She gave a surprised start. She had clearly not meant to offend him. "Oh, please forgive me," she said quickly. "I didn't mean—" He was miffed enough to end the conversation there. He stared out of the window for the remainder of the trip. They came to a stop outside a large, fancy hotel. Jack felt his throat dry up as they stepped out in front of it. He would never be able to afford anything so expensive. "Thank you," Lucille said to the driver. "Feel free to take a break. I expect it will be another day before we are ready to take to the field again." She stepped back as the window rolled up and the blue car took off down the street. Jack stared at it, frowning deeply. It may have been just his imagination, but he was sure that the car had been a different colour. Lucille smiled at him. "Welcome to my world, Mr. Kiryu," she said. "Please follow me." She led him into the hotel and into the elevator. Jack noticed lots of stairs follow them. He wasn't sure whether they were checking out Lucille, wondering what such a grungy guy like him was doing in this hotel, or speculating whether or not they were an item. Lucille, however, paid them no mind. They entered the elevator and she pounded the key, shooting them upward. "I have already taken the liberty of preparing your sleeping quarters," she told him. "The suite I rented has 2 bedrooms. Jack tried to keep the disappointment off of his face as the elevator doors slid open and they stepped out. This floor was thankfully empty. He followed her down the hall and to her door. She raised her key and the door clicked. It was a nice, pleasant, spacious area. Jack found himself taking to it almost immediately. It was bigger than the apartment he was sharing with Rose. "We can't go back to your apartment just yet," Lucille noted as she sized him up. "So we're going to need to get you new clothes." "Oh, I don't have cash." "I am very much aware. I'll pay." Jack felt himself twinge irritably. "You don't have to do that." "I do," she told him firmly. "I'm not letting you stay here without things to change into." Before he knew it, he was giving her his measurements, and she had placed an order for new clothes to be transported to the room the next day. "Now," Lucille said. "Until then, let us speak more about what is to come." "What do you mean?" "Rose," she replied simply. "I want to meet her." "Why?" "To give her something that will protect her," she said. "It is not hard to ward off incubi. It will be a simple matter. Besides, I doubt you want her to remember you as a rapist." He bent his head. "No, I don't. I would like you to come with me," she told him gently. "You may be able to help her in a way I cannot." Jack laughed humorlessly. "I can't make her forget what happened. You shouldn't even try," Lucille advised him. "Just make sure she knows that you're there for her. Okay?" "All right," Jack said. "I don't think the police will let us see her, though." Lucille gave him a small, knowing smile. "Actually, I happen to know on good authority that Rose has been sent home." "Really?" "Yes," Lucille told him. "We will give her some time alone and then meet with her tomorrow." She reached for her phone now. "Now, what would you like for dinner?" He wasn't expecting her to immediately agree to pizza. She had seemed a little too classy for that. But within half an hour, the two of them were sitting on the hotel couch, slices in hand, talking. "So, what exactly is the Order of the Dragon? What do you do?" Lucille's eyes sparkled. "I see I have piqued your interest," she said. "I am very glad you asked that." She set the slice of cheese pizza on the paper plate in front of her and straightened herself. "We are an order with a 600-year history in defending Europe from invading forces," she explained. "In the 15th century, it was an alliance formed among European nobles to protect their interests. But in modern times, we are primarily interested in raising men and women who can fight the supernatural." "Like demons?" "Of course," she said. "We have also been known to deal with werewolves and vampires and the like, if the situation calls for it." Her eyes sparkled again. "Dragons, as well." Jack crossed his arms. "Dragons, huh?" he said. "So all of that stuff exists?" She adjusted her glasses. "For now." Jack nodded, once again feeling a strong sense of admiration well up inside of him. He had never, in his life, thought a woman to be this cool. She seemed to sense his interest and elaborated. "Our goal is to completely stamp out all supernatural threats and influence in Europe. We have been directly responsible for striking down major threats to the continent before they can ever do any lasting damage. In part due to our efforts, the developed world has so little supernatural influence that most people don't truly believe it exists. Europe, Jack asked. But we're in the States. Lucille gave him a small nod. Yes, there are occasions where we travel overseas. You wanted to kill that incubus that bad, huh? Lucille considered him carefully. She seemed to be thinking how best to respond. I want to help you, she said, after a brief pause. Let's leave it at that. They finished their meal and cleaned up. I hate to be sending you to bed so soon after leaving police custody, Lucille told him, after they finished. But I suspect we will have a long day tomorrow. He didn't mind. She had done so much for him already and he was feeling pretty tired. He did as she asked and entered the guest room. He was asleep the instant his head hit the pillow. Lucille did not go to bed right away. She spent an hour or so staying up looking over her folder. I'm almost certain, she murmured as she perused her own notes. But why hasn't it surfaced? She closed the folder and took care of some personal matters. She sent an update to her superiors to assure them that she was fine and that everything is well, along with a request to deal with the fallout from the local police. Her mind, however, was still on the case at hand. Could he really be what she was looking for? Jack awoke the next day not entirely sure where he was. He found himself a little put off by the change in environment before he suddenly remembered where he was. He climbed out of her bed and stepped back into the living room. He found Lucille already up, a cup of coffee in hand. Oh, you're finally up, she said. I made breakfast, but I finished eating already. Please help yourself. It was a little cold, but he enjoyed it regardless. Thanks. She smiled at him as he sat down next to her. She slid over that morning's newspaper over to him and he looked at it, blinking owlishly. Oh! She placed her finger on a small article in the bottom corner. He squinted his eyes and leaned in closer to it. The police are on the hunt for 2 fugitives. Please contact local law enforcement. He looked up at her. So? It's talking about us, she told him. I managed to get the situation downplayed. By next week they won't be looking for us at all. Downplayed? Jack asked, bemused. But that escape was like something out of a movie. They're really not going to write about it. Not now that we've gotten a hold of them, Lucille told him cheerfully. Did you get enough to eat? The clothes arrived a couple of hours later. Jack took a shower and changed, and found Lucille standing by the door, clearly ready to leave. I hope I didn't keep you waiting, he teased. She nodded. You did, but no matter, she said. Staying well rested is very important in our line of work. She turned and opened the door. He stepped out behind her. He felt a little bit less out of place as they stepped through the lobby back out the front. Once again, they found the blue car sitting out in front, waiting for them. I have been asking around about Rosemary, Lucille told him as they stepped inside. She crossed her legs as the car took off. She is recovering but is still quite shaken. She is staying with a friend at the moment. Heather, I was told. Heather? Jack said, frowning as he folded his arms. I don't know a Heather. Lucille gave him a look. Considering the circumstances, that is not a good sign. What? Lucille had already brought out her phone and begun tapping on its screen. Never trust individuals that those closest to the victim don't know. She confided in him, especially if they end up caring for the victim. She frowned as she stared at her phone. Thankfully, I have the resources to get an address. It shouldn't set us back more than half an hour or so. It was less than that. She had the location in less than 10. She informed the driver and off they went. What do you think? Jack asked her. About Heather? Yes. I doubt it's anything good, she told him. Please be prepared for trouble. They stepped out inside an ordinary-looking apartment building. It was not much different than his own, although perhaps slightly nicer. Lucille looked up at the building before turning around to ask the driver to wait. Jack did not wait for her. He took steps closer to the building and reached for the door. Jack! He ignored her call and tried to open the door. It was locked. We need a key. Lucille stepped up to him, considering the door. A key? She asked. Allow me. She reached her hand forward and pressed her finger against the lock. A beep was heard and the door opened. Huh! Shh! Lucille said, pressing a finger to her lips as she stepped inside. He followed behind her. It was unusually quiet and empty. Lucille let out an annoyed hiss of breath. "That isn't good," she told him. She unbuttoned her jacket and opened it. Jack was not surprised at all when she drew her sword and held it in front of her. He could not quite explain it, but he too could feel unease in the air. They did not speak as they crept down the hallway. Lucille did not seem particularly worried, although she was cautious. They made their way down the hall into the elevator. She pressed the button and they stepped inside. They spoke a little as they ascended. "Steel yourself," Lucille told him. "You may see something that you would rather not," Jack grimaced. Rose better be okay. The door opened and they stepped outside back into a hallway. They immediately realized that something was amiss. One of the doors further down the hallway was guarded by two burly policemen, almost as large as Jack himself. They stood staring straight ahead, their gaze unfocused. Jack narrowed his eyes. He did not feel particularly at ease upon seeing them. Their eyes had an eerie pink glow that seemed quite unnatural. "You are right to be wary," Lucille told him as she brandished her sword. "These are not men acting of their own will." The men stepped to meet them as they approached, blocking the path to the hallway completely. They stood staring at them. Their haunting gaze seemed somehow unfocused and distant, but Jack felt that they were a threat. "Allow me," Lucille said quietly as she brought the blade backward. She lurched forward with lightning speed, slamming the hilt of the blade into the officer's stomach. He keeled over as his comrade reached out to grab her. Lucille quickly brought the hilt up and smacked him across the face, sending him sprawling. Neither moved. Jack stepped over them as Lucille raised her hand to the door and knocked. She took a step back, hand on her sword. Jack readied himself, prepared for anything. The door opened with a creak. "Welcome." The beautiful, demure girl standing in front of them bowed deeply, her face running parallel to the floor. She raised her head upward and met their gaze. "What is your business here?" She was not what Jack was expecting. Her skin was a smooth, milky, beautiful white. She was dressed in an extremely intricate and frilly maid outfit. High socks covered her upper thighs. She folded her hands together in front of her waist as her alluring pink eyes looked at them. She was downright adorable. "I am here to speak with a Rosemary," Lucille answered. "Is she present?" The maid waved her arm backward, beckoning them forward. "I am afraid she is meeting with the master at the moment," she said softly. "I will have to ask you to wait." "That is acceptable," Lucille said as she stepped inside the room. Jack was quick to notice that her hand did not leave her sword. He followed, smiling widely at the girl as he did. She refused to meet his eye, looking past and around him to avoid it. The girl shut the door behind them and drifted to the kitchen as Lucille sat on the couch, her legs crossed. "May I offer you refreshments?" "Tea would be lovely." "Nothing for me, thanks." The maid nodded as she turned and busied herself in the kitchen. Now that they were in the room proper, Jack could make out ruffled, rough-sounding moans coming from the other room. "Stay your hand," Lucille murmured to him. "Let him come to us." Jack sat, tight-lipped, trying to figure out her instructions as the maid handed Lucille her tea. "Lovely," Lucille said as she raised the tea to her lips. "You are the shining beacon of hospitality, Heather." The girl stared at Lucille, her face expressionless. "I do not believe I introduced myself." "But I know what you are," Lucille interrupted, as she lowered the tea without drinking it. "And what is happening to Rosemary in the other room?" The woman did not answer. Lucille tapped her fingers against her sword. "What do you have to say for yourself?" The door to the bedroom opened. Jack almost immediately shielded his eyes as a man, completely naked, strode into the room with his chest held high and every little bit of him showing. Jack instinctively found himself averting his eyes downward. Lucille did not even flinch. "Ah," he said, spreading his hands wide, his body pointed straight at Lucille. "What a beautiful sight." "Speak for yourself," Jack snapped as the man strode across the room and reached out for Lucille's hand. "Please," he said, "forgive me, but I know not your name." His voice was like velvet, low and seductive. Lucille did not even blink as she met his eyes. "You will lose any part of your body that touches me." The man smiled widely. "For you to take home and cherish, I imagine. I will leave it for the crows." The man laughed. "You are a tough nut to crack," he said. He backed away from them and sat next to Heather. He took her hand and wrapped around hers. Lucille's eyes flitted downwards. They were wearing matching rings. "I must say," Lucille said, "I have never heard of a succubus and an incubus marrying before. You have my congratulations." The man smiled wider. "Why, thank you. Although I feel I must remind you that most marriages aren't based around helping your partner prey on other people." Heather blushed, pressing her face into the man's bare shoulder. He did not seem embarrassed in the least. "The times have changed, Lady Knight," he said, "and we must change with it." Lucille smiled grimly. "Well said, sir." It happened in an instant. The two lunged themselves at them, their hands turning into vice-like claws. Lucille stood up to meet the man, swinging the blade in front of her to block his attack. Jack, however, was pushed onto the couch so hard it tipped over, sending he and Heather tumbling backwards. "I will devour your cock," Heather snarled, simultaneously very threatening and very, very seductive. Jack glared at her, raising his hand in a fist. "Not if I fuck you up first." She cried out as Jack slapped her aside. She cried out as she tumbled to the floor, and he stood up again, raising his fists against her. She snarled as she reached for her chest and ripped it, exposing her bare chest. "Come hither, child," she purred as she licked her lips. "I want you." Her eyes glowed a bright, warm pink, the same kind of pink that had emanated from the guards outside. Jack leapt forward, kicking her square across the chest. She staggered, slamming into the wall as he pulled his leg back. The adrenaline in him was bursting forward. He could not explain the sheer, intense thrill that was now coursing through his body. This feeling? What was it? It felt easy. It felt wonderful. "Come to me, Lucille." The man purred as he spread his arms wide, "and I will show you a world of pleasure you have never experienced before." Lucille stared at him, her weapon brandished. "The only thing you could possibly do to make me happy is die a painful death by my hand." The man lunged at her again. Lucille quickly thrust her sword forward, stabbing him in the chest. It did not, unfortunately, seem to bother him much. He struck out at her again with his hand, and she blocked it with her arm, grimacing. His claw tore into her jacket sleeve. She stepped back, wincing, and raised her hands and pressed them together. A pure white magical energy surrounded her. Before she could attack, however, Heather leapt at her from behind and grabbed hold of her. She reeled in surprise as Heather leaned forward and bit at her neck, her grip tightening. The incubus reached for the sword lodged in his chest and pulled it outward, wincing a little, and held it aloft. He brandished it in front of him and raised it, preparing to strike down on Lucille's head. Jack narrowed his eyes. "No, you don't!" he roared. He ran over to them with frightening speed and grabbed hold of Heather's back. She let out a scream as he pulled out at her dress so hard it ripped into pieces. The force of the pull was enough to send Heather tumbling to the ground, and for Lucille to defend herself against the blade. Heather snarled at him as she slithered to her feet. The maid dress that she was wearing drooped loosely over her shoulders as if it would come off. "You will pay, dragon." He kicked her in the face, knocking her to the floor. "Okay, I paid," Jack said as he steadied himself. His blood was pumping in his chest. He felt elated. He felt at home. He felt that this is where he belonged. Heather hissed. He could feel the contempt and hatred welling up within her, alongside her fear and confusion. She had never, ever really had to fight a man before. "Oh, I forgot to pay the tax." He kicked her again. The succubus cried out as her head slammed against the floor. Her head split open and an inky black liquid began to seep out of her head and into the floor. Her partner, the incubus, dove at him. Jack could see his body shedding away any facade of normalcy and become something sick and twisted. Veins of blood pumped from the rotted, dark arms of the beast that stood before him. Jack found himself smiling. Without a second thought, he brought his hand up and jabbed forward. His arm was tingling with an intense energy, the likes of which he had never felt before. The thing cried out in pain as Jack's fist penetrated its chest completely, bursting out of the other side. Black blood burst out from his back. Jack twisted his hand cruelly in the thing's chest, causing the thing to writhe in pain before pulling away with a rip. A burst of black blood burst outward as he ripped the thing's heart outward. Bursts of black blood shot out from the wound as it fell backward. Jack stared at the thing writhing on the floor, its heart in his hands. He crushed it, blood spurting everywhere. The succubus, having regained her senses, cried out in shock and tried to grab hold of Jack's leg. "Enough of that," Lucille said sharply. Lucille brought the sword down on her head. Heather cried out as her head went rolling across the floor. Lucille sheathed the sword and made her way over to Jack. She did not seem afraid, or particularly surprised by what he had just done. "Jack," she breathed as her eyes fell on him. "Look at your hand." He looked. What had once been his hand was now something else entirely. His skin had changed colour to a bright blue. His skin had hardened, forming scales. Each of his fingers ended in a long, vicious blade. His hand had turned into a large, sharp claw. He bent his fingers, expecting them to not move, but somehow he was not surprised when they did. "What is it?" Jack asked calmly, his voice emotionless and empty. The better question to ask. Lucille leaned in close enough to breath on him. "What are you?" "What am I?" "A dracos," she whispered, as she reached out and touched his hand. Jack stared at her hand as it ran up and down his claw, probing and testing it. "A what?" "A dragon," she whispered. She poked his scales with her finger. "Can you feel that?" "Yeah." "Interesting," Lucille said. She pulled away from him and gave him a nod. "We have much to discuss, Dragon," she said. "But please, let us deal with the victim first." "The victim?" Jack wasn't sure who she was talking about for a moment, and then he gave a start. "Rose!" He tore away from her and burst into the bedroom. Lucille watched him go, a little amused, but also very intrigued. She followed him into the bedroom and stared down at the bed. Jack was kneeling there beside Rose, his hand clasped in hers. She was completely naked and extremely pale. "Rose, she will be all right," Lucille interjected as she strode towards him. "Allow me?" He gave her a stern look but did not move away. Lucille did not budge. "I want to help her," she told him patiently. "You will do her no good by just getting in my way." She gestured to the door. "You may watch, but please step away from her." He did as she asked, albeit reluctantly, and she bent over her doing a quick, thorough explanation. She was taken by force, she murmured, several times. She reached forward and touched her stomach, frowning. "She is certainly not well," she murmured. "But thankfully I don't think she was impregnated." She pulled away. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a large, intricate wreath of flowers from inside her jacket. She bent down and gently placed it over her neck. "I doubt there are more, but it does not hurt to be safe," she murmured. "Jack?" "Yeah?" "Call an ambulance." "Call!" "She needs to be taken care of," Lucille told him. "I will make arrangements for her to be cared for by the right people in the long term. But for now, the best we can do is make use of basic health care." Jack turned and immediately did as she asked. When he returned, she was standing over her. "I have done all I can," she declared. "I think she will be fine. Incubi generally do not kill their victims." She looked up at him and met his eye. "But that is not something we can start to fix until she wakes up," she said. "Until then, we shall leave it to the professionals." She stepped past him and back into the room towards the front door. Jack watched her. "Shouldn't we talk to them?" "They would never believe what happened here," Lucille reminded him. "No, we shall retire for the day. We have plenty of things to discuss, Dracos." There was that word again. "Why did you call me that?" Jack asked curiously. "That," Lucille said, her voice quiet, "is something that we need to speak about at great length." She turned to the door and opened it. "Pray, follow." Chapter 2. The Order of the Dragon. Dragons have been a prominent figure in mythology all throughout the world. It is commonly believed that the myth came from the discovery of dinosaur bones from prehistoric times, but dragons were, in fact, very real. "Ah!" Sophie lay her head on her desk, trying to quash the mounting headache the lecture was bringing her. Why did they have to study common history? When you got right down to it was nothing more than explaining what the rest of the world thought had happened, and then explaining why the church knew it was wrong. One of our order's oldest traditions is to uphold and preserve the legacy of the dragon. The world at large is content to allow evil to run amok in hopes of maintaining an illusion of peace and order. The Order of the Dragon has always believed in the old ways, thwarting evil no matter where it might raise its head. To rise above monsters, the saying was. Sophie thought to herself blankly. It was nothing complicated. Her own mother had been drilling this into her head since she was born. She sat up in place and yawned, tapping her pen against her desk absent-mindedly. This was all so boring. Knights and dragons and war, governments and politicians and witches. The island nation of Chidori, the wolves of freedom, the void, the dracos, the noctis, the Black Cat Club. Did any of it actually matter? It all felt so far away and distant. There can be no peace without war. If we do not stand up to evil men and throw them from power, we are weak. Too many countries and people believe that peace should be preserved at all costs, that there is no benefit to fighting for what you believe in. She wished she had a clock or a watch. She was anxious to be dismissed for the day. Today was Friday. They had afternoons off to prepare themselves for the military and survival drills on Saturday, and then, when they were all dirty and exhausted, they would wash up for Sunday school before normal training continued the following week. It was endless and relentless. Sophie found herself longing for Friday afternoons to never end. She and her friends were only able to gather in one place on that one day. The order demanded that they train near constantly to prepare themselves for what was to come. A knock came at the door, interrupting the lecture. The professor stopped mid-speech as the door opened. The entire class immediately sat up a little straighter as Father Conway stepped into the room. He nodded at the professor and raised his hand and pointed at Sophie, and then gestured to her to come to him. Sophie's heart sank. She liked Father Conway. She had the very strong impression even the non-believers in the order loved him. But it was not typical for a man of his station to drop by and speak to a recruit in training. Either she had been caught something very wrong, or someone terrible had happened. She quickly gathered her things and quietly made her way down the steps towards where the priest was waiting. He smiled at her as she approached and bid her follow him. She did. The lecture continued behind them as they stepped out into the hall. "Hello, Sophita," he said warmly. "How are your studies?" "They are going well, Father," Sophie answered. It was a bit of an exaggeration, as her mother might say, but she had still managed to make the cut to undergo the training it would take to become a knight. "Ah, I see, Father Conway said. "Have you decided what division you would like to join?" The Knights of the Order were divided into divisions, each that dealt with specific regions around the world, strategic points of interest, and enemies that wished to oppress or eliminate humanity. "No, not yet. I was going to go in for a consultation and ask what I would be most suited for." Father Conway nodded along as she spoke. "I see," he said again. "It's a good idea to seek advice, but I think you need to have some goals and directions of your own." Is this what he dragged her out here for? To lecture her on her career? Had her mother put him up to it? That sounded like something she would do. Conway, ever perceptive, seemed to practically read her mind. "I don't mean to be critical, Sophita," he said kindly, "but merely going along with what other people want from you is never going to make you happy. I encourage everyone to go in for consultations, but they are by no means the go-to way to decide what is best for you going forward. Only you can make that decision." "You can." She could appreciate the wisdom in that. "Ah, yes, Sophita." He clapped his hands together. "I had almost forgotten. Your father stopped me and asked for you to come home immediately." She stared at him. "Now?" she repeated. "But the lecture is almost over." She had not seen her father in weeks and mother in months. If she went back now, she would have to spend the rest of the day there. She would lose her one afternoon off. "Your father was very clear," Father Conway told her. "He wants to see you immediately." "Why?" He didn't say. She bid her goodbyes and set off, troubled. It was as she thought. She was not in trouble, but something was indeed very wrong. Father had never called her away from school in this way. Something had happened. Mother had been on duty. Something must have happened to her. The campus was unusually deserted as she stepped out into the grounds, lost in thought. She barely registered the quiet, serene beauty of the yard, carefully cared for by the priests on duty. Too worried to admire the unusual peace and quiet, she strode across the yard towards the school gate. Twin dragon statues stood on either side of the gate, facing outward towards the road that connected the nearby town to the cathedral. The gate itself, however, was shut. "Hello?" There was no attendant. No one was to leave the premises without permission. She stopped in front of the gate, staring up at it. Before long, the gates creaked open of their own accord. Sophie stared for a moment before she shouldered her bag and walked through. She was anxious to get home. She was growing increasingly worried. She walked quickly, worry already welling up within her. It was very much unlike her father to not come fetch her personally. She began to fret. Most of the families of the order lived in town. The knights lived in the cathedral, and trainees like her lived in the academy. There was a smaller academy nearby for younger kids, nicknamed the nursery by the knights in training. As both of her parents were knights, Sophie turned left and headed for the cathedral, rather than to the right where the town lay waiting. Although her family owned a town home, her parents were still extremely active in the order and spent quite a lot of their time in the cathedral. It was not uncommon for Mother to return home, make way for the cathedral, and then be off again without even stopping by their family home. She and her father often spent holidays away from one another. The road up this was made of dirt. There was no concrete on the ground as she approached the mountain in front of her. The cathedral was built into it, in order to best protect it from outside threats. It loomed over the village, overlooking it and the surrounding area. It was built to be a fortress, meant to house and defend against all manner of attacks. It was far older than the town itself, and in fact was possibly the oldest standing building in the world. She stepped up to the gate and once again a giant dragon statue above the door stared down at her. This time, however, there was a guard. "Hello." "Oh, Sophie," the man said, surprised. "What are you doing here?" "Father called me," she said. Is something the matter?" "Not to my knowledge. But I'll call ahead and let him know you're coming." He opened the door for her and reached for the phone that was connected to the inside. She nodded her thanks as she stepped past. The entrance hall was a different kind of beautiful than the school and the surrounding area. Gorgeous marble statues adorned a pure white hall. A number of priests were milling about, attending to daily tasks as she stepped past, to the residential wing. "Father called me," she said. Is something the matter?" "Not to my knowledge. But I'll call ahead and let him know you're coming." He opened the door for her and reached for the phone that was connected to the inside. She nodded her thanks as she stepped past. The entrance hall was a different kind of beautiful than the school and the surrounding area. Gorgeous marble statues adorned a pure white hall. A number of priests were milling about, attending to daily tasks as she stepped past, to the residential wing. She stepped past the barracks, which was closest, and made her way to the nicer rooms further inside. Her parent being somewhat older, academics, and incredibly skilled knights had earned the space due to their sheer hard work. She reached the door and raised her hand, knocking on it. The door opened. Her dad, bespectacled and grey, looking down at her. "Yes? What's wrong?" Sophie asked bluntly. "Is Mother—" "Oh, nothing's wrong," Father said quickly, raising his hand to stop her. "In fact, something wonderful has happened." "Something wonderful?" He did not answer her. He instead turned around and headed for the kitchen. She followed him and watched him prepare them tea. "Yes," he said to her as he were answering right away. "We have discovered a dracos. One that is willing to meet with us." This was supposed to be good news, she knew, but that bothered her a little. "What do you mean, we?" "Your mother and I are going to need your help." Lucille, true to her word, had been very upfront with him once they made it back to the hotel. Jack sat and listened as she began to explain what exactly had happened that night. "Jack," she had said to him, clearly trying to decide where to start, "you are not an ordinary man." Jack snorted and leaned back in the couch. "Lady," he said. "I've known that for a long, long time. But the powers are new, aren't they?" Jack raised his arm and twisted. Bright, scaly blue scales erupted across his arm, covering them completely in an impenetrable shell. "Yeah," he said. "I don't know what to make of them." "Allow me to enlighten you," Lucille said as she adjusted her glasses. "This will be quite a long explanation. I hope a brief synopsis will suffice." Jack felt himself seize up uncontrollably as Lucille reached into her jacket. but rather than draw her sword, she raised a ruler instead. She slammed it on the coffee table between them and got to her feet. "You say you are not normal," she pressed him. "Could you tell me why?" Jack scratched his face. "People don't treat me the same way they treat other people," he said. "They're harsh." He frowned. "Harsher than they need to be. Does that make any sense to you?" "Actually, that is very normal," Lucille told him. "People like you frighten normal people. They are merely scared of you." "Scared? Of what?" "Of what you are." He did not ask what he was. Lucille was clearly gearing up to get around to that. "As you know, dragons are considered mythical creatures all over the world," she said. "The shapes and sizes may vary, but the stories generally agree that they are fantastic creatures with incredible powers." She adjusted her glasses again. Jack was beginning to notice that it was a habit. "However, what isn't commonly known is their significance to humankind," she said. "It is commonly believed that they are simple symbols, meant to as a way to visualize mankind's fear of the world and everything that we did not understand. The truth is quite a lot more complicated than that." "How complicated are we talking?" "I will give you the brief explanation." She tapped the ruler against the coffee table sharply as if to get his attention. "In ancient times, the dragon inspired both awe and fear. It was powerful and gentle, cruel and kind. It was something more than what people saw in themselves in their day-to-day lives. Dragons, regardless of whether they were benevolent or malicious, inspired awe in us." Jack was already lost. "As time passed, many of the dragons left us," Lucille continued, noticing his discomfort. "However, before the last left the surface of the earth, our ancestors began to mingle more closely with the dragons, and soon we began to take on a new form. Modern humans." She sped up again. "The blood of dragons run through all of our veins, Jack," she said. "And out of all of us, there have always surfaced a few who can harness the power of the dragons to do extraordinary things." She nodded at him. "You are one of those few." "Huh," Jack said. "So that explains it." "Jack," Lucille said, "one of the odor of the dragon's goals is to find people like you and have them properly trained to use your powers for good. Now that you have awakened your powers, I can assure you that it will become impossible for you to live a normal life. Your kind are the natural enemy of demons and other creatures that wish to exploit humanity. The Order of the Dragon can help prepare you for a lifetime of struggling and death. You must come with me." Jack yawned. "Sounds fun," he drawled. Lucille stared at him for a moment before breaking out into a beautiful smile. The two arranged for plans to leave the country not long afterward. Lucille was quick and efficient in getting him the proper paperwork to fly overseas. Jack had never been out of the country before, but he found himself rather excited at the prospect. Lucille's arrival in his life gave him direction. It gave him purpose. Suddenly, everything in his life felt like it made sense. "So where are we going?" "Our order has its headquarters out of Italy," Lucille told him, her eyes never raising from the book in her hand. "We operate out of an old cathedral in the countryside and train all of our knights in the area." "Cool," Jack said. "So I'll be training with them then?" "Well, your training will be different," Lucille said. "How different depends on how well you take to it, to be honest with you. Truth be told, you are very old to begin training. I will be working closely with you to get the best results of you, in spite of your age." "What do you do for the Order?" She adjusted her glasses. "I am a knight, as you know," she said. "My role is to travel the world, rooting out threats to humans and thwart them if necessary. I am also a specialist when it comes to contemporary dragons. I have fought several, and I am also tasked with trying to form alliances with them." "You've fought dragons?" Jack asked excitedly, leaning in closer to her. She nodded, pursing her lips at his enthusiasm. "What was it like?" "The same as any other battle," Lucille said shortly, her eyes flickering over the page too quickly to really take in the words. "You gotta give me more than that. You can't just say that you fought dragons and not tell me more." Lucille sighed, closing the book with a snap. "Yes, I suppose you are right," she acknowledged. "You are one of them after all. You will surely cross paths with another someday. Her eyes flashed. A word of warning, Jack. It will certainly not be a friendly encounter. She set the book aside. But to answer your question, the battles I have had with dragons weigh in my mind as the most intense encounters I have ever experienced. Each and every one possessed incredible powers of a caliber that a normal person could never reach. She looked up at him again. Ah, yes. There is something else you should know, she said. Not all dragons develop the same kind of powers. In essence, what you all do is transform into dragons, but that can manifest itself in different ways. You seem to be able to turn your hands into claws. Others have enhanced senses or magical properties in their blood. Tell me about the fights, Jack insisted, steering her back on topic. Lucille pursed her lips again. Perhaps another time, she said. Jack groaned in disappointment. Come on, don't leave me hanging like this. She refused to answer any of his questions regarding people or events, but was more than happy to bore him with trivial details regarding the Order, its history, and the Knights. Most of it went completely over Jack's head, but some general ideas stuck. The Order of the Dragon Trained had been training knights to fight evil for hundreds of years. The Order had a long history of working closely together with dragons to accomplish their goals. Their enemies were numerous and very powerful. The situation in America was very different than the one in Europe, which had long been plagued by endless wars for hundreds of years. 24 high knights led the rest. Jack fell asleep before he could piece together any more. An irritable Lucille took the time to fill out some more papers regarding Jack's personality, behaviors, and opinions. Subject is extremely aggressive. Strong interest in meeting other dragons. Has not stated as such, but I believe he desires to test his strength against them. Extremely dumb. She paused, biting her lip, wondering if she should emphasize that last point in a more professional way before deciding to leave it as it is. She was certain that her superiors would quickly agree with her assessment once they met him. She continued to write out her thoughts as he slept on. The flight lasted far longer than he felt comfortable with. He fell asleep several times on the way down there, and he could not watch movies without Lucille pestering him about history and facts about the Order. So when they finally touched down in Italy, Jack found himself extremely elated. We're finally here! He leapt out of his seat and pumped his fist upward. Lucille tried to look stern, but she looked fairly happy too. Control yourself, she told him, although not unkindly. We do not want to draw unwanted attention to ourselves. He turned to face her, looking foolish. Why? The Order is not a government-controlled organization, Lucille explained. We are expected to behave as ordinary citizens while in public. Our swords can only be drawn if absolutely necessary. If they suspect that we are abusing our privileges, law enforcement has every right to take us down. Jack frowned, but I wasn't. You weren't doing anything wrong, Lucille said quickly. But you must understand, Jack. If we do not operate in absolute secrecy, people will panic. Please control yourself. All right, I'll just follow your lead then. She smiled at him appreciatively as she stood up and led him off the plane. They gathered their things and stepped outside of the airport. Italy was beautiful. The architecture and surrounding area was quite different than America. Jack found himself not at all minding Lucille's request. The people, fashion, and colours were exotic enough to keep him quiet for the time being. Lucille noted his interest in the surrounding area, smiling to herself. She tried to point out interesting facts about the local area, but Jack's eyes immediately began to glaze over. She gave up quickly, deciding to keep things short and to the point. Our cathedral is out in the country, she explained as they approached the street. It will take a while for us to arrive. Jack audibly groaned. But I think we will spend the night here, Lucille said quickly. Have dinner. Perhaps see the sights. He agreed immediately. Sophie was having very conflicted feelings with the news. It was very uncommon for knights in training to be pulled out of a session for any reason whatsoever. You were expected to deal with all manner of sickness or injury. If you could not, you were seen as not being fit enough to be a knight. Sophie was thrilled at any excuse to take time off. But a part of her felt a little guilty. and worried that she would fall out of sync with the rest of her classmates. "You're leaving?" Maya asked disbelievingly. "For 1 week," Sophie affirmed, as she gathered her meagre belongings together. Most of her personal possessions had been left at their family home in town. The nicest thing she had with her was her Sunday best. "Why?" Sophie bit her lip. She wanted to explain, really she did, but she had been told not to. "I swore an oath not to tell." Maya groaned as she flopped back onto her bed. The girls shared a dormitory together with a number of other lady knights in training. They lived and ate together when not training. The boys lived in their own separate building on the other side of the campus that was divided by a heavily guarded concrete wall. They usually only saw each other during holidays, church, or special training organised by the higher-ups to evaluate potential party formations. Knights traditionally operated in groups of 4. It's not bad news, is it? The knights in training were not entirely privy on what was going on among the order, although they still had a far better idea than ordinary people. They understood that the world was constantly on the brink of some kind of disaster that only the knights could hope to stop, even if they did not know the specifics. "I don't think so." Sophie figured she could let slip that much. "Don't worry, it's mostly a familial obligation." "Your family?" Sophie wondered whether she had said too much. "I think you'll be told soon enough," she said quickly. "Pray, forgive me." Maya wasn't happy to hear that. She hated secrets being kept from her. But she knew just as well as she did that the order did not ask her to take oaths of silence lightly. "Very well," Maya said quickly, "but please, promise to tell me all about whatever it is when you can." "All right." "I should be able to once I get back," Sophie promised. Once she was packed and ready to go, she headed towards the main building to fill out her paperwork for her leave. She had been told that they just needed her signature. It was very quick. She had set down her pen and was preparing to leave when she was stopped by the secretary. "Miss, a moment, your escort has not arrived." She tightened her lip. "Escort?" she repeated. "I don't need an escort." "The sun has set, Sophie," the woman reminded her. "It is not advisable for a woman to walk alone at night." Sophie scowled. "I'm going to be a knight. I can take care of myself." She fell silent as the door behind her opened. "Forgive me," a smooth, sophisticated voice said behind her. "I was admiring the garden." That voice was familiar. Sophie turned and gaped in surprise. Standing there, an entire head above her, was Margaret Meyer. Her pale blonde hair was wrapped up in other side of her head in buns. Sophie felt her chest tighten up. No. It couldn't be. "Ah, Margaret," the secretary said, looking relieved. "Yes, you could have been a little quicker, but no harm done." Margaret bent her head. "My apologies," she said shortly. She looked up and gave a small smile towards Sophie. "Ah, Sophita," she said. "I trust that you are well?" "Very," Sophie said quickly. "Thank you." "Please return quickly," the secretary said quickly as they turned to leave. "We need to discuss your next assignment." Margaret nodded at her one last time as they stepped out into the hall, the door closing shut behind them. "Wow," Sophie said. "You're my escort, huh?" Margaret smiled at her, nodding. "Isn't that a bit beneath your station?" Margaret Meyer was one of the most celebrated female knights in the order. She had won the St. George Medal at 18, due to almost single-handedly destroying the mind of the dragon and unravelling his conspiracy to seize control of the order. Following that, she had gone on to have a respectable record, tackling all sorts of threats all over the world. "Quite the contrary," Margaret said smoothly. "You will soon be a knight, as am I. I take great pleasure in spending time with my comrades." Sophie felt her chest tighten with pride. The two stepped out into the darkness. Margaret reached under her cape and procured a lantern, holding it aloft. It sparked a light, spreading a bright, warm, cosy light around them. Its handle was shaped like a dragon. Margaret had probably had it made in town, perhaps by someone in Elisa Colan's family. "Your mother has committed quite the deed," Margaret commented as they reached the gate and waited for it to creak open. "I am very impressed." "Oh, you were told?" Sophie asked, surprised. She had been told that the order was keeping the situation under wraps until her mother returned to the cathedral. Margaret nodded. "Yes, I was warned in case something happened," she said. But I have spoken to your mother and she seems quite convinced that she has found what we are looking for. Wow. Sophie forgot sometimes that her hero held her mother in such high esteem. She wasn't sure how she felt about that at all. Mom wasn't that cool. She had never won a St. George. Your mother is amazing, Margaret confided in her. You should be proud. If you say so, Margaret gave her a rare smile. Sophie had not been to her family home in over half a year. She stood on the step, unsure, as Margaret watched her. Well? Sophie smiled. Well, we're here, she stammered. It was nice to see you. Margaret tilted her head. I wish to speak to your father, she said. Please. Sophie almost groaned but restrained herself. She felt a little embarrassed leading Margaret into her home like this. With a racing heart, she stepped forward and raised her hand, and knocked. It was answered almost immediately. Ah, Sophie. Her father, grey-haired with a goatee to match, held out his arm to her. Sophie took it and stepped inside. Ah, and Margaret too, her father said. Please, please, come inside. Thank you, sir. She bent her head respectfully as she stepped into the home. Sophie ran her eyes around, hoping that the place wasn't as torn apart as it had been over Christmas. She was relieved to see that it was quite a bit tidier than she was used to seeing from her family. However, it was still probably pretty bad by Margaret's notoriously stickler standard, but if she was bothered, she certainly didn't show it. Margaret lowered the lantern as she stepped inside, placing it back on its place on her waist, just under her white cape. She wrapped it around her completely as she stood before them. Have they arrived? No, not yet. They are spending the night in the city and then travelling here in the morning. Margaret clicked her tongue. A pity. They could have made it tonight. Unfortunate, her father said. But there was no helping it, I'm afraid. The flight wore them out. Yes, these Atlantic flights can be quite exhausting, Margaret acknowledged. Well, I suppose I have no business here tonight then. Please contact me as soon as you are ready. She gave one last nod towards Sophie before turning back into the night. Sophie looked at Dad. Mother's still not back yet? Not yet, he told her, squeezing her shoulder. But I want you to be ready to welcome her when she is, all right? Sophie pursed her lips. A little unhappy, but quickly agreed. Jack was a stereotypical American tourist. He cared very little for the history and culture of the city and was instead mostly fascinated by the exoticness of everything he came across. It was not the cultured attitude that she herself appreciated in her life, but she found the change of pace in her life rather refreshing, in its own way. What's that say? Flowers. He wrinkled his nose and lost interest, only to get excited again when the next sign caught his eye. Lucille smiled to herself as he dashed about in front of her, taking everything in. Lucille had been ready to leave since they had woken up, but she had decided to give Jack the chance to look around some more. Ready to go? Jack wrinkled his nose, looking a little despondent. Well, I am looking forward to getting there, he said slowly. But the drive, it won't be as far, Lucille promised. I assure you that it will be well worth the wait. He really didn't want to start travelling again, but it seemed that the car suited him better than the plane had. He kept himself amused by watching the passing countryside. Lucille found this to her liking. She spent the entire trip with her nose in a book, as Jack gawked. The homes became fewer and fewer, and the Italian mountainside stretched out before them. Jack seemed quite impressed. Italy has several national parks, Lucille said to him. They're quite lovely. I would love to take my family someday. She stopped, surprised, as Jack leaned back, his eyes closed. She had bored him with only a few words. Lucille bit back her annoyance as she turned back to her book. It was quite a long drive, but thankfully it was not long enough for Jack to become restless again. We have arrived, Lucille announced, snapping her book shut as they passed by an old wooden sign. The cathedral long predates the town itself. The town sprung up as the order grew, and now we have quite the civilian population that does a fantastic job of keeping us connected with the outside world. Jack was ignoring her again. Lucille was starting to get used to it. The car rolled onto the street, slowing down to a crawl. People glanced at them as they passed. Jack watched them, his hand toying with the latch to the door. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Lucille leaned forward. We can walk from here, driver. The car came to a stop. Jack let out a whoop as he pushed himself out of the door and onto the street. The woman walking along with grocery bags gave a sudden start as he bounced upward. "Italy, here I am," he crowed, looking pleased with himself. Lucille followed him, slowly tucking the book under her arm. The lady gave a startled glance at her as she hurriedly stepped up to Jack. "Lady Lucille!" "Please be at ease," Lucille told her. "This man is no threat." The woman nodded as Jack turned around, squinting at her. He did not speak Italian, a fact that she had been reminded of quite often. It would be a difficult barrier for them to overcome. Being American, he spoke no language other than English. Many knights did not speak English, as most of their work led them into Eastern Europe, Asia, Northern Africa, and parts of Russia. She would have to try and work language lessons into everything else they had to do. "Come, Jack," she said to him, this time in English. "We shall walk the rest of the way." The town was not a tourist destination. It was a small, sleepy town whose primary purpose was to house inactive retired knights and families. Jack seemed to find the town much less to his liking than the city. He already seemed a little bored. "We'll have lunch at my home," Lucille promised him, "and speak about—" She paused, as if she were carefully considering what to say next. "About what your next battle will be like." He perked up almost immediately. "Battle?" he repeated, sounding eager. "You want me to fight again?" "For training purposes," Lucille said smoothly. He bounced on his feet again, looking positively elated. "Training?" "Yes. We need to evaluate your powers," she told him, "to see just how much of the dragon within you have awakened. You will be judged." She stopped again. He wasn't listening again. It was annoying, but she was starting to pick up on his thought process and what exactly appealed to him. "Here we are." They come to a stop outside a house. 3 stories high, it towered over most of the neighbours, although Hit had a similar, simplistic decor about it. "Ah, home," Lucille mused, as she looked upon it. "Where the heart is. Kind of a big house," Jack noted. Does a knight make money?" "I do very well for myself." The door opened before Lucille could explain. A grey-haired man stood there on the steps, staring down at them. "Ah!" He ignored Lucille and stepped out to Jack, his hand outstretched. "You must be Jack," he said politely but enthusiastically as he reached forward and took Jack's hand into a firm handshake. Jack recoiled, a bit surprised, as the man clapped his shoulder. "I trust your journey went well?" Yeah," Jack said, surprised, as his eyes fell past him towards the door he had left open. A short, blonde girl of about 15 or 16 was standing there in the doorway, hands folded in front of her. She looked awfully familiar, but Jack could not quite place it. "Good, good," the man said, nodding. "Welcome to Italy. I have been told that you enjoyed your time in the city." "Yeah, it was cool," Jack said. "Interesting food too." The man smiled at him as he posed his next question. Who are you?" "Oh, yes, I did not introduce myself," the man said quickly. "I am Dr. Phil Langley, and this is my daughter, Sophie. Please call me Sophie," the girl said quickly. Lucille adjusted her glasses, frowning. "Now, Sophie," she said sternly, "this is not the time." Dr. Langley touched her arm and she fell silent. "Now, Jack," he said. "Now that you are here, we have a lot to talk about." "Talk?" Jack repeated. "About what?" "Your training." "Sophie and I have prepared dinner," Dr. Langley told him. "Please, we will eat and talk about what you are in for." "You cooked?" Lucille repeated, raising her hand to her mouth. "You?" "I can cook," they both said at once, the daughter sounding more indignant. Father and daughter turned to look at each other, bemused, and then laughed. "Well, it is a special occasion," Dr. Langley admitted. "You haven't been home in so long." His eyes flitted over Jack. "And we have company." "Home?" Jack repeated, bemused. "Hang on." He squinted at Sophie. "You live here together?" "Ah, yes, Lucille and I are married," Dr. Langley said. "Sophie is our daughter." Jack reeled backward, turning towards Lucille in shock. She smiled knowingly as she raised her hand where a glittering gold ring lay on her finger. "You look surprised," Lucille said as Jack stood there agape. "You really did not notice." "No," Jack insisted as he turned back towards Sophie, who was beginning to look increasingly uncomfortable. "You look like sisters." Lucille smiled a little as Sophie bent her head in embarrassment. Jack was still reeling as he was led up the stairs to the house and into the entrance hall. She had looked so young, but she was old enough to have a daughter that was only a decade younger than himself. Had she had a daughter when she was 10? Surely not. Sophie did not look at him as they sat down at the table. Elegant little candles lined the centre of the table set for 5. Margaret was going to come, Dr. Langley explained as Lucille gave him a questioning look, but she called to let us know that wouldn't be able to make it for dinner. Sophie looked a little disappointed at this news. Ah, Lucille said. Yes, she is quite busy these days. I was not aware she had returned, to tell you the truth. I thought she was still in Turkey, hunting down the mouth. No, she has been relieved. She has returned to report on her findings. The two discussed the situation at length as Jack and Sophie ate in silence. Neither spoke to one another. Jack was too busy relishing the exotic food. He was completely at ease. Sophie, in comparison, looked bored and did not eat much. Jack, what do you think of Italy so far? Jack swallowed hastily before answering. I don't know yet. It's still new to me, I think. I tend to like most things, at first. Lucille frowned, leaning in closer to him. Most things, she inquired. Whatever do you mean? Dr. Langley gave her a reassuring smile and she fell silent, pulling away from the table. Jack, if I may, Dr. Langley said. You came here to learn more about the dragon within, did you not? That's... Jack paused, his brow furrowed. My power, right? Yes, that is what we call the power that you have, Dr. Langley said. The dragon within. Can you show it to us, please? Sophie set down her fork and turned his way, clearly a little interested. Jack did not need to be asked twice. He raised his hand upward and focused. Sophie looked on in awe as the man's hand shifted into that of a vast, powerful claw of a dragon. 5 wicked claws sprouted out from what had once been his fingers. Beautiful blue scales covered his skin, enveloping the entire arm in sapphire-coloured armour. Wow! She had heard of how sharp and dangerous the claws were, but she not expected it to be so vibrant and colourful. Most poems and stories depicted dragons as being fierce and awe-inspiring, but she personally thought the claw quite pretty. Her father is fascinated too. Can you turn it back at will? Like this? The arm immediately returned to normal. The table let out a hissing breath. Interesting, Dr. Langley breathed. The mind could not turn off his powers at all. He was always reading into people's minds, often without meaning to. The eye as well, Lucille interrupted. He is famous for it. The two immediately began a hushed, rapid conversation. Who? Jack asked. The two fell silent, looking somewhat embarrassed. Oh, please forgive me, Dr. Langley said quickly. My field is draconic studies. We are both very passionate about people like you. Our field, Lucille corrected him. I am Dr. Langley as well. She sounded amused rather than condescending. Jack had the impression that this was some sort of running joke between them. Our field, Dr. Langley said absent-mindedly. Yes, of course. He paused. You have more experience with rogue dragons than I do, he said. Perhaps you should explain. She adjusted her glasses. Very well, she said. Thank you, Dr. Langley. I, Dr. Langley, will take over from here. Dr. Langley gave a small smile and shook his head. You know that the power you possess is known as the dragon within, she said. You have the ability to turn parts of your body into that of our dragon ancestors. It is a very rare ability. Our closest estimations are in that it probably surfaces once in every billion people. Lucille, Dr. Langley said gently, stay on topic. She adjusted her glasses again. Yes, very well, she said. But my point is that there are indeed others like you. Others that have awakened the dragon within and gained incredible powers of their own. No matter where they are born, no matter what their powers are, no matter how they use them, they are always hated and feared by those around them. Wait, what's that about their powers? Jack asked. What do you mean when you say they're different? Every dragon within seems to be unique to the individual, she said. Dragon powers manifest themselves in all sorts of ways. You all have little things in common, such as incredible natural-born instincts in battle, but the powers themselves differentiate wildly. You are much more of a straight-up brawler than the eye or the mind. Who are they? Other known dragons, Lucille explained. We tend to refer to them by the power that manifests within them. We decide whether or not they are a threat to society, and if they are not, We ask them to join our order. Oh, Jack gave a start. Is that why you approached me? In fact, it is, Lucille said, sounding a little surprised that he picked up on that. Yes, when I heard your case, I recognized the signs and thought to sort you out. I wasn't sure at first, but you convinced me of your character fairly quickly. Really? Jack wrinkled his nose. He seemed somewhat skeptical of that. Comparatively speaking, Lucille said quickly, you are not perfect, of course. But believe me, most dracos tend to be quite violent and unhinged. The mind, for example. The reason we brought you on, Dr. Langley interrupted, is so that you can help us fight other dragons if the need ever arises. Really? Jack got to his feet and slammed his hand on the table. That's awesome! Sophie gave a sudden start, surprised at this outburst. Yes. Yes, it is, Dr. Langley told him, without missing a beat. But a word of warning, Jack. You will be going up against the greatest killers in the entire world. You will need to be prepared. Jack grinned. It was an unexpectedly confident gesture. I look forward to it. Lucille and Dr. Langley shot knowing looks at each other, but Sophie found what little appetite she had left, leaving her. She placed her hand to her mouth and closed her eyes. That was not a normal response to such information, and it greatly unnerved her. The meal continued with light conversation about the cathedral and its knights. Traditionally, knights were part of the nobility, Lucille said. These days, anyone with the proper talent can become one, although we do have very strict requirements and demand a real commitment. Talent? Ability to see monsters for what they are is a necessity, Lucille explained. Not everyone can do it. It is why the world does not believe in monsters. From there, we can train people into proper knights through our rigorous program. Our Sophita is in training right now. Really? For the first time, Jack turned to face her. She felt her face heat up as he stared at her. She's tiny, he said. Sophie bristled. She's going to be a knight? She is still in training, Lucille said. But lady knights are taught to use magic to supplement their physical strength. She is already far stronger than she looks. Wow, really? How strong are you? She did not answer. She did not want to admit just how badly she was thrashed in her last training session by Stella Maris of all people, especially not in front of her mother. Dr. Langley interrupted by setting his fork on his empty plate. Now, Jack, he said. First of all, we need to evaluate your skill level, and just where you can be placed among the knights. I have requested a favour from a friend of ours who has experience fighting the dragon within, he went on. We have arranged for a panel of judges, including Lucille, to watch you do battle. The results will decide how we approach your training going forward. Cool, Jack said. So, where is this friend? The doctor gestured towards the empty plate. Running late, although I asked her to meet with us tonight. Oh, I see, Jack said, crossing his arms. Well, how much longer? A knock came at the door. Ah, that is probably her, Dr. Langley said quickly. Please, allow me. He stepped up and stepped out into the hall and towards the front door. They could hear the door opening, the doctor greeting someone, and then footsteps came down the hallway. Dr. Langley stepped back into the dining room, followed by a tall, elegant woman. She wore a vast, intricate white cape that draped around her like a cloak. Her hair was long and a sort of pale blonde. The part down her back ran straight down, but two buns of hair stuck out on either side of her head. Oh, Margaret, Sophie said, looking pleased. You made it. I did, Margaret said, smiling gently at her, before turning to the new arrival. So you are the dragon, she said. I look forward to seeing what you are made of. Jack grinned widely at her. Same here, he said. I hope I don't hurt you too badly. Margaret pulled back a little, as if surprised before answering. I strongly doubt that, she said. But I am glad to hear that you will give it your all. Sophie's eyes flitted down to her hand as she spoke and noticed that her hand was lying on the hilt of her sword. Would you like anything to eat, Margaret? Lucille asked politely, gesturing to the empty plate. Phil really wanted you to join us tonight. No, I have eaten already, Margaret said. I only came by to greet the dragon. Thank you, however. She bowed rather formally. I will see you all again on the morrow, she said. She turned and stepped out. Sophie sighed discontentedly as Lucille got to her feet. Jack, please go get some rest, she said. Sophie, please show him to the guest room. As you will, Mother. Sophie said quietly as she got to her feet. She beckoned to Jack. "Pray, follow." Jack slid out of his seat and stood up. Sophie was taken aback by how tall he was. She skittered ahead of him and led him to the adjacent hallway and up the stairs and to his room. Chapter 3. Margaret sighed as she raised the cup of tea to her lips. Across from her friend, Belladonna stared at her, concerned. "Sweetie, maybe this isn't a good idea." Margaret set the tea on the table, shaking her head. "No, it must be done," she said. "The elders need someone to test his powers. But you could get hurt." "Lucille has told me that he hasn't been trained," Margaret said, "and I am very much capable of taking care of myself." "He's a dragon, though," Belladonna insisted. "Now that he's awakened the dragon within, he could do anything." "We won't know for sure until I test him," Margaret said shortly. "And there is no better person to do so than I." Belladonna blinked her large, dark eyes at her. Margaret did not look at her as she raised her tea to her lips again. The two women were sitting at a table in the military coffee shop in town. The cathedral was reserved for traditional purposes, so common pleasures such as freshly brewed tea could only be found in town. The cathedral paid for private businesses for the use of people in service, and knights such as Margaret and Belladonna often made full use of their services. They had tea every morning they could manage, which was becoming less and less frequent as Belladonna, who was younger, took on more and more responsibility in the knighthood. Both girls were somewhat unsociable with other knights. Margaret far outranked anyone in her age group due to her accomplishments, and therefore found it difficult to relax around them. Belladonna, although quite a successful knight in her own right, was extremely unpopular among the Order due to her background. It was fairly uncommon for outsiders to join the Order of the Dragon, but even more uncommon still for an enemy to defect and join their cause. Many who had not worked with her still distrusted her. "But Margaret," Belladonna murmured, her voice lowering slightly as the bell over the door behind her tinkled, followed quickly by someone stepping inside. "Oh, Margaret." Belladonna pulled back, annoyed, as someone leaned over her to speak to Margaret. "Is it true?" Matteo asked, as he pulled down the scarf he usually had covered across his face. For such a renowned thief and infiltrator, he had a surprisingly round and boyish face. "We found a dragon." "Yes," Margaret said pointedly, not meeting his eye. "I cannot imagine how you came across that information, Matteo." "Oh, I hear things sometimes," he said airily. "It's my job, after all." "Not within the Order," Margaret said, a little coldly. "Please show a little bit more discretion." "Anyway, Margaret," Matteo said, interrupting her. "Good luck. All right? Don't get beat up too badly." He winked at her, raised his scarf and walked away to the bar to order his coffee. Belladonna smirked, not at all bothered by the fact that she had been completely ignored, as she rocked her head back and forth. "Someone likes you." Margaret wasn't impressed. "Are you going to be coming to the fight?" "Am I invited?" "I am allowed to invite a couple of guests," Margaret explained. "I've already asked Diego and Melina." Belladonna wrinkled her nose. "Diego?" she repeated. "Did he say yes?" Margaret had forgotten that the two did not get along. "Forgive me," she said quickly. "I saw him this morning." "No, it's fine," Belladonna told her, looking a little put out. "I'll see you later then." She got up and stepped out without another word. Margaret almost went after her to apologize again, but decided against it. There would be plenty of time to make it up to her after the fight. She set her unfinished tea down and stood up. She checked her person to make sure that she had not forgotten or dropped anything, and made her way to the door. She gave the man behind the counter a curt nod before stepping back into the quiet streets. It was still very early in the morning. The cathedral-owned shops were open at all hours to suit the knights' busy schedules. The only people she met on the way were other knights, all of whom stopped to greet her respectfully as she made her way to the Knight Academy. Although the students were still in bed, the training stadium had been set aside for their use. A large square field surrounded by plain boxes that housed an audience, it generally was used for training exercises where knights would seize up potential candidates for their squads. Today it would be used for a slightly more important purpose, gauging the powers and abilities of Jack Kiryu. Headmaster Rao greeted her at the door. Although quite young for a headmaster at 50, he had an esteemed way of carrying himself, similar to that of the Grand Prior himself, who was almost twice his age. A black goatee jutted out from his chin. He often joked that in another 50 years he may have a beard as long and fine as the Grand Prior's. "Ah, Margaret," he said warmly as he kissed her hand. "A pleasure." "Likewise, headmaster," Margaret said coyly, thinking back to her academy days. She had been just a trainee a scant few years ago, and he had treated her no differently than the others. She really had grown quite a lot in that time. The thought was somewhat depressing. "We were just waiting for you," he said as he led her onto the field. A number of robed men and women stood there, taking in the conditions and talking in hushed tones. "And your opponent." Her eyes ran over the crowd. She was somewhat surprised by the turnout. A number of dragon priests from the cathedral seemed to be escorting Father Conway himself. He was chatting politely with the High Knight Javilius, who had worked with her personally several times as she rose through the ranks. Much older than she, the man was quite impressive and powerful-looking. Near him were the 5 members of the prior's personal advisors, old men and women in their 80s and 90s. It was rare for them to leave the cathedral for any reason. The prior himself was not present, but Margaret suspected the reason his advisors was to report back to him with first-hand news post-haste. "Ah, Margaret," Javilius said as she approached. "It has been far too long." "It has," Margaret agreed. Although they were not close, they had a certain amount of professional respect for one another. Now that she was closer, she could identify each of the escorts by name. Father Conway had brought along Maddock of the Dragon Priests, who stood intimidatingly above all of them. Lady Mulan Rogue, a dark red-haired woman, stood formally, her hand placed on her blood-red blade, Amaris's kiss. She was accompanied by her comrades Bianca Yuki, a woman descended from a family of ninja, Lance Pendragon, a large, blonde, round-faced knight whose family had a long history of knighthood, Vincent Lockhart, a serious-faced German swordsman, and Flavio Pennyfeather, a particularly flamboyant young man with a bright smile. "We will wait for the dragon to arrive before we explain the rules," Conway said to the group. "It should not be too much longer. Please take your seats." The advisors nodded and slowly walked away, their large ensemble following close behind. Maddock and Father Conway stayed behind. "Have my guests arrived yet?" Margaret inquired. Yes, they have already taken their seats," Conway told her. "Ah, would you like to greet them?" Margaret almost opened her mouth to that she would like that very much, but Conway gave a sudden start. "Ah." She turned to see another group entering the field. Far from them, a small group of people were making their way towards them. "I believe they have arrived." He was quite right. As they approached, Lucille could make out Lucille Langley leading the way. Behind her, Jack followed, hands on top of his head, seemingly without a care in the world. Next to him stood young Sophita Langley, her hands folded formally in front of her. Already very small, she looked even smaller when she stood next to Jack. "Hello, Margaret," Lucille said warmly as they came to a stop some 10 feet away. "You are looking well." "I am," Margaret said heavily, her eyes not tearing away from Jack. She was a little surprised that he was still wearing ordinary-looking street clothes. She would have thought that Lucille would have pressured him into wearing some form of proper armour. In one of the nearby spectator boxes, 2 young knights were watching the proceedings with interest. "Is that him?" Diego asked, frowning as he leaned forward. Having been born in Brazil and having been raised in the United States, he had been very interested to learn that the dragon had been American. "It must be," Melina drawled, watching his movements carefully. He seemed awfully carefree for someone who was about to spar with a woman as renowned as Margaret. She tapped her finger against her thigh. "Who do you think will win?" "Margaret," he said immediately. "She defeated the mind. How could she not?" Melina frowned. His faith in her was commendable, but "Margaret will be the first to tell you that she was extremely lucky," Melina said slowly. "She essentially only won that battle due to a fluke. Those who awaken the dragon within are incredible, natural-born fighters. Have you ever seen one, Diego?" "Never. Believe me when I say that Margaret will have to work for this victory," Melina said grimly, her lips tightened, regardless of his lack of experience. Diego looked a little doubtful, But he did not question her further. "Well, Jack," Lucille asked him, "are you ready?" Margaret did not react as he grinned widely at her. "From the moment I arrived, I was just waiting for the lady." Margaret instinctively placed a hand on her sword. She could feel it in the air, the same intense sense of foreboding and dread that terrified human and demon alike on an instinctive primal level. The fear of the dragon. "I see," Father Conway said slowly. Being a dragon priest, he of all people understood the tension in the air. "Now, Jack, I'm sure Lucille explained all of this to you before you arrived, although we do want to see what you are capable of and expect you to fight to the full extent of your capability. We will step in if things get out of hand." Maddox stepped forward, his arms folded as he stared down at Jack. Jack stared back, not in the least bit intimidated. "That goes for you too, Margaret," Lucille said quickly. "Please try not to kill each other." Margaret nodded, her eyes not leaving Jack's. She could feel an intense flame burning up within her, a feeling of adrenaline. She recognized the feeling. It was the same she had felt when she had overcome her fear of the mind and attacked. Father Conway and Maddox led them to the center of the field, as Lucille led Sophie to the stand. Lucille's intent was for them to join the higher-ups, but someone put a stop to that. "Sophie!" Sophie jumped as Diego's head popped out of the stadium box. He waved to her cheerfully. Sophie waved back energetically, only to freeze as Lucille shot her a warning glance. Sophie stopped, her hand falling back down. Melina's head soon popped up after his. "Sophie," she called, "come and sit with us." "May I, Mother?" Sophie asked, turning to Lucille. Lucille pursed her lips, considering. "Oh, very well," she said. "But don't touch the boys, Sophita. You know what they're like." "Yes, Mother." Sophie rolled her eyes as she hurriedly stepped over to Margaret's friends, who welcomed them into the box with open arms. Lucille turned away, smiling to herself, as she stepped up to the box. "Good morning," Lucille greeting the advisors cordially before turning to her fellow knights. The older people had taken the front row in the box, closest to the action. Their escorts sat directly behind them. "Ah, Lady Rouge," she said. "May I join you?" "Of course," Rouge said, adjusting her sword. "It would be an honor." She spoke with a thick Romanian accent. Lucille nodded appreciatively as she took her seat. "Congratulations on the find." "Thank you," Lucille said. "How goes the hunt?" Rouge made an irritated noise. "Another dead end," she said. "She has evaded us once again." In the other box, Sophie and the two knights were hurriedly catching up before the fight began. "We haven't seen you in so long," Melina gushed. "You've grown so much." Sophie almost let out an exasperated groan, but was also oddly pleased to see how happy they were to see her. It had indeed been a while. Both had been very busy with their duties. That, coupled with Sophie's own increasingly intense training, had caused them to grow further apart as they had gotten older. "I'm happy to see you," Sophie said, "but what are you doing here?" "Margaret invited us," Diego explained. "She wanted us to see the fight." Father Conway raised his hand upward. The groups in both boxes suddenly fell silent. "Fighters, take your positions!" he barked. He sounded surprisingly authoritative. Sophie was always taken aback when she heard him speak to crowds. He was always so soft-spoken and gentle in person. The two combatants did as he asked. They stood some distance away from one another, facing the other with a firm stare. "Margaret has this in the bag," Sophie said confidently, her eyes shining. Diego shot a look towards Melina, who quickly intervened. "We were just talking about that," she said slowly. "Margaret may not win." Sophie gave her a look, "Huh?" "Dracos have a natural affinity for combat," Melina explained. "It's not unheard of for one to be incredibly powerful, even with no formal training." Sophie stared at her for a moment before nervously turning her head back to the field. Lucille placed her hands on her crossed legs. "It begins," she said softly. "It is a rather refreshing change of pace to watch a fight than be part of it yourself." "Oh, speak for yourself," Rouge said, unusually sly. "I would have taken her place in a heartbeat." Lucille chuckled. Jack took in the sight of the woman standing against him with interest. "So, are you always the one to fight the new guy?" he asked her. Margaret stared at him, steeling herself for what was to come. "Now is not the time for questions," she said curtly. Jack grinned. "You want my fists to do the talking?" He wasn't intimidated by her at all. He was completely fearless. Are the combatants ready? Margaret drew her sword and took a stance. She reached under her cloak with her other arm and brought out her shield. For this fight, she had chosen a small, maneuverable one, rather than the larger silver one she typically used in battle. Her cloak billowed out behind her as she took her stance. Jack raised his hand. The old advisors watched on, intrigued as bright blue scales enveloped his entire hand. The hand of the dragon. Yes, complete with claws. How sharp, do you think? How far up the arms do the scales run? Lucille smiled as she addressed their questions. I have already taken the liberties of addressing all of the specifics in my report, she explained. This is primarily a combat exercise. I wanted to give all of you the chance to observe his powers in battle. Diego crossed his arms. That's it? He asked, disbelievingly. I could do that. He uncrossed them and raised his hand, mirroring Jack's movement. Similar-looking bright blue scales covered his entire arm. Melina gave him a cross look as she leaned forward and pinched his arm. Ow! The image faded. I doubt it's in any way similar, Melina said flatly, as she turned away from him. Sophie giggled, as Diego scowled. Dragon hide is known to be incredibly difficult to penetrate. Powers like it have been well documented to be almost indestructible. But it's only on his arms, though, Sophie protested as Jack lowered his arm, smiling, bending his long claw-like fingers beckoningly. Those wouldn't protect his critical areas. Conway threw his arm downward. Begin! He leapt away with surprising speed for a man of his size. Margaret did not move. Jack, still smiling, slowly advanced towards her. I thought you were ready. The sword came up between them. He stopped mid-step, as it narrowly avoided brushing up against his nose. It came to a stop right between his eyes. Ha! Margaret stepped forward as if intending to stab, but Jack neatly jolted to the side, his head bent and his arms wide. No trace of fear whatsoever, Rouge commented. Has he ever been in a combat situation before, Lucille? Before our bout with the demon couple, never, Lucille responded. I have done a thorough check in his background. He has no recorded history of street fights, no real criminal record. Anything odd? Lucille gave a small smile. Other than being able to turn into a dragon? Margaret reacted quickly. She adjusted her shield so that it was facing outward and slammed it into him. He gasped in pain as the metal slammed into his head, sending him sprawling against the ground. Margaret pulled the sword back, taking her stance again as he quickly pushed himself upward. His hand, she was quick to notice, receded back into a human one to do so. Can he not maintain the hand? One of the elders inquired. It was not unheard of for the powers of the dragon within to last only in a single short burst. Lucille said nothing. Her eyes were on the match. Margaret really gave him what for, Sophie crowed as she pumped her hand forward. Go get him. It didn't seem to bother him at all, though, Melina noted. Look at him. He's not even bruised. Jack crossed his arms in front of him, his hands pointed upward. Both of his arms were suddenly overtaken completely by blue scales. Margaret grimaced and tightened her stance as Jack opened his eyes and stared at her. Lucille murmured. You can tell that he's enjoying this. He leapt forward, long blade-like claws falling down on her. Margaret raised her shield to try and deflect the blow, but was taken aback as the claw tore straight through her shield and gashed. She stepped back, surprised, as the second claw descended upon her side. Ho! A burst of energy radiated from Margaret. Jack cried out as he was pushed backward. He strained his feet against the ground to get his bearings, as Margaret tossed the torn shield aside and raised her sword with both hands. That was a really intense energy shield, Rouge said, surprised. It's really difficult to push people that far away from you like that. Difficult, but not impossible. Lucille agreed. It's no different than pushing away bullets from you, really. It merely takes much more energy. Why isn't Margaret fighting back? Sophie demanded, as Jack brandished his claws again. She could have beaten him by now. She's gauging him, I think, Melina told her. This is an exercise meant to test his abilities after all. She's not going all out. But he tried to kill her, Sophie protested as Jack took a step forward, his head lowered. Margaret stood her ground, eyeing him warily. Jax brandished his claws in front of him, staring at Margaret intently. She stared him down, unintimidated. Those claws tore right through that shield, Rouge commented. They must be incredibly sharp. Jack leapt forward, his claws coming down at her from 2 different directions. Margaret raised the sword as if intending to block both before darting out of the way to the side. She thrust her arm back and slammed the hilt of her sword into his side. Oof! Jack bent over, wincing slightly as she raised her empty hand at him. Boosh! An intense burst of energy erupted from her hand. The crowd stiffened as Jack went careening through the air, rolling along the ground as if he had been blasted by an intense burst of wind. He landed on his knees and quickly pierced the ground with the claws. The wind intensified, but he stubbornly stayed in place, his legs and hands bracing himself against it. Margaret's magic really is something else, Sophie breathed, awestruck. Melina nodded. Yeah, she could have easily killed him just then, she said, with a proper blast of pure energy. She's toying with him, Rouge scoffed. This is no game. That is true, Lucille agreed, as she watched Jack claw at the ground, trying to get closer to Margaret. But she is slowly going in harder and harder on him as time goes on. I wonder how long he will last. The wind stopped. Immediately Jack lurched forward, his claws at the ready. Margaret stood there as Jack jabbed at her with his claw. 5 dagger-like fingers came straight at her, and she narrowly avoided them by tilting her head just out of reach. Ha! She brought up the sword and slammed it against his arm. It was a blow that would have severed an ordinary man's hand clean off, but Jack's armoured arm caused it to bounce straight off. Jack brought up his claw, again towards her face. Margaret darted forward, again dodging the blow as she brought up the hilt of the sword to his stomach. Pah! She slammed it against him with incredible force. He reeled over her, spitting all over the back of her cape and hair. Margaret, not at all bothered by this, quickly slammed the hilt of her blade against his neck. He fell over backward, clutching his neck in pain. Margaret let out a deep breath as she got into another stance. She's so cool, Sophie gushed as Jack writhed on the ground in pain. That was awesome. You've seen nothing yet, Melina told her. Margaret really is something else. Rouge shifted in her seat, her eyes on the writing form on the ground. He isn't much, is he? By our standards, not yet, Lucille said. But an ordinary person could not hope to keep getting up after beatings like that. Jack slowly pushed himself back up, rubbing his red neck, wincing. Margaret stood steadfast as he faced her, clenching his fists. Do you yield? Margaret asked. Never. Lucille smiled. There is that dragon spirit, she murmured. Rouge looked on, taking in his injury. That must be quite painful, she noted. Lucille nodded. It is, Lucille said, but it doesn't matter. He wants to win. Margaret whipped the sword in front of her, staring coldly at her opponent. Very well, she said. We will continue until you can no longer stand. Jack did not grimace or falter or hesitate. He took a step closer. Whop! Jack cried as the flat side of Margaret's sword slapped him across the face, staggering him. He grimaced as he turned his head back around to meet her eyes and quickly raised his hand. Whop! His claw caught the sword. Margaret stared as with one mighty movement, Jack crushed it with his palm, severely damaging it. A hiss of breath escaped the crowd. So the palm is capable of blocking blades too, Lucille noticed. The dragon within seems to manifest itself all the way from the tips of the fingers to the elbow. Jack twisted, ripping the blade out of Margaret's hands. She let go quickly, stepping away from him, her cloak deeply wrapped around her. Not a good position for Margaret, Diego said. She's not a great hand-to-hand fighter. Jack grinned as he raised his claws threateningly towards her. He pounced, his arm drawn back to slash her. Margaret stood still and allowed the claw to fall down on her. Jack cried out as the cape suddenly was thrown in his face. The claw tore it to shreds and easily, but Margaret had already reached out and grabbed hold of his upper arm. She wrapped her leg around his foot and in one smooth movement wrestled him to the ground. That should be me. Vincent grunted. Lance shot him a dirty look. Bianca, who was sitting on his other side, sat impassively as Margaret quickly tightened her grip on Jack's arm. He struggled widely as Margaret pulled. Crack! He screamed out in pain as she quickly rolled away, wrapping her tattered cape around her as she raised herself to her feet. Jack rolled around in pain, clutching his arm. Did she break it? Rouge asked, greatly intrigued. Dislocated, I would think, Lucille answered. She's deliberately trying not to seriously hurt him. Margaret's eyes did not leave him. It was not long before he staggered back to his feet, clutching his arm, breathing deeply. "It is over," Margaret told him. "You cannot continue to keep fighting with that." He lunged for her again. Margaret's eyes narrowed as she brought her own fist upward, going straight for his injured side, intending on clobbering him in the stomach. Jack avoided the attack by rushing past her. "Ha!" Her eyes widened as the claw belonging to Jack's dislocated shoulder flopped straight into her face. She cried out as a large, deep gash cut into her cheek. Jack whirled as he brought up his good hand. "Take this." Margaret kicked out at him, without turning to look. It him squarely in the stomach so hard that he went rolling along the ground for several feet before he came to a stop. Margaret grimaced as she raised her hand to her face, feeling the wetness of her own blood across her cheek. The gashes were quite nasty. If they had gone across her eyes, she might have been blinded. "Incredible," Rouge breathed. "That was just—" "How did he do that?" Sophie demanded. "Didn't she break his arm?" "She did," Melina said grimly. "But he sort of just flopped the claw across her face when she wasn't expecting it." Jack groaned in pain as he slowly clambered back to his feet. He was clutching his arm again. He looked to be in great pain. He took a step closer to her. Margaret glared at him, hoping that it would be enough to quash his spirit, but he took another step. "Will." He raised his good hand and brandished it in front of him. Margaret stepped forward, intending to finish it for good. He dashed forward suddenly, out of nowhere. Margaret grimaced. She ducked backward, narrowly avoiding the jab of the claw. Jack was not willing to give up. If she pushed him any further, she would likely seriously hurt him. She lashed out her fist against his stomach. "Oof!" He bent over gasping as she quickly hit him again. And again. On the third hit, Jack fell to his knees, unable to even stand as she stepped back, taking in her handiwork. "Do you yield?" she repeated as he stared at her. Jack found his mouth suddenly unable to work as he met her eyes. Her face was now sweaty and torn. Both of her neat little buns of hair had come undone during the fighting, leading to a silvery wave of hair down the back. Her clothes were in complete tatters from the damage he had managed to inflict on her. "You're beautiful." Margaret froze, unable to even register his words as he fell face forward onto the grass at her feet. "The winner," Father Conway declared, raising his hand. "Lady Margaret." Margaret, fighting back a red face, unclasped her cape and tossed it onto Jack's unmoving body as the crowd clapped politely. Lucille was already making her way over to them. She bent over and checked Jack first. It was Gervilius who was first to reach to her. "Ah, Margaret," he said. "Splendid, splendid fight." "I'll say," Lance said enthusiastically. "You weren't even trying, were you?" Margaret found herself a little at a loss for words. Her mind was still on Jack. Well, she stammered, trying to compose herself. She dearly hoped that no one had overheard or asked why she was suddenly so flustered. "Margaret!" Sophie, Diego, and Melina were making their way towards them now, cheerfully waving. She nodded to them, trying to calm her now frayed nerves. Lucille expertly flipped Jack over and patted his face. "Mr. Kiryu, are you still with us?" He let out a moan of pain but did not answer. "Well enough," Lucille murmured as she beckoned for Maddock. The man bent over and picked him up. "Make sure he gets treated," Lucille told him. "And send for me when he awakens." He nodded obediently and stepped away with Jack in his arms. "Margaret!" Margaret looked up and smiled as Sophie raced towards them. "That was so cool," she gushed as she waved her arms around. "You wiped the floor with him." Behind her, Diego and Melina followed, looking somewhat embarrassed at her excitement. Margaret smiled at her warmly. She was honoured that the daughter of a woman she herself had always admired herself respected her so. Gervilius, however, was not amused. "Enough of that," he said sharply. "Show some more respect to your superiors." "It is fine, my lord," Margaret said quickly. "Sophie and I are fairly well acquainted." Sophie beamed. Lucille frowned as she turned away from the retreating figures to face them. "No, Sir Gervilius is quite right," she said sharply. "Sophita, please apologise to Margaret." Sophie shot a hopeful look at Margaret. Margaret felt a little guilty as she bowed her head, not meeting her eyes. There was a very awkward pause. "Sorry, Margaret," Sophie said after a while. "It is no trouble," Margaret said quickly. "Please remember your manners, Sophita." We can talk about the fight later, all right? Sophie's eyes lit up. All right. Lucille folded her arm against her stomach and touched her elbow, giving Margaret a considering look. It wasn't overtly critical or judgmental, but Margaret very much still found it nerve-wracking and somewhat intimidating. Margaret had the distinct impression that Lucille was somehow judging her. Desperate to not let the situation hang, Margaret decided it would be prudent to change the subject. Lucille, my injuries. Her expression softened. Ah, yes, of course. She stepped closer to her, and Margaret closed her eyes as Lucille raised her hands to her face. Margaret closed her eyes as a gentle wave of energy passed through her hands and into her face. It was strangely comforting. That should prevent any scarring, Lucille noted as she pulled away. But you should go lie down and rest. You're exhausted. Margaret nodded, raising a gloved hand to her face and feeling the smooth skin. It was red and raw, not the torn-up mess it had just been. It still stung to the touch. I will, thank you, Margaret said slowly. Please, give my opponent my regards. Jack groaned, his eyes fluttering open. Lucille leaned forward over his bed, closing the book she had been reading with a snap. Ah, you are finally awake, she said. You were out for 6 hours. Jack groaned. 6 hours? Be very thankful, Lucille told him gently. Most who challenge Margaret never wake up. She set aside the book and leaned forward. How do you feel? He moaned in an exaggerated way, like I had just been beaten up by a girl. Margaret is not an ordinary girl, Lucille reminded him gently. In fact, I was amazed that you lasted as long as you did. Even Margaret was impressed. Really? Jack seemed pleased to hear that. She's one hell of a woman. Please don't use that word, Lucille told him. But you're right. She paused, wondering whether she should talk more about Margaret before getting to the point, before deciding that it would be best to put important matters first. You did very well for an amateur, Lucille said. The elders stated as such. You did far better than any of us would have without any training. Really? Jack sounded doubtful. However, you have yet to harness the true extent of your powers, Lucille went on. Your movements are clumsy and sluggish. You would not stand a chance against a fighter half as powerful as Margaret. Jack stiffened. However, there is still hope, Lucille went on. I have been asked to guide you on your journey to realize your true potential. I accepted gladly. I now know you well enough that the idea of realizing your place in the world is very exciting to you, and I am eager to help you become the strongest dragon you can be. What? She had somehow lost him. Lucille tried not to sigh. I'll train you, she told him, to become stronger. Margaret, following a brief infirmary check-in to make sure that she was in good health, immediately got back to work that same day. Although still a little worn out and unable to do real field work, she had been specifically instructed to meet with the elders following her bout with Jack. She had a fairly good idea what they wanted from her. They would want her opinion on the fight. Although they were well aware of what she was capable of and how the fight had played out, her input would be essential in determining Jack's future training. She suspected she would be asked to fight him again and evaluate his growth, perhaps even instruct him. The thought made her somewhat nervous, but she also felt strangely excited. It had been an interesting fight. She was intrigued to see how he would grow. She stepped into the vast white halls of the cathedral. There were very few knights wandering the halls at this hour. Traditionally, it was the priests who were trained to defend and protect the cathedral from attacks. She made her way past a couple of men polishing a statue and further into the cathedral. The home of the elders and other important figures was built directly into the mountainside to better protect them from all angles. Their quarters simply could not be reached without marching through the almost impenetrable fortress. The large double doors were being opened by two priests standing outside the door as she approached. She stopped, frowning as a long-haired figure stepped through. Ah, Margaret, Hildegard said, as she ran a hand through her black hair. A tall, elegant-looking woman from one of the oldest families in the order, she was immediately recognizable by the oversized black eye patch that covered almost half of the right side of her face. You are looking lovely. The tone was biting and sarcastic. Margaret knew that she was being made fun of. She was clearly not looking her best so soon after the fight. You look well, Margaret responded, careful to keep her tone polite. I did not see you at the battle. Oh, that thing, Hildegard said airily, turning her good eye away from her. Unfortunately, I had other matters to attend to. I have my own life to live, you know. She stepped past her, waving her arm carelessly behind her. Margaret bid her goodbyes before turning back around to the open door. She stepped through and it neatly slid shut behind her. She found herself in a large, spacious hall. A small dais on a pedestal stood in the centre of the room, overlooked by a single large stone dragon statue that stared down at it. 5 seats surrounded the dais. Raised slightly above, they looked down at the centre of the room. Margaret stepped up to the podium and kneeled, bending her head submissively. 5 pairs of eyes stared down at her. "What is thy bidding?" she asked, her voice echoing loud and clear throughout the hall. It was such a quiet room that her voice was clearly audible to them, even from a distance. "You fought well today, Lady Margaret," the voices said. They spoke as one, their voices pouring down on her from above, enveloping all around her like a blanket. "The dracos will grow to prove to be a valuable asset." "I am pleased to hear that, but that is not why you have been summoned," the elders interrupted her. Margaret stiffened. "There is, in fact, a serious matter that needs to be attended to." "Another matter?" "The eye of the dragon." Margaret almost broke tradition and raised her head. "The eye," she repeated, honestly a little shocked. "Margaret," the voices said in unison, "you have been chosen to lead a team to eliminate the eye of the dragon." Margaret did not let the shock show on her face. She did not let the rush of emotions flowing through her influence her decision. She recalled how she had felt fighting the mind, how terrified and out of her element she was. She tried not to think about how she had barely managed to defeat him and how everyone celebrated her as a hero and showered her with medals and promotions and praise when she herself deeply felt that it had been nothing but a freak fluke. She tried not to think of Jack and how an untrained fighter had somehow managed to get her heart racing. She bowed her head lower. "It will be done." The door opened behind her. Margaret did not raise her head as 3 knights stepped into the room behind her. Diego Lobo, Garland, Karen Moon. You have been tasked to assist Margaret Meyer with her mission to the best of your ability. Margaret stood up and nodded one last time at the elders before turning around to face the new arrivals. "The eye of the dragon," Margaret began as she faced her team, "is, without a doubt, one of the most dangerous men in the world." Chapter 4. A small black car slowly pulled onto the dirt path and made its way upward towards the small, somewhat run-down farmhouse. The man behind the wheel was younger than the man in the passenger seat. Both were formally dressed in long business coats and hats. "What a wreck," the younger man said to the older man in Ukrainian. "The countryside is lovely, though." The older man grunted. He was busy perusing the papers in his hands and did not even look up. They stopped the car in front of the house. The younger man was quick to notice that although the place seemed somewhat run down, the porch and yard were impeccably clean. Although somewhat in a state of disrepair, there were clear signs that the house was being fixed up somewhat. The front door was brand new and looked very much out of place, surrounded by rather old-looking windows and a shabby-looking porch. They stepped out of the car, their things in hand, and stared up at the building. "They can't have much," the older man grunted. "Is anyone even home?" The younger man did not think so, but regardless, he stepped up to the door and knocked. The older man followed behind, adjusting their materials in hand. "No one?" "No one," the older man sighed. "Leave a notice on the door?" Before he could, however, the handle on the door twisted. The men stopped talking as the door slowly opened, just a tiny crack. "Hello?" The young woman standing on the other side did not step out. She merely peered out of the crack of the door. "Yes, hello," the older man said quickly as he stepped up to the door. "Are you Miss Nyman?" "I was—" She hesitated, as if wondering what to say next. Who are you?" She still did not open the door. "We are solicitors working with your bank," the older man explained. "Your father has left behind quite a large debt. We have quite a lot to discuss." "Oh!" The girl pulled back somewhat and the door slowly slid open. "Please," she murmured, bowing politely, "come inside." They did so. The inside was not what they expected. The interior was impeccably clean, well cared for, and quite nice. A number of the walls had been freshly painted, and there were signs that many things that had been there for years were in the process of being moved. The girl led them into a small sitting room. It was not nearly as nice as they were used to, but it was still far better than what they had expected from the exterior. "Ah, may I get you anything?" the girl asked as they took their seats. "Tea? Tea would be lovely," the old man said gruffly, ruffling the papers in his hand. She was back rather quickly. She must have been making some when they arrived. The men raised the liquid to their lips, not expecting much, but were both floored by the flavour. "Wonderful. This is the best tea I've ever tasted." The girl strangely did not smile at the compliments. "Thank you," she said quietly. She remained standing, her hands folded in front of her. She was not attractive. If anything, she was rather unappealing. But she seemed friendly and gentle enough, and seemed to be quite the host. "Now, Miss Nyman," the older man said, as he shuffled in his seat and reached for the folder. The girl stiffened, as if wanting to say something, as he adjusted his glasses and bent over his paper. "Your father took out an extraordinary amount of loans from us before his passing," he said. The girl, Miss Nyman, gave a small nod. "Yes," she murmured, her eyes downcast. "And not just with you. He went to all sorts of people asking for money." She looked almost ready to cry. "Yes, we have heard," the man said gravely. "Unfortunately, his death does not absolve you of his debts. It is quite the sum. We have come here in hopes of speaking with you about the payment." The girl looked unsure. Unfortunately, you did not respond to our letters reminding you of your payment," the man said. "So I will have to ask you to repay the full amount at once." "The full amount?" "Yes, all of it." She placed her hand against her neck and bent her head downward. "Oh. Unless you can procure the funds necessary, I am afraid we will have to foreclose on your." The man stopped mid-sentence as the sound of a door shutting. Footsteps were heard slowly making their way down to the hallway behind them. "Katerina," a deep, sensual voice murmured from behind them. "Who are our guests?" The old man turned in surprise. Standing there before them was a tall, lean man wearing large, rimmed glasses. Dressed in an immaculate black suit, shoes and gloves, he struck an intimidating figure. He was young and attractive, not in the way that the local boys could be. The way his long black hair fell across his head made him rather look like a model. But it was the eyes that really took his breath away. Their pupils were a pure dark black, but around the diameter of the iris was an unusual shade of orange. They were quite striking. "Oh, Sauron?" He stepped towards her and held out his hand to her. She took it and pressed himself towards him. "Ah, miss," the young man coughed. He too seemed kind of put off. "Who is this man?" "Ah," she pushed away from him. "This is my husband, Sauron," she said. Both of the men gave each other surprised looks. "A pleasure to meet you, gentlemen," Sauron said, as he reached out a gloved hand towards them. His demeanour was far more confident and self-assured than his wife's. "What brings you here?" He spoke politely but did not seem interested in mincing words. The men took his hand and shook in turn, each surprised at his strength. He looked like a twig, but had a grip like iron. "We were just speaking with your wife about her loans." "Her loan?" He shot a look at her. She pulled back, as if he might strike her. My father left behind unpaid debts," she stammered, her eyes shifting about. He relaxed a little. "Ah, I see," he said. "That's no problem then." He spoke with a slight accent that neither man could quite place. "Although I do wonder just how many there are left." He reached for his pocket and brought out a checkbook. "How much do I owe you?" he asked conversationally, as he began to thumb through the book. Quite the sum," Katerina whispered. The man told him the exact amount, and to his amazement, Sauron, without hesitation, filled out the check on the spot and handed it to them. "I hope that will suffice, gentlemen," he said, as the old man took it from him. He tried to hide his amazement as he peered at it. "If it goes through," he said slowly, "we have no further business to discuss." "I'm glad to hear that," Sauron said. "We have been trying to deal with all of these debts quickly." Katerina nodded, looking faintly embarrassed, as the man slowly took the check and placed it in his briefcase. "Well, I suppose that will be all," he said finally. "Good day." "And to you too, gentlemen." The men nodded at them, donned their hats, and then left. Katerina saw them out. When she returned, she found Sauron leaning against the stairwell, smiling. "When will it end?" he asked her, amused. She did not meet his eye. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, her head bent downward. "I didn't mean—" "There's no need to apologize," Sauron said quickly as he stepped towards her and took her hand. "It wasn't your fault, right? But don't apologize," he said firmly. "There's too much we need to get done today as it is." She bit her lip and then gave a short nod. "All right. How does the bathroom look?" She showed him what she'd done with it. Everything in their bathroom had been ripped out some time before. Over the past couple of days, they had arranged for new things to be installed, but in the meantime, she had sanitized everything and put a fresh coat of paint on the walls. "Wonderful," Sauron beamed as he squeezed her shoulder. "I can't wait until it's finished. We've done a great job." She flushed. He was not quite finished with his yard work yet. She returned to the kitchen and made them lunch as he continued cleaning up their field. Having long been neglected, it was proving to be quite the challenge for the rather inexperienced Sauron to handle. Regardless, he took to his task with enthusiasm, almost humming to himself as he weeded and tended to the soil. An hour later, he came back to the house, sweaty and smiling, as she laid out a meal for them. "It looks wonderful," he told her earnestly. "Thank you." They ate, discussing their plans for their home going forward. Both were excited by the possibilities and spoke until long after the meal was finished. "Oh, that's right," Sauron said, giving a start. "I need to pick up some tools in town today." Katerina nodded. "Yes, you do," she said. "I would hurry. The stores will close soon." He hurriedly stood up. "I need to get changed." He bustled about the house for 15 minutes, and before long he was at the front door, freshly clean and ready to go. Katerina saw him out the door. "Be careful," she told him. "Be home soon." "I will," he promised her, as he turned and headed for their truck. It was an old thing, run down and rusted, but thankfully still ran. It had belonged to Katerina's father before his passing. He got in and closed the door and reached for the ignition. The car started, following a bit of struggling, and off he went. Katerina stood at the door and waved goodbye. She stood there watching as he drove off onto the road. He hummed to himself as he drove across their driveway and onto the empty road. He drove past vast blue fields towards his destination. The town was tiny, out in the middle of nowhere, and served little purpose other a hub for materials to sell to the local farmers. Sauron loved it. He parked on the side of the road and got out, adjusting his gloves. A couple of men sat outside, playing cards on a barrel. They looked up as he passed by, stepping into the store. "Oh, hello." The old man behind the counter started as he saw Sauron. "Ah, the farm boy." Sauron smiled as he tipped his hand towards him in greeting. "Hello, hello," he said smoothly. "You're seeing an awful lot of me lately." "Yes, yes," the man said airily as he turned around, already grabbing hold of things. "With the state that your farm is in, you're going to need a lot more than this." He helped Sauron gather his things, chatting with Sauron merrily. He had become increasingly friendly as time passed. When they had first met, he had not known what to think of him at all. Sauron wasn't sure whether he was genuinely growing fond of him or that he simply appreciated the unexpected business. The two old men sitting outside sat stony-faced as they slammed the door to the trunk bed shut. "Definitely going to need to replace this eventually," the man said as he slammed his hand onto the rusted truck. "Not looking too pretty." Sauron gave a small smile. "She runs, don't she?" The man laughed. Sauron's lips twitched, amused at his reaction. "Don't be a stranger, farm boy," he said as he stepped away from the truck. Sauron gave his thanks before stepping around to the driver's side door. "Help!" Sauron's head jolted upward, surprised, as a pair of feet padded up towards them. The old man had already stepped up to them. "What's this?" he asked the woman urgently. She took in a deep breath before blurting out, "There's a rabid dog!" The man did not hesitate. He grabbed hold of the woman's arm and pulled her back to the store. Sauron, after a brief moment of hesitation, followed. "Look after her," the man said shortly as he broke away from the woman and reached behind the counter. He pulled a large handgun out and checked it, his fingers going over the weapon. Sauron reached the woman and gave her a reassuring smile. She looked at him in surprise and shock before backing away. "Do not be alarmed," Sauron said softly, his voice calm and relaxed. "Everything is under control." The woman did not seem reassured. If anything, she looked more nervous. Sauron smiled at her reassuringly, although he did not touch her. "Where is it?" the old man asked her as he brandished the gun. "It was wandering around the street." "You don't know where it is exactly?" Sauron probed. "We should stay here and alert the town." The old man had already made his way to the window and peered down the street. "I see nothing," he grunted. "I?" The phone began to ring. The man gave Sauron a look. He nodded, stepped away from the woman, and grabbed the phone. "Hello? Hello? Hello? Who is this? Is the owner available?" Sauron winced. He's indisposed," he offered. "Can I take a message?" "It's an emergency. I need to speak with him." "Is it about the dog?" "Yes, you've heard?" "Yes." Sauron's eyes met the man's and gave a nod. "We're trying to find it." "It's by the grocery store, around the building near the back. Hurry!" Click. "Grocery store," Sauron said grimly as he hung up the phone. "It sounds like there are other people already there." The old man nodded as he raised the gun. "They need help?" "Maybe." The woman had not said. "I think we should go." The three of them left. It was a short walk away, and as the woman had told them, a small crowd was welling up in front of the store. All were carrying weapons, rifles being the most common. "What's going on?" the old man asked as they approached. "Why hasn't anyone fired?" Another man, younger than the store owner, turned to face them. "It's the kid," he explained. "Kid?" Sauron stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. He pushed his way through the crowd, his eyes narrowed. The dog was standing some distance away from them. He could make out the symptoms of the disease very clearly. Large chunks of white foam surrounded its mouth. Its eyes were wide and angry as it stumbled around blindly, seemingly in circles. However, it was not charging for them. It was instead pawing at a large trash can, its teeth bared. He took the lid, flipped it over, and jumped in the trash can. The woman standing next to him informed him, "We think he's holding on to the handle from the inside." "Smart kid," Sauron murmured, his eyes never leaving the dog. "But you can't risk shooting until it moves. A bullet would tear right through the can." The dog was standing right in front of the trash can. At the angle it was standing in, it would be very easy for a bullet to go through the trash can instead of its target. So they stood there, staring at it. It was not moving from its position. "Move, damn it." Sauron frowned, crossing his arms as he stared at the dog. It bent its head downward and starting gnawing at the trash can. It was unpredictable at this stage of the disease. Any sudden moves on their part could cause it to rush them, or, worse, cause the kid to panic and possibly drop the lid, exposing himself. No one seemed to be willing to make a move. They stood staring as the rabid animal pawed at the can. "This is ridiculous," a woman muttered. "How much longer do we have to wait?" The thing bent its head downward, wrapped its jaws around the tip of the lid and tugged. The lip popped open. "No!" Sauron barely registered the scream from the crowd. He barely registered the scream from the boy or the rustling of the crowd. All he could see was the dog darting forward, into the trash can. He reached to the side, ripped a nearby rifle out of the hands of one of the men, raised it, and fired. The dog yelped in pain as the bullet slammed into its skull, slamming it into the floor. There was silence. "Holy shit," someone in the crowd whispered. Sauron lowered the rifle, his expression distant and cold. All around him the crowd was staring. Sauron broke the silence. "Is the kid all right?" One of the women broke out of the crowd and stepped reluctantly up to the dog. "Ah!" A small hand reached out from the can, and a loud wail filled the air. "He's fine," Sauron said shortly as he handed the gun back and turned away. The old man stared after him as he walked away. He made as if to speak, fell silent, and then raised his hand after him. "Sauron, wait, where did you learn to shoot like that?" Sauron shook his head, refusing to answer, as he broke off from the crowd and headed back to the truck. He could hear the whispers behind him. To them, he had pulled off an almost impossibly precise shot on a moment's notice. To himself, it had been nothing. Sauron left town in a far worse mood than he had left. His mind was cloudy and dark as he parked the truck on their driveway. He sat there for several minutes, his hands clenched around the wheel. He did not move. Sauron? He started. He turned to look out the window to find Katerina peering in at him. She looked nervous. Is something the matter? Sauron paused. A range of emotions poured them him. Regret, sadness, happiness. No, he said, nothing's wrong. She stared at him. Sauron felt his heart twinge. She didn't believe him but didn't want to challenge him. No, I'm sorry, he said quickly. Something is bothering me. He turned away from her again, unable to meet that stare. Katerina stood there staring at him for a moment longer before leaning forward and opening the door. Sauron did not move as she pressed herself up against him. Come on, she cajoled. You're not going to feel better if you dwell on it. Sauron nodded slowly, his mind whirling. Yes, he said quietly. You're right. Despite his words, he did not move. Katerina stood there, her arm on his shoulder. Katerina sighed. Sauron, she murmured. I never know what is going through your head. Whatever you decide, whatever you want to do, it will be the right thing. She bit her lip. And no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. He turned to face her. They stared at each other, their faces inches apart. Katerina, he whispered. Thank you. He shifted his legs and the two of them climbed out of the car. Katerina felt a strong thrill as Sauron took her hand and led her back to the front porch. They did not go inside right away. They stood on their porch looking out over the property. We've done so much already, Sauron murmured. Look at this. It's not anything like it was. Katerina agreed. The house she had used to hate and fear was quickly becoming a home. It's all different now, she murmured, as she closed her eyes. And it makes me happy. She flushed, a little embarrassed. Sauron did not react to her words. They simply stood in silence, staring out over their yard. Something was bothering me today. Katerina looked up, surprised at Sauron. His tone was unusually morose and distant. I had to do something that I swore I would never do again. Katerina's heart panged. Sauron, she murmured. What? He was already shaking his head. He would not tell her. Katerina swallowed and turned back to the yard. She was beginning to suspect that he never would. I want to change, he murmured. I want to be something better than I was before. I want to be an ordinary person. Katerina felt her heart twinge. Sauron, she murmured again as she leaned in closer to him. I want you to, she swallowed, unable to spit out everything that was on her mind. I want you to do it, she blurted out. She gasped, surprised, as she placed a hand over her mouth. Sauron looked as surprised as she did. He turned to stare at her. She paused and swallowed. I want you to achieve your dream, she said softly, her eyes downcast, suddenly unable to meet his piercing gaze. I understand that you have regrets. I understand that you hated who you used to be. I know that you wanted to get away from it all. She stepped closer to him, shuffling somewhat awkwardly. But I want you to know, she said, that no matter who you are or what you have done, that I will always be your loving wife. He stared at her for a moment as he raised his hand upward. She watched, surprised as he reached for his glasses and gently pulled them off. She tried to keep herself from flinching. She forced herself to stare into his vibrant, unsettling eyes. She could not explain it, but something about his gaze frightened her to her core. She took another step forward and touched his face. He stared at her as she stroked his skin. I love you, she murmured. No matter what happens, I will always love you. He leaned in closer, and she felt her heart beating faster. He kissed her, right there on their porch. No matter how many times it happened, it never failed to make her feel like soaring. When he pulled away, her heart was still racing. Their hands entwined, they stared deeply into each other's eyes. Without another word, he led her back into the house. They did not speak for the rest of the night. There was no need. Chapter 5. Jack yawned as he lay his head back on the pillow, his eyes drooping. Are you sure dracos don't need at least 5 hours of sleep? He asked as he shifted about in place. He wanted to get up and get back to work, truly, but the exhaustion in him was simply too much for him to overcome. Your body will adjust, Lucille told him. Sleep is important, but there will be times when you have to go long periods without it. Sophie was already up. She had lain out the table for them. Phil Langley was still absent-mindedly poring over papers in his office as they passed by, and only came out when Sophie called for him. He had been there when Jack had gone to bed too. Jack strongly suspected that he had spent all night there. He was beginning to pick up on the slight peculiarities of the family life in the household. "Now, Sophita," Lucille said as they sat down, "you will be working alongside Jack." "What?" They both wrinkled their noses. They had already seemed to grow somewhat of a distaste for one another. "Why?" Lucille almost chuckled but kept her face professional. "Jack is inexperienced," she stated. "Although he has enormous potential due to the dragon within, he still knows very little about magic and understands even less. Working with a trainee should work wonders in helping him getting started." "I'd rather work with Margaret again," Jack said. "She was great. I learned a lot from her." He spoke with reverence in his voice. Lucille took note of that ever since he had recovered from his spar with her. He had voiced his desire to see her again. Lucille was pleased to see such enthusiasm out of him, but was unable to grant his desire. Margaret was an extremely renowned knight and leader, and spent most of her year campaigning abroad against some of the Order's greatest enemies. It had been an insane stroke of luck that she had been even available to begin with, and now that she was preparing to deal with the Eye, she would not be available again for some time. "She is indisposed at the moment," Lucille reminded him gently. "Now is the time to prepare for your rematch. You do not want to lose again, do you?" Jack clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the table. "No!" Sophita did not speak during all of this. She was staring down at her plate. Lucille wondered what was going through her mind. It was so hard to tell with her sometimes. "Sophita?" She looked up. Did you say something?" Lucille sighed. The first order of business was to go through orientation. Lucille quickly ran Jack through the general history and philosophy of the Order of the Dragons, while Sophita napped behind him. Partially annoyed by this, Lucille sent her out for a run as she gave Jack his first proper tour of the town, the cathedral and the academy, and introduced him to several of the knights. "Why, hello there," Flavio said warmly. "A pleasure." Jack returned greetings, but he was quite cold and distant. He had the air of a man who was not quite sure what to make of everything around him. It was a typical reaction among trainees when meeting trained knights to be awed and impressed, but Jack did not seem to be so. Lucille noted that for an untrained fighter, Jack was extremely confident. Even his loss to Margaret did little to humble him. If anything, it made him more determined to undergo his training and someday surpass her. When they returned to the classroom, they found Sophita sitting at a desk, with her face once again pressed on the wood. She was snoring. Lucille frowned, noticing right away that she did not even look sweaty, before bringing up her rod and slamming it down on the table. Sophita jolted upward, her eyes wide. "I was listening," she protested. She noticed Lucille staring sternly at her and Jack's laughter, and flushed. "I hope you do not make a habit of that in class, child," Lucille told her. "I will be speaking with your teachers and your father." Sophie scowled as Lucille turned back to face Jack. "Now, Jack," she said, "now that you are familiar with our cathedral and our order, it is high time we speak at length about what we as knights do in the modern world. You are aware that we hunt down creatures of the night, yes? And dragons," Jack said, nodding, "but nothing other than that." "That is understandable," Lucille said. "We are a secretive order, one that has spent the past 500 years defending humanity from its enemies. We do so completely independently, with no political affiliation. We are not sanctioned by any of the world's governments. Italy and its leaders have no idea we are here, and we would never fight a war on their behalf. Our duty is to protect the world, not just one country." She adjusted her glasses and turned to Sophie. "Who are our greatest enemies, Sophita?" "The 7. Sophie responded immediately, but in a rather surly way. She still seemed a little put out by being reprimanded. Lucille nodded. "A simple answer, but an acceptable one," she said. The seven are immortal beings intrinsically tied to the degradation of humanity. They are responsible for all hour of wars and are the primary cause behind widespread, unexplained phenomenon. Jack wrinkled his nose. She means that they're bad, Sophita said quickly, leaning in, and we're good because we fight them. Yeah? Jack seemed to not only understand, but to find the idea interesting. Lucille gave an appreciative smile towards Sophita, hoping to encourage her, as she continued. The seven are remnants of a bygone age, Lucille went on. Before humanity created this modern-day paradise on Earth, others fought endlessly for control, for millions of years. In the modern world, most of these leaders and armies have been conquered or been vanquished, but seven remain. To this day they fight, vying for control over the planet. Jack crossed his arms. None of them want to give in. He breathed. Cool. It's not cool, Sophita began, before Lucille shushed her. It is our responsibility to fight them, wherever they may appear, Lucille continued, and protect humanity from their machinations. Jack said slowly. He raised his fist upwards and stared at it. So, how do I fit into all of this? We are the progeny of the divine dragon and his primordial servants, Lucille explained. All of us possess some attributes from our common ancestor, but there are a scant few who can unleash a small fraction of his power. You are one of them. You mean... He unclenched his hand as his claw burst forward, as if out of his very skin. He stared at it, taking it in as Lucille nodded. Yes, the dragon within, she said. It is humanity's oldest weapon against the supernatural. It is what inspired the concept of demigods from ancient Greek myth. It has become less common among the general population as the bloodline becomes more and more diluted. But when it does resurface, those who possess the power become something more than human. Something more? I did not bring you here because I thought you would be a wonderful knight, Lucille told him. I did so because I knew you would quickly become one of the greatest weapons we have against our enemies. Sophie frowned, tilting her head as she considered her mother's phrasing. Jack did not seem particularly perturbed. One of the greatest, he repeated bemused, on par with Margaret? Or you? Yes, Lucille said. Or perhaps greater. It would take a normal person years upon years to reach your level. With a little proper training, your powers will increase exponentially. You were meant to fight, Jack. You belong here with us. Knighthood is a big responsibility, though, Sophita interrupted. I mean, there's all these rules and regular. Lucille did not hesitate. I know you do. Jack grinned. He clutched his clawed hand into a fist. Then it's settled, he said. I won't let you down, Mrs. Langley. Lady Langley, she corrected him. I will be your primary instructor going forward. We all expect great things from you, Jack. That will be enough for now, Jack. Sophie fell to the ground, breathing furiously as Jack stood over her. Although rather sweaty himself, he looked very disappointed. That's it? He asked, bemused. That's all we're doing? We don't want to push you too hard too quickly, Lucille said. We need to evaluate just where you are before putting together a proper training program. She adjusted her glasses as she considered Sophie. Besides, Sophita seems to have pushed herself a little too hard today. Sophie looked a little angry for a second, but before she could respond, Lucille quickly amended her statement. I was not being critical of you, she said. You both did wonderful today. Sophie twitched a little, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and then gave her a pleased smile. Jack, being prodigiously powerful for an amateur, had been quite a lot for Sophie to handle. She had gone into the spa not sure what to expect. The fight between Jack and Margaret had seemed, to her, far more even than she would have expected. Although Margaret had come out the victor as she had predicted, it had seemed to her that she had had to pull off quite a lot of effort to do so. Again, she had not been wrong about that. Margaret had greatly struggled. But that was because Sophie had quickly realised she had not taken advantage of the very clear holes in Jack's defences. Sophie absolutely crushed him in their first few bouts by primarily keeping her distance and relying on magic. She had stood some distance away and fired bolts of pure magic at him. Most people would have simply raised their hands and deflected the attack, but Jack took the blows head-on. He was, Sophie quickly realised, completely incapable of blocking them. Blocking simple magic strikes was one of the first things that Academy Knights learned while in training. Sophie had never before fought anyone who was incapable of blocking them. She relished the opportunity to simply stand back and bombard Jack with bolts. She imagined this must be how Margaret felt when crushing her enemies. That worked for a long while. Sophie had quite a lot of stamina, but as time wore on, and her mother refused to stop the fight, and Jack refused to stay down, Sophie began to feel her arm and fingers numbing. She had to stop, and once she had, Jack managed to close in. She had had much more trouble fighting him off at close distance. He was way bigger than her, and she had worn herself out by attacking him so vigorously. She had had to struggle quite a bit to keep him from striking her. Despite that, however, she managed to hold her own. In spite of the massive size difference between them, Sophie held her own. It went on like this for quite a while, until Lucille finally decided to call it quits for the day. "Wow," Jack told her, impressed. "You're really strong." She flushed at his praise, inwardly very surprised. She would have thought that an outsider would have been embarrassed at not being able to defeat a girl 10 years his junior in combat. But Jack seemed somehow elated. For the first time, she felt herself warming up to Jack. "Yes, the Knights of our order train diligently to achieve strength far beyond ordinary people," she said. "Jack, you are already stronger than most. And as you have seen, Sophita is stronger still." Sophita flushed. She could not remember the last time her mother had ever praised her. "Yeah, she is," Jack said, nodding enthusiastically. How did you shoot those bullets of blue light?" "The bolts?" Lucille inquired. "It is a simple matter. Once we get you learning magic, you should be able to do the same." "Can he learn magic?" Sophie asked, a little doubtfully. "He's very old." Jack looked angry and was about to retort, but Lucille quickly stepped in. "It is generally accepted that it is best to start learning magic at 7 years old," she explained. "Later than that, and the mind becomes too mature to properly handle knowledge of the supernatural. It is known to lead to insanity and other problems," she smiled. "But you, Jack, are a dracos," she said. "You are much more attuned to the supernatural than most. There is no reason why you cannot learn magic at your age." She checked the position of the sun, frowning. "But you have both worn yourselves out today," she said. "We still have a long way to go before we start talking about the fine details. Please, both of you, get some rest." Sophie did not need to be told twice. Using an excessive amount of magic was downright exhausting. She was not even able to undress before she collapsed onto her bed and started snoring, dreaming of handsome knights and adventure. Jack, meanwhile, found himself sitting up in his bed, twitching irritably. He had barely taken a break at all, and yet he was already itching to go back out there. Following her meeting with her squad, Margaret thought she would take a small break. She vaguely hoped that Belladonna would be waiting for her in the coffee shop, but was a little disappointed to find it empty. She sat by herself, ordered some tea, and sat in stony silence. The Eye of the Dragon was an incredibly worrisome threat. Eye of the Young. "Ah, Margaret." She looked up, surprised to find Lucille Langley standing over her. Immediately letting her military instincts took over, she immediately leapt to her feet. "My lady." Lucille was already shaking her head. "I was going to ask if I could sit with you," she said, sounding amused. "If that's all right?" The shop was mostly used among younger knights. Now that Margaret thought about it, she had never before seen her here before. "Please, be my guest." They sat down again, across from each other. Margaret was not sure what to say. Lucille had been her idol for as long as she could remember. She had always wanted to be just like her, ever since she was a little girl. Things did not turn out that way. They rarely did. But Margaret very much still had that childlike fascination with her. Margaret understood that Lucille lived up to her reputation as an insightful, brilliant woman and one of the all-time greatest at what she did. "I will have one too, please," Lucille told the waitress, as she set the tea on Margaret's table. She nodded demurely and stepped back. "Well, Margaret," Lucille said, "we have both had quite the day, as I understand." Margaret wasn't quite sure what she was talking about. "How do you mean?" "We're both working with dragons," Lucille said succinctly. Margaret tilted her head to the side, considering her words. I suppose you are right. I thought it would be nice to sit and talk about it, she said. I have not had the chance to speak to you at length about Jack, and you have not had the chance to ask me about the eye. Margaret started, her eyes widened. Lucille stared at her expectantly. Margaret felt a strong sense of embarrassment well up within her. It completely slipped my mind, Margaret admitted. I was not. She felt very embarrassed. How could she have forgotten? Lucille had been the last person in the Order to ever confront the Eye before he dropped off the face of the earth. No, do not be, Lucille assured her. You have had a lot on your mind. Besides, I never talk about my injury if I can help it. She placed a hand on her chest, right over her heart. Margaret's eyes flitted towards it, recalling everything she knew about the story. If I had remembered, I would have come straight to you, Margaret said in a rush. You, of all people. That is why I am here, Lucille told her. To tell you everything I know about the eye. She paused as her tea was set before her. Thank you. The girl went away. The two knights stared at each other. Lucille Langley had, from the start, been known for being a particularly studious and virtuous knight. Known for her knowledge of world history and politics and her keen sense of judgment, Lucille had become one of the most renowned female knights of all time by the time she became 30. At the time, I was investigating an incident involved the paranormal research in Soviet Russia, she said. As you know, in the years following the collapse of the Soviet Union, much of the research that they documented was rounded up and stolen by foreign powers. It was our duty to try and evaluate how much of a threat this knowledge would be to our order. Margaret knew all of this very well. As a student, she had read up on all of Lucille's exploits. She suspected that she knew more of the finer details than Lucille herself. As we were investigating this, we became aware that there was a dracos in the area, Lucille continued. As we proceeded with our investigation, I became very interested in a secondary objective. Meeting this person, she sighed. Before we had the chance to meet cordially, however, we met the Eye in battle. Margaret knew this part of the story very well. Lucille and 3 other knights had been travelling by road to follow up on a potential lead. It was, however, a trap. They were stopped when an unexpected gunshot slammed into Milliard Argente's head, killing her instantly. The driver, Marcus Augustus, pulled over immediately. He was narrowly able to avoid the second gunshot by ducking downward as Lucille Langley and Tristan Tantalus leapt out of the vehicle and prepared for battle. Despite the loss of their comrade, the knights were well trained to deal with such a situation. Or so they thought. We were caught completely by surprise, Lucille told her. He picked us off, one by one. She ran her finger along her glass, her head bent over. My comrades were killed, and I was left for dead. She had been shot through the chest. An ordinary person would have been killed instantly, but Lucille had managed to use magic to prevent the wound from killing her. She had collapsed by the side of the road, lying by the bodies of her comrades, until passerby found them 18 hours later. She had been so worn and exhausted that she had not been able to work for a year after that. He was 13 years old at the time, she said, 20 years my junior, and he was able to so thoroughly crush myself and 3 other experienced knights with little effort. Margaret gave a curt, surly nod, her lips pursed. Lucille considered her apprehensively. I am not trying to frighten you, Lucille said. I am merely warning you of what you are going up against. An ordinary sniper would never have been able to even touch a Knight of the Order. The magical aura that surrounded them protected them from most firearms. One of the reasons the Eye had become so dangerous was because of his ability to meld magic into his shots, penetrating the shield that would otherwise have stopped the attack in its tracks. Doing so was extraordinarily difficult. Most knights did not even bother trying to utilize firearms into their fighting style, due to the very real danger of destroying the weapon with their powers. The Eye was one of the very few in the world who could not only use firearms and magic conjunctively, but excelled at it. I am well aware, Margaret said heavily. I am deeply concerned, she hesitated. If you couldn't do it, what hope do I have? Lucille gave her a pointed look. Margaret, she said, her voice slow and precise, you have surpassed me long ago. I have never won a St. George. Margaret opened her mouth to argue, but Lucille interrupted her. "And I have not accomplished half of what you have," she said. "I have not been the same since the injury, to tell you the truth. That year I spent recovering was the worst of my life." Margaret pursed her lips again, wondering whether she should contradict her. Lucille had advanced through the ranks as quickly as anybody could be expected. To Margaret's success was tied intrinsically into her defeat of the mind. An event that she felt was more due to chance than her own skill. "Margaret, I understand that you are anxious. In fact, I would be horrified if you were not. However, I can tell you that if go into this battle doubting yourself, you will never defeat the Eye." "What must I do?" "You must thoroughly understand your enemy," Lucille advised her. "And you must see through things to the end. You must not let petty political squabbles affect your work. You must decide for yourself whether he must live or die." She paused. "Do what must be done. Do not hesitate. Show no mercy." Margaret was not exactly sure what she had expected to be told. She sat there in silence as Lucille considered her gently. "Our work is not easy, Margaret," Lucille told her, "and your target is an incredible threat." "He must have been to defeat you," Lucille nodded. "Indeed," she said. "The Eye of the Dragon is, without a doubt, the greatest sniper in the world. Perhaps of all time, although this is almost impossible to verify. It is said that he was trained by the Hellraiser Coven to eliminate the witch Alethea, who turned against her own kind to serve humanity. However, he abandoned the coven after some time and took to wandering the earth. We were unable to determine a reason for his departure, but were able to trace his movements until 2005, 3 years ago. And now he has resurfaced. We have found him to be more accurate," Lucille corrected her. "He has married a wife and taken up residency in the Ukraine. They're trying to start a farm together." Margaret twitched. Even dracos were getting married before she. She had read that they rarely married. They had a tendency to not really respect human traditions, such as marriage. And of course, most people were too terrified to marry them anyway. She was beginning to feel a little insecure. To what end, Margaret wondered. What is his goal? "That," Lucille said, "is something that I think you will need to find out for yourself. That knowledge will be, I think, will be what leads you to decide his fate." I will support you no matter what you decide to do, Margaret," Lucille said firmly. "Do not fear being reprimanded by your superiors. If you feel you must kill him, do not hesitate." Margaret closed her mouth, wondering whether Lucille was aware of what her actual concern was. It wasn't that she wasn't confident in her judgment as to what needed to be done. The problem was that she feared that she would not have the strength to overcome him. Lucille finished her tea and gently set it upon her tabletop. "We will be anxiously awaiting your return," she said, smiling. "Jack has been asking after you?" Margaret found herself blushing. "Oh, really?" "Yes. He is anxious to fight you again," Lucille said, looking a little amused at her expression. "He was quite impressed with you when you fought." "Oh!" Margaret settled down a little. "I see." She raised her hand to her face. "I felt the same. For an untrained man, he did exceedingly well." She lowered her hand back to the glass and tapped it with her finger. "I have already taken the liberty of preparing a report for you. I wish I had had the chance to speak with you in person, but unfortunately—" "No, no," Lucille said quickly. "I understand completely. The Eye is an incredible fighter. You must have a lot on your mind." "I do," Margaret said heavily. "I wish I could help you more thoroughly with Jack, but I'm afraid I will not be available until after I take care of the Eye." Yes, I am well aware," Lucille said. "Margaret, why don't you come to dinner when you return? Phil will be anxious to hear about the Eye, and of course Sophie is always happy to see you." "That," Margaret closed her eyes and gave her a wide smile, "sounds lovely." Margaret was in very high spirits when Lucille bade her goodbyes and left. She finished her tea in silence and stood up. She stepped past Matteo, who had been lurking nearby, and back into the street. It was a somewhat chilly night for the season. Margaret adjusted her cloak, wrapping it more closely around her for warmth as she stepped down the street. Civilians gave her a wide berth, not out of fear but more out of respect. Civilians were not privy to the going-ons at the cathedral or among the order, but they had a pretty good idea what a night looked like. Margaret did not go home right away. She took a walk around the town instead, head bent over, thinking. Her mind was mulling over everything she had been told about the eye. "Oh, Margaret." She gave a surprised start at the unexpected male voice. She turned, half expecting to see Diego or Mateo running up to her, but it wasn't either of them. "Jack!" He stopped in front of her, grinning. "Hey, you," he said cheerfully. His eyes fell on her cheek, frowning. "Hey, your face isn't messed up anymore." It took her a moment to grasp what he was talking about. She raised a hand to the side of her face that he was staring at, and then remembered that he had scratched that part of her face during the fight. "Oh yes," Margaret said. "You wouldn't know. But scratches and small wounds are easily treatable with magic. Those with the talent can heal in a matter of moments." "Really?" Jack said, impressed. "I was wondering why they had you working again so soon. I would have thought they would have given you a couple of days off to recover at least." He met her eyes. "I wanted to see you," he told her. She found herself feeling a little elated to hear that, although she wasn't sure why. "Me?" she repeated, bemused. "Why? Well, I didn't want to fight you and then never speak to you again," Jack told her enthusiastically. "I wouldn't want you to think we're enemies or anything. You were really cool out there." "Cool? Yeah, I've never lost a fight before," he admitted. "It was thrilling." Margaret nodded, not sure what to make of this. Lucille had mentioned this during their conversation, but hearing him state it outright was exceedingly odd. She was reminded strongly of the mind's opinionated views on the world and the state of the order, and how it had alienated everyone around him long before he decided to revolt. "Those are probably your natural instincts at work," she told him. "The dracos are known to enjoy combat. They long for it." Jack scratched his cheek. Margaret noticed that it had shifted into the claw form to do so. "Well, that's me all right," he said. "We're going to fight again, right?" Margaret could not help it. She laughed at the sheer bluntness of the question. "Well, I would love to," she said. "Lucille has spoken to me about the possibility. But unfortunately, I have an important matter to attend to." "More important than fighting me?" Jack asked, sounding jokingly incredulous. "I thought dracos were special." Margaret laughed again, this time a little harder. "What is it?" Jack asked, suddenly looking a little frustrated. Margaret, deciding it was best to explain herself, immediately did so. "I am going up against another dracos," she explained. "A potentially hostile one." "What?" Jack started. "Really?" He stepped closer to her, looking excited. "Who is it?" Margaret wasn't sure whether she should divulge that information, but quickly decided that it would not matter. Jack, if anything, needed to know as much about the others like him as possible. "Let's take a walk together, and we'll talk about it." He nodded, and the two set off. Passerby shot them surprised looks as they passed Jack. Not being familiar must have looked more like a civilian than a knight. He must have looked very odd walking with Margaret Meyer. Margaret paid them no mind. "His name is Sauron," she said, her voice quiet. "Born in 1980, in Norway. He was taken in by a coven of witches and trained to assassinate the strongest individuals in the world." "The strongest?" "Those of us with magical powers are incredibly difficult to kill by conventional means," Margaret told him. "You have already seen how I have recovered so quickly from my injuries with you. Generally, not always, but generally it takes another individual of similar power to destroy another." "What?" Jack's brow furrowed. "Destroyed?" "Not all with these sorts of powers are altruistic," Margaret told him. "Sometimes they need to be put down." She looked away from down, her gaze hardened. She clenched her hand into a fist. "That is our purpose," she said. "That is why we are here." Jack whistled. "Cool," he murmured, sounding impressed. A little pleased at his reaction, Margaret stepped a little bit ahead of him and turned around to face him directly. "The Order has a long history of defending this world and its people from evil," she told him. "I have devoted my life to serve this cause." "You must have a lot of stories." Did she really? She felt her mind whirling. She never spoke of her accomplishments out loud, but suddenly she really wanted to. She felt a strong urge to tell Jack everything, and then she felt herself seize up. "Someday, Jack, you'll have your own stories." She turned away from him again, suddenly feeling a little anxious. She could not explain just why she had dodged the question, although she had dearly wanted to answer it. She hoped Jack didn't think too poorly of her. "That's right, isn't it?" Jack asked her. "I'll be doing stuff like that too." Margaret nodded. "Someday?" "Once you're ready," she said. "With your powers, you will likely surpass me. Dracos are naturally stronger than normal people." "Is that what's bothering you?" She gave him a surprised look. "Nothing's bothering me." Jack gave her a look. "Don't lie to me," he said. Margaret stiffened, a little surprised that someone would speak to her that way. "Forgive me," Margaret said quietly. "I am not in the habit of sharing my problems with strangers." "We're not strangers, Margaret." They gave each other a look. Margaret found herself biting her lip. "Very well," she said. "To answer your question, no. I have led a very successful life and career. To envy someone who has the potential to do more than I would not only be disrespectful to them, but to myself as well." Jack was looking somewhat confused. Margaret recalled how Lucille had mentioned how he had not been very well educated. He had probably not understood all of what she had just said. "I think, if you were to surpass me, I would be happy for you," Margaret told him. "That wouldn't bother me at all. You're dodging my question." She had never been spoken to like this. She found it oddly refreshing in spite of how harsh it was. "Yes, you're right," she murmured, her eyes flickering across his. "Something is bothering me." She fell silent, wondering whether she should say more. "Go on," she sighed. "Jack," she murmured. "The eye of the dragon is a dracos, like yourself. Only his powers are fully realized. He has 20 years of experience. There is no doubt in my mind that he is one of the most deadly men in the world." "You're scared of him?" Margaret shook her head. "Not scared of him," she said. "I will almost certainly one day be killed in battle. That is the reality of my profession." "Then what is it?" Margaret grimaced. "He is—" She paused. "Like you." "Huh?" "A dracos," she murmured, placing a hand on her chest. "A man who I believe may be swayed to our cause." He was staring at her. She felt herself seize up somewhat. She clenched her hands together in front of her chest, as if she were praying. "I could kill him," she said. "If they told me I had to kill him, I would do it in a heartbeat. But the possibility that he may be redeemed is—" giving me pause. Jack crossed his arms, staring intently at her. Margaret found herself wondering just what was going through his mind. He raised his hand to her face and touched it. Margaret almost pulled away, a little surprised. "Hey," he said slowly, "when the time comes, you'll do what's right." He pulled away. Margaret stared at him wide-eyed, honestly a little flustered. "So when do you leave?" Jack asked, changing the topic. "Have you decided?" He made it sound like she was taking a pleasant trip to the country rather than the battle to the death. "Our squad is making preparations," Margaret told him stiffly. "It will be soon. Within the week, I would think." "And when will you be back?" What was he getting at? Margaret thought to herself wildly. She couldn't read him at all. "As soon as my task is finished." He nodded, smiling. "And then we get to fight again?" "If there is nothing keeping me from doing so, then it's settled," Jack said. "You'll have something to look forward to once you get back, all right? Don't worry about the other guy. Worry about me." Her brow furrowed. "You?" she repeated, bemused. "Why would I be worried about—" He clenched his fist, and the claw of the dragon burst forward. Margaret glanced at it, a little wary at first, but this time found herself appreciating how pretty it was. It resembled a smooth, shining sapphire that ran up his forearm to his elbow. "Because I'm going to be training like crazy until you get back," Jack said. "You can count on it." He was serious. Margaret realized as she looked at him. He really wanted to go up against her again. He really wanted to grow and improve. He wasn't intimidated of her at all, even though she had just beaten him not long before. "Very well," Margaret said. "I look forward to seeing just how you develop. And what kind of warrior you will become." Jack smiled at her. It was surprisingly warm and affectionate. Again, Margaret had the distinct impression that no one had smiled at her like that before. "You're not scared of me?" Margaret smiled back. "No," she said, "of course not." They stood there like that for a couple of moments, staring at each other. Without another word, Margaret adjusted her cloak and set off into the night. Chapter 6. Katerina hummed to herself as she prepared lunch. Sauron had been out all day looking at potential new vehicles. As she couldn't drive, she had encouraged him to pick out something that he would like. She had spent her day plotting out her new flower garden and thinking about how to adorn the rest of the inside of their house. They still had several empty rooms that she was not quite sure what to do with just yet. For the longest time, she had kept everything she owned in her tiny attic bedroom. She was still finding it impossible to believe just how much things had changed. It felt almost like a never-ending euphoric dream. A part of her half expected to wake up to her father screaming at her to make breakfast. She had a quiet lunch alone on the porch, staring out over the horizon. It was pleasant enough, but she found herself glancing over the road often, in hopes that she would see Sauron pulling up, perhaps in a brand new car. She finished up the meal, but he had still not come. Disappointed but not surprised, she gathered up her things and cleaned up in the kitchen. She took her time, but cleaning up for only herself took her far less time than it normally would. When she finished, she had no idea what she was going to do next. Taking a break seemed a little wrong. They had been working so much the past several months. Despite her misgivings, she found herself curled up in the living room on their new armchair with a book. She sat there in the darkness, feeling safe and cozy, as she read. Hours passed by. It was dark by the time she finished, and yet Sauron had still not returned. She put off cooking again, in spite of her own hunger, and instead sat on the porch. It was getting dark now. As a child, Katerina had always been scared of the dark, but these days she found them quiet and peaceful. Things truly had changed. She closed her eyes, enjoying the breeze on her face before turning back into the house for the night. She was not aware that she was being watched. "Have any idea what you're going to get yet? I have some ideas," Sauron admitted, as he adjusted the black gloves on his hands. "But I need to think about what best for us." Of course, I understand completely." Sauron thanked the man and stepped off the lot, back to the road. He had travelled quite a distance from home to shop for a vehicle in hopes of finding something that suited them. He had. Several times over, in fact. He had found several vehicles that would suit them. All were within his price range. The only issue he was having at this stage was finding the perfect car for them. It would likely be one of the biggest purchases they would have to make, at least in the foreseeable future. They already had the house. Lost in his thoughts, he wandered the streets, ignoring the surprised glances that were often thrown his way. Although far from a proper city, the little town he found himself in was quite a lot larger than the one that he usually frequented. Despite that, however, it was still small enough that the locals had the distinct impression that he did not belong. It didn't bother him. He knew full well that they were right and ignored the looks. He stopped outside of a small coffee shop and, after a moment of hesitation, stepped inside. The sole girl behind the counter looked extremely bored as she looked up at him. The expression melted away almost immediately as her eyes met his face. "Hello," he nodded, not even giving her a glance as he tried to decide what he wanted to order. The girl patiently stood in place behind the counter. "An iced tea will be fine," Sauron told her. The girl nodded, quickly ringing up his order on her computer. She was quick, and when she finished, she looked up at him with a smile. "I've never seen you around here before. What's your name?" Sauron raised his hand, brushing his hair backward, unsmiling. "I only came to town to look at trucks," he said. She frowned at him, pursing her lips as she stared at him intently. He stared back through his glasses. She looked down, biting her lip. "Trucks?" she repeated, sounding a little put out. "What do you need a truck for?" She sounded almost disparaging. "I own a farm," Sauron said shortly, already deciding that he did not care for the girl at all. She looked back up at him, surprised. "A farm?" she repeated. Is that really so surprising?" She leaned forward across the counter to get a better look at him. "Yes," she said simply, tilting her head to the side. "Your accent, your clothes, your posture, your face. You can't be a farmer." "I am," Sauron said, not liking her tone. The girl shook her head. "No, someone like you should be doing better." "Better?" Sauron repeated, his voice cool. The girl recoiled ever so slightly but still did not back away. "Well," she hesitated, "why would you want to own a farm. Sauron adjusted his hand over his eyes and pushed his glasses up his nose with his fingers. "Because that's all I want," he said shortly, before turning away, leaving a disgruntled-looking girl behind him to find a seat. He found a small window seat in the corner and took it, already reaching for the book he had brought with him. He did not even look up as the girl handed him his drink, and did not even register the hastily scribbled phone number on the napkin. He read, enjoying his tea in silence. The door opened. "Welcome," the girl said, sounding bored, and this time far more irritably. "I'll be with you in a second." Sauron did not look up until a shadow fell across him. He looked up to find a strange man standing over him, dressed in a dark brown cloak and hood that masked his entire frame from view. He struck quite the imposing figure. "May I help you?" Sauron asked politely. "May I sit with you?" the man inquired, in a far softer voice than Sauron would have thought. Sauron set the book down, casually running his hand down to his waist, where a small handgun lay holstered, hidden under his jacket. "For what purpose?" Sauron asked, his voice still light and friendly. The girl behind the counter was bustling about with something clearly she was not paying attention. "We have much to discuss, Eye of the Dragon." Sauron slammed the gun on the table, pointing it straight at the man. He did not budge from his spot. He stared, completely unintimidated. The only other person in the shop, the girl behind the counter, did not even turn around. "We have nothing to discuss," Sauron said shortly. "I will give you one chance, stranger. You may leave me be." The man did not move, and Sauron did not pull the trigger. "I will sit down, and we will speak," the man said at last. "I do not mean you harm, dragon." Sauron glared at him, his finger hovering around the trigger, before he gave a small nod. "Very well," he said. "At last. I will speak with you." "Thank you, you are very kind." Sauron slid the gun off of the table and held it up against his knee, still pointing directly at the man. The other man bent his head downward to pull a chair out for himself, and sat directly across from him. "Who are you?" Sauron asked immediately before the man even stopped moving. "How did you find me?" "My name is Garland," the man said. "I am a dragon priest. We have long been searching for you, Eye of the Dragon." "The Order of the Dragon," Sauron murmured. "How many more of you are there?" "Do not worry. Do not worry," the man said easily. "I came here alone. I merely wanted to speak with you, Sauron." "I somehow doubt that." Garland ignored his refute and continued speaking in that same gentle tone. "I speak the truth," he said. "The Order has been watching you for quite some time. If we had any desire to harm you or your young wife, we would have done so a long time ago." "I don't believe you," Sauron said, noting that Garland was aware that he had married. He tried to bite down the concern for Katerina. "After all, you have come to speak to me." "I have indeed," the man said, his voice heavy. "Sauron, you cannot ignore the gravity of your crimes." Sauron stiffened. "You have shot at least 24 people," the hooded man continued. 6 were influential leaders who could have ushered in a new age of prosperity in the years following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Many more were fighters, desperately fighting against groups like the New Red Army or the Black Cat Club. "I never fought for the Reds," Garland continued as if he had not interrupted. "And you went to battle against our order. I cannot speak as to how many times that has happened, as only one of our knights survived to confirm it was you. But you were at one point one of our greatest threats in the region." "I find it interesting," Sauron said, his voice light and casual, "that you would criticize me for putting the local population at risk when your people were fighting the Reds on the streets." Silence. Garland had not been expecting that. "That was before my time," Garland said slowly. "I cannot speak for the actions of my predecessors." "I can," Sauron said bluntly, feeling an intense desire for an excuse to shoot him. "I came to this country completely by accident. All I wanted was to get away from where I had come from. I had no real understanding of where I was going. The people, the countryside, the Soviet Union, all of it was lost on me. I could not have possibly foreseen what would come of the fall." He clenched his pistol harder. Intense emotions were beginning to bubble up inside him. Feelings and memories that he had not shared with anyone, not even his own wife. Small groups everywhere began to fight, in hopes of going power and influence in Russia. He said, "They fought amongst themselves, killing those they swore they would protect in order to protect their interests. Your order was one of them." Garland did not speak. "You are no different than the new Red Army," Sauron said. "You came to this country in hopes of converting new people to your religion. You tried your hardest to stomp them out and destroy all of their supporters, and establish yourself as the state-enforced religion. And in the end, none of it mattered. A new, completely different government took control. In the end, you and your enemies took lives for a goal that was never realized." "Not every battle can be a victory, Sauron," Garland told him. "Sometimes there are casualties. Sometimes things go wrong. Or sometimes we cannot help the people we desperately want to help." "You are justifying your hypocrisy," Sauron said. "To rise above monsters. That is your slogan, is it not? It does not matter how many people suffer and die as long as they remain virtuous and serve your church. Would you rather we have done nothing and allow the New Reds to reform the Soviet Union? There is no doubt in my mind that the New Reds would have been crushed by the current Russian government. They are relics of the Cold War. In that respect, they are not much different than you." Garland said nothing. Sauron wondered whether anything he was saying was hitting home at all. He looked uneasy. The conversation was not going well. "Your influence has waned over the centuries," Sauron continued. "You are a shell of your former selves, reduced to hunting down people like me. I will not kill you if you do not force my hand. You will if I refuse your request," Sauron said. "I will not join the Order of the Dragon. I will never do so." "Tell me why." The girl from behind the counter was now giving them curious looks. Sauron registered the look on her face and committed it to memory. She kept giving him concerned glances. She was worried about what might happen to him. Sauron felt a strong burst of affection for the stranger she, despite her innocence in all of this, could see Garland for what he was. "I just told you," Sauron said, his expression as dark as his voice. "You are hypocrites. I want nothing to do with your senseless murder of innocents." "You do not have to," Garland said quickly. "We will arrange for you to deal with people as you see fit." "As I see fit," Sauron repeated. "All right then. If that's the case, let it be known that I no longer want to kill anyone." He stood up, pocketing the gun in its holster. "I will not harm you," Sauron told him, his voice firm, "but I do not want to see you again. Do I make myself clear?" Without waiting for an answer, he stepped out of the cafe and back out onto the street. He had never been so angry in spite of all his efforts. It seemed the past was finally beginning to catch up to him. His thoughts drifted to Katerina. Worry began to overtake him. She would, almost certainly, be dragged into this somehow sooner or later. Without a second thought, he began to break out into a run. He arrived home as fast as he was able. The old truck came to a stop right outside the front door. Sauron scanned the area before quickly stepping out of it, shutting the door behind him. Nothing seemed out of place. "Sauron!" His expression did not betray his unease as she raced out to greet him. They embraced on the porch. "I missed you so much," Katerina whimpered. "You were gone so long." Sauron nodded, his expression tight. Now that he was sure that she was well, the next primary concern on his mind was just how much he should tell her. "Did anything happen while I was away?" Sauron inquired as he pulled away from her. "You're very upset." She blinked up at him, looking kind of surprised. Sauron surmised she was surprised by the question. "No, nothing," she said. She bit her lip, looking down. "I missed you, that's all." Sauron nodded, satisfied with her answer, as he looked around the yard. "There was nothing strange at all?" he asked. "Nothing went wrong?" "No, nothing," Katerina replied, suddenly looking anxious. "Sauron, is something—" For the first time in his life, Sauron outright lied to her. "No, nothing's wrong," he assured her. I was just thinking that maybe, we're taking these good times for granted." She blinked at him again, looking somewhat confused. "What are you saying?" "I think we need to start thinking about how things can go wrong," Sauron explained hastily. "I just think that maybe you should have come with me to buy the car." She gave a surprised start. "What?" she repeated, surprised and very pleased. Really? Yes, really, Sauron told her. I might not be able to drive you all the time. I'll teach you, all right? She threw himself at him again, and he whirled he around. Her laughter was infectious, and soon he found himself joining in. The Order of the Dragon would never take this away from him. The next several weeks were just as pleasant as the ones before. Sauron, despite their plans of buying a replacement truck, ended up buying Katerina a small used car instead. They spent their evenings taking turns driving around the general area. Katerina had never even been allowed behind the wheel before. Although a good student, she was extremely nervous and would not touch anything without Sauron's explicit instruction. Although the days themselves were as busy and wonderful as ever, there was a new sense of foreboding in the air. The Order of the Dragon had, after all this time, found him. They had come to him claiming goodwill, but he knew them too well to believe it would last. They would approach him, again and again, and become increasingly demanding. It was only a matter of time. Katerina quickly picked up on his change in mood. That surprised him, as he had always thought himself to be closed off and unreadable to other people. Yet she saw right through him. He was beginning to realize that she probably knew him better than anyone he had ever met. She did not know what the problem was, however. Sauron had not broached the subject with her. He did not where to even begin. Weeks passed like this. The couple continued to grow more and more restless. Sauron always felt as if they were being watched. He felt himself worrying for Katerina's safety whenever she left his sight, and he could sense that she was becoming frightened. His unease was getting to her too, but still, nothing had happened. Despite his growing concerns, everything in their lives seemed to be in order. The only thing that had really changed was that he now knew that it could not last. The two of them sat in silence at their kitchen table, staring at their plates. Sauron offered his wife a weak smile. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Did something happen?" She lowered her head. Sauron could tell that she was deliberating on what to say to him, how best to broach the subject. "No," she said, her voice slow and unsure. "There is nothing wrong." She wasn't quite meeting his eye. She had always been very shy and unwilling to express herself to him, but he knew that she was distressed by his change of mood. Sauron nodded. "You're right," he said slowly. "There's nothing wrong." He gave her a small smile. "We're together after all." She blushed. The two of them began to ease up after a little bit. His reassurance that things were fine were all Katerina needed to relax, and Sauron himself found himself wanting to continue giving her that impression. After all, she wasn't the one that the Order was interested in. He tried not to remind himself how easy it would be for them to kill her. The thought made him nauseous. "Sauron!" Katerina sounded uncharacteristically serious. He looked up at her from his chair, an unopened book on his lap. "What is it?" "This was in the mail," she said, hesitating. "It's addressed to you, I think." She raised up a bright pink envelope. Sauron stared at it, his mind whirling. "You're not sure?" "Well, it has your first name on it," she amended, as she turned it around to show him the address. He flinched as his eyes fell on the tiny scribble just below her hand. "The Eye of the Dragon," Katerina murmured. "Sauron, what does that mean?" He stood up and took it from her. His hand was still and firm. "Let me read it," he said gently. "Katerina." She handed it to him, worry clear in her eyes as he opened the top and slid it out. He could not keep lying to her. She had been misled long enough. He took a deep breath, removed the card tucked inside, and read aloud. "Sauron, I hope you have been doing well these past few weeks. We have granted you a significant amount of time to dwell on our proposal. We will be dropping this evening to discuss the matter with you further. I very much am looking forward to meeting your wife, Garland." Sauron clenched the piece of paper in his fist, staring darkly at the ground at his feet. "Sauron?" Katerina asked again timidly. "What is—" "Someone is coming," Sauron said, his voice almost hoarse. "Someone." He turned and stepped away from her, ignoring her pleads, and stepped out into the front porch. His head felt unusually heavy. Dark thoughts were whirling all over his head. They were coming. Ostensibly for negotiations, but Sauron was skeptical. They had invited themselves onto his property, knowing full well that they were not welcome. They were prepared to overstep their bounds. Sauron? He stiffened, suddenly more anxious than ever, as he turned back to their front door. Katerina was standing there, staring at him with wide eyes. What? He was already shaking his head as he stepped towards her. It's nothing, he reassured her, his voice cracking. It's… He paused and swallowed. I'm… nothing. He turned away from her just as quickly. I'm sorry, he murmured. But Sauron, Katerina murmured, seemingly unsure of what to say. Something is wrong. She stepped closer to him and, reaching out a hand, grabbed his arm. But that doesn't matter. He looked up at her. What? We're together, aren't we? Katerina reminded him gently. That's all that matters. Sauron stared at her. Katerina's gaze was penetrating. Sauron raised his hand to his eyes and pinched his glasses. He pulled them down to his side. Katerina stiffened but did not pull away from his stare. Katerina, he said, already much more composed. I have kept many things from you since we first met. My past is something I have desperately tried to run away from, and I was never sure how to explain it you. It seems today that we have run out of time. My past has caught up with me, and I fear that you will be dragged back into it with me. Sauron, Katerina murmured. What is going on? Certain people are coming over to have a discussion with me, Sauron explained to her. They want me to do things for them. I want you to stay near me, all right? I don't want you to be alone with them. Sauron, what is going on? It's nothing I can't handle, Sauron reassured her. He sighed. I just don't want to. That's all. He turned his glasses in between his fingers. He knew that Katerina was doubting his words, and whether or not he was being honest. There was nothing he could do to reassure her. After all, he had no idea himself. They spent the rest of the day in stony silence, waiting restlessly for the arrival of their uninvited guests. Katerina did not try and broach the subject of just who these people were and what they wanted with again. She was too terrified. Sauron, rather selfishly in his own opinion, was thankful for her lack of nerve. Even now he was desperate not to explain it. Hours passed. The sun was beginning to set when they arrived. Sauron spotted them first. He stiffened and stood up. Katerina let out a soft cry and followed suit, her eyes running down the road. Are they coming? They were, but not from the road. They were coming from the field with the sun directly at their backs. Sauron stared at them, not at all bothered by the sun's harsh dying rays hitting his eyes. There were 3 of them, 1 man and 2 women. The man was, of course, Garland. As he had expected, he seemed to be leading the charge. The girl on Garland's left he did not recognize, but he immediately took in the large spear on her back and the bottles of wine tied to her waist. Although her grip was tightly wound around her weapon, she was fingering the bottles almost longingly. The other girl was Margaret Meyer. She was just as elegant and beautiful as the stories he had heard had told him she would be. Her long white hair was tied into 2 buns on either side of her head. Dressed all in silver, she seemed almost ethereal. The 3 of them were still very far away. It took them several minutes to reach where they, sitting on the porch. Neither side made any sudden moves. The 3 knights came to a stop in front of the porch. Ah, Sauron, Garland said easily. You did not try to attack. I thank you for that. Katerina shot her husband a frightened look, but Sauron did not budge. He stared down at Garland unimpressed. Welcome, he said, to our home. He was watching all 3 of them closely, but he found his eyes drifted mostly towards Margaret. Although she did not speak, she stared at him intently, hand on her weapon. It was the same sort of fearless gaze that the Knights of the Dragon were known for. Lucille Langley had given him the same kind of look all those years ago. A lovely place, truly, Garland said, his tone sounding surprisingly genuine. It was your father-in-law's home, was it not? Katerina fingered her hair nervously. He owned it, Sauron said quietly. But my wife inherited it after he passed. Ah, my condolences, Garland said easily. A death in the family is always a tragedy. Ah, Katerina swallowed nervously. Thank you. Garland nodded at her politely before once again addressing. Well, Sauron, he asked, we have given you more than enough time to think over your decision. What will you say? The answer came immediately. No. There was a long silence. Katerina was beginning to shake, rather timid even in the best of times. The entire ordeal must have been very taxing. Sauron ignored her, however, as he surveyed his enemies. He closed his eyes. No, he shouldn't be using that word. He shouldn't be thinking such things. It seems we will have to discuss the matter further then, Garland said. I feel as if we have not gotten through to you. We can do many things for you, Sauron. Then leave me alone. We cannot do that, Garland said heavily. A man of your talents, living out here alone? No, that is a recipe for disaster. Talent. Katerina murmured so quietly that no one other than Sauron even heard her speak. Perhaps I did not make myself clear when I spoke to you last, Sauron said. I vowed to never use my talents again. I understand your perspective, Garland told him. You have done a great many terrible things and struck down many good people. Sauron grimaced. Katerina was staring at him now, her mouth slightly agape. Sauron felt his heart clench. He had no idea what was going through her mind, and he did not want to know. But, Garland continued, refusing to continue to do evil is not the same as truly being virtuous. You naively believe that simply laying down your weapons and telling yourself over and over again that what you did was wrong will absolve you of your guilt. Garland. The beautiful Margaret Meyer spoke for the first time. Although she did not shout, it had a firm, confident quality to it. Perhaps it is time I step in, she stepped forward. Garland, although he fell silent, did not back away from the porch. Listen well, Eye of the Dragon, she said. You and I both know that this will not last. You are living a lie, a facade. You are not who you are pretending to be. Your friends and neighbours. What will they think of you if they learn the truth? Her eyes flashed over Katerina, who instinctively flinched. Or your wife? Sauron's face tightened in an enraged stare. He glowered down at her. Margaret stood impassive, her eyes never leaving him. You will never live a normal life, Margaret said. No matter how hard you try, you cannot escape from your own shadow. Sauron's hand twitched. As if half expecting him to attack, Margaret quickly raised her shield to cover her chest and the lower half of her face. She glared at him with icy eyes as he reached upward and pulled down his glasses. The feeling of dread overwhelmed her as he opened his eyes and stared back at her. The strange, otherworldly gaze would have been quite unnerving even on their own, but the man they belonged to looked as if he may kill her. Sauron, Garland intervened, his voice soft and gentle. There is always a way to redemption. But I assure you that this is not it. You must join us and use your power for the good of all creation. I will not, Sauron said, his voice deep and dark. Katerina flinched, pulling back away from him. You may think highly of yourself and your order, but I do not. Fighting for you would be no different than fighting for the Hellraisers. Margaret lowered her shield slightly, glowering at him. She seemed to be considering an attack. Before she could, however, Garland interrupted. You will never be expected to harm the innocent, he said. In fact, our priority is to ensure that you are kept safe from your enemies. You are my enemy. There are others, Garland responded almost immediately. And most will not be so kind as we to approach you with an offer. Many would want you dead or force you to action. We are giving you the freedom to choose. The illusion of choice, you mean? Sauron said sharply. You have come armed. We know what you are, dragon, Margaret said coldly. Forgive us for being cautious. She did not outwardly show it. Her entire body was poised and ready to strike, but Sauron could tell, simply by looking into her eyes, that she was a bit more frightened than she let on. He felt his heart tighten. Despite her reputation and training, she really wasn't all that different from Katerina. I have no intention of fighting for you, Sauron told them flatly, or against you. He raised his hand and set his glasses back on his face. He looked at them back through them, and he noticed Margaret noticeably relax. He never had been able to explain it, but wearing glasses seemed to put the people looking at him at ease. But that may someday change, Garland said. Forgive us. You are simply too powerful to ignore. Sauron stared down at them impassively, his expression stony. You are not welcome here. he said shortly. I do not want to see you here again. He grabbed Katerina's arm and pulled her away back into the house. She gave a short, surprised cry, but quickly followed his lead. They came to a stop right inside. Sauron, what? It's nothing, Sauron said shortly. These people, they are nothing to me. Outside the house, the tree stood there, staring up at the building with trepidation. Well, Karen asked, what do you think, boss? Margaret bent her head. We will give him another chance, she said. Garland, if we could simply prove to him that joining us will be to his benefit. Let us not speak of this here, Garland interjected. Let's head back to base. Margaret frowned. She did not appreciate Garland taking charge, but she acquiesced. It was a sound decision. Without another word, the three turned and made their way back to whence they had come. Chapter 7. Focus, Jack! Jack closed his eyes, feeling the energy well up within him. A strange, tingling sensation ran down his spine. And breath? Jack let out a breath of awe. A small wave of smoke came out of his mouth. He coughed, shaking his head wildly to clear out his nostrils. It's an improvement, Lucille was quick to say, as Jack staggered backward. Especially at your age. Jack nodded as he fanned himself wildly. He tried to ignore the burning sensation in his throat. It felt like he had swallowed an entire bottle of hot sauce. Perhaps a break is in order, Lucille suggested. Learning magic is no different than physical training. Rest is essential. Jack grimaced, not at all willing to step down, but Lucille had already turned around and reached for their lunch. It had been brought to them some time ago by a young dragon priest. The food looked too good to ignore, and Jack soon joined her at the nearby table. To his horror, however, a break from actual training did not seem to include a break from Lucille's lectures. Most who study magic begin by 7 years old, she said. It is generally accepted to be far more difficult to learn after that age, and only becomes harder with every year. You, at 24, are well past the point where it is impossible to even understand that magic can exist, but because of the dragon within, you are still able to learn. Jack groaned. He had heard this all before. Lucille, well aware of his irritation, continued without hesitation. However, I think you must be made aware that despite your incredible age, you are no magi. You will likely never be particularly proficient at using magic. Although that can be improved with time and effort, I do not see you ever matching most others in that department. There are several knights in the order who far surpass you, and I think even my daughter and Margaret. Margaret outstrips most people in the entire world, Lucille said flatly. She is an incredible knight. She paused. I will tell you the same thing that I tell most other knights, she said. You mustn't try and compare yourself to Margaret. Being the best you can be is far more important than being the best there is. He looked up at her, frowning. Something that she had just said had resonated with him on a personal level. Lucille was sure to make a quick mental note of that. A lot of Jack's background and how that had influenced his development and worldview was still a mystery to her. Although you may struggle with magic for the rest of your life, you may find purpose in other pursuits. You must never allow personal shortcomings to ruin your life. Jack was unusually quiet. Lucille was beginning to wonder whether he understood what she was talking about when he spoke again. In school they told us if we didn't do well we wouldn't go to college and live terrible lives, he said quietly. We would never be able to make money. We would never be happy or successful. There would be nothing we could possibly do to succeed or be happy. Funny how that turned out to be a complete lie. He seemed bitter and somewhat pleased all at once. Lucille found the comment interesting. Jack, she was beginning to realize, had had poor experiences with mentors in the past. She very well might be the best he had ever known. The realization flattered her. She would do her best to not let him down. I wouldn't call it a lie, Jack, she corrected him. College isn't for everyone, just as how knighthood isn't for everyone. You weren't suited for ordinary life, just as ordinary people aren't suited to our lifestyle. He nodded. He was, Lucille was pleased to see, starting to follow along more on her strange little tangents. They spoke a little bit more about magic theory. Jack, Lucille realized, was a student that needed both hands-on experience and a dedicated instructor to thrive. He could not even grasp simple concepts when they were merely explained to him. But upon being shown the correct movements, He began to learn the basics, and from there here consistently improved and improved. It was incredible for a man his age to go from not knowing how to use magic to almost blowing fire out of his mouth, but he had managed to do it. At this stage, Lucille was fairly confident that he would have some degree of magical power. Although he clearly would never be the best, it would be enough to make him a threat to their enemies and untouchable to mere mortals. "Please don't try to practice magic on your own," Lucille told him. "It can be disastrous without a mentor to clean up your mistakes. Anything can happen. Exercise caution, all right?" Jack looked a little frustrated. Lucille thought he was the sort of person to practice a new skill over and over again until he got the hang of it, with little regard for rest or mental well-being. But in the end, he reluctantly agreed. They returned to the training with enthusiasm, but Lucille quickly noticed that Jack was once again struggling to produce fire. "You're drained," Lucille noticed. "I think you've had enough for the day," Jack groaned. "You've done well," Lucille was quick to say. "Again, you've made tremendous progress." Jack yawned, his expression drooping. Before Lucille could finish her thought, he fell face first onto the grass. She stared at him, open-mouthed, before darting downward and checking him. She rolled him over and placed her hand against his chest. He had passed out. Scowling, she ran her hands over him to check for any more serious damage. No. He had simply exhausted himself past the breaking point, which was, she had been sure to remind him over and over, something that he had to watch out for. "You're too stubborn for your own good," Lucille muttered as she stood back up. She waved her hand and he rose upward, floating a couple of feet from the ground. Lucille turned and walked away, Jack floating behind her. The dracos have a long and colourful history, as they can be born anywhere, to any family, at any time, and develop unique powers that far surpass those of mortal men. They tend to leave behind a bloody trail. It is impossible for us to identify a dracos purely by the corpse, but it is speculated that many legendary figures were among them. In the modern era, it has become a bit easier to locate and track down and identify dracos. Our order went many decades without even locating one, but today we are well aware of the existence of 5 or 6 at any given time. They had been talking about dracos an awful lot lately, Sophie thought absent-mindedly as she tapped her pen against the table. Having been privy to the discovery and recruitment of Jack, she found it odd that their teachers would suddenly shift gears and give lectures about dracos the instant that the order managed to find one. It really made her think, was the curriculum always so easily influenced by important events within the order? It was an interesting thought. "Sophie, could you please name a dracos that is still alive today?" She started, lurching upright in her seat. She should not have been surprised to have been called out. Her parents were both famous dracos scholars after all. But the first name that came to mind was Jack. And, as she had been instructed not to breathe a word of his existence to her classmates, she had to quickly come up with a different name. She paused. "The Eye of the Dragon." The teacher gave her a nod, encouraging her to elaborate, and Sophie quickly had to run through everything she knew about him. "The Eye of the Dragon was discovered as an orphan in Norway," she said. "It is uncertain how he lost his parents, but it was known that he had already acquired the Eye of the Dragon before he was 8 years old. It is speculated that he may have been born with it." She trailed off, her mind racing, hoping that was enough. "Continue." Sophie almost groaned, but did as she was told. "His eyes have an unnatural hue and grant him extraordinary eyesight. This is not an unusual trait. There are several documented cases of it throughout history. However, the eye is the first to appear in the age of high-powered precision rifles. That, coupled with his extraordinary eyesight, led him to become a talented sniper from a young age." She paused, hesitating. Her memory was beginning to fail her. The instructor was still giving her that look to continue. What was he wanting to hear exactly? He was trained by the Hellraiser witches but abandoned them to wander the world. "And his battle record?" the teacher probed. "He was very successful." Sophie paused, her mind whirling. She decided to give a vague answer. "None who stood against him live. The teacher gave her a look. None except your mother, you mean? Sophie flushed as the class broke protocol and broke down in laughter. Embarrassed, Sophie sat down and bent her head over her textbook, trying to hide her tears. She was first to leave class that day. She left the other girls behind as she rushed out the door and into the corridor. Dark suits of armor stared down at her as she rushed by. Other girls filtering out of their classes gave her startled glances as she passed. She left the building and made her way to a large pile of bushes by the wall. She crawled under them, considerately avoiding getting dirt on her dress, as she pressed herself against the wall and sighed irritably. Being the daughter of such a renowned knight was horrible. Everyone had such high expectations for her. She was to have the best marks in the academy, be the best fighter, have the best career. And it was all supposed to come so easily. She was beginning to lose track of all the teachers who had sighed in disappointment once she had failed to excel at any given task. How many times an older professor had remarked that her mother had much more natural talent. And now that she was older, she was beginning to understand the nastier side of her mentors. How jealous many of them were of her mother's talent and success. They delighted, she felt, in telling her just how horrible little Sophie Langley had been doing lately, and now she was actively being made fun of for not pointing out the obvious. That her own mother had been seriously injured fighting the Eye of the Dragon 15 years prior. She had known that. How could she have not? But she had always thought of it as part of her own mother's history. Not his. How embarrassing. She sat by herself under the brush listening to people pass by. Although she had already calmed down quite a bit, she was not in the mood to speak to anyone. It was not until the sounds of padding feed died out completely that she crawled out, brushed herself off, and made her way back to her dorm room. No one else was back, yet the others were probably enjoying the sunshine. Her mind was still on what had happened as she threw herself onto her bed. Would she always be treated this way, even after she became a knight? The thought depressed and horrified her. There would be more important things to worry about than something like that out in the field. She imagined herself in Seattle, surrounded by bloodthirsty werewolves, and being told by her commanding officer that her mother would have killed them all in their sleep. Maybe. She should speak to Margaret about her concerns. She had done so before, many times. She took in a deep breath, feeling herself relax. Yes, that's right. Margaret would know what to do. She always did. The academy curriculum tended to alternate between 2 solid days of studying, followed by a period of intense physical training. The schedule was known to change rather sporadically as knights. They were expected to be prepared for anything. As a result, there were times when Sophie had been out of class for a couple of weeks training with established knights. Now that they were older, their training was becoming more and more serious. There were times when trainees were present during negotiations with the enemy, although naturally none had been asked to fight. They were, Sophie knew, trying to evaluate just where they would be best suited in the knighthood. There were, of course, scholars like her parents who specialized in studying dracos. Her father tended to stay at home and study out of books, while her mother traveled the globe, uncovering lost secrets that had been kept from the Order for generations. There were also knights like Margaret who specialized primarily in destroying threats to the Order, and dragon priests who upheld the cathedral and handled the education of the young. Girls were no longer allowed to become dragon priestesses, so Sophie was expected to either become a scholar like her parents or go out into the field. And as her training came along, she became more and more convinced that her instructors were not quite sure what to do with her. She had met with Headmaster Rao some time ago to discuss her knighthood, and he had essentially come out and told her as such. "Ah, Sophie." "Hello, Headmaster. Please sit down." Headmaster Rao hummed to himself jovially as he poured himself a cup of tea at his desk. Sophie did as she was asked. She sat in the small wooden chair in front of his lavish wooden desk and stared up at him. He did not offer her tea instead. He set the tea kettle on the desk and sat down facing her. She never could explain it, but in spite of the headmaster's kind disposition and his willingness to help any of the students with their problems, but Sophie had always found herself intimidated by him. He was tall, and in spite of being in his 50s, still very attractive and fit. "Sophie," he said, as he placed his hand on a rather large folder on his desk, "how has your training been coming along?" That was one of the things she appreciated about the headmaster. He listened to her, while her other instructors would not. She spent the next 15 minutes describing her feelings towards her training, her uncertainty about what she wanted to do with the order, her fears of what her parents would think of her if she did not become a scholar, and how she felt a little trapped by the strictness of her training. Rao listened, but not say anything until she had finished. "I appreciate your honesty, Sophie," he said. "It is difficult to become a knight. No one has ever pretended otherwise. But I think you are handling the stress very well." She had been pleased to hear this. "No, I think you will indeed become a knight. And you will do great things for our order. You must not worry about what your parents may think of what you will become. You must not feel that you are trapped under Lucille's shadow. You are doing perfectly well for yourself." "Am I really?" She was doubtful. "Your instructors have praised you for your diligence in your training, although your academic side is rather lacking." Sophie winced. He opened the folder and looked down at it. He was probably perusing her records. "We all have our flaws and feebles, Sophie. Your own mother has less than ideal eyesight. It has not stopped her from having a very successful career." "Yeah, but that was easily fixed. All she had to do was slap on a pair of glasses and she was fine. There was nothing Sophie could do about her grades. What do you see yourself doing as a knight?" "What do I—" This was the question she had been dreading. She had no idea. She had not even been able to answer the question. She simply tilted her head to Rao's side, not meeting his eye. He stared at her for a while. "It is not unusual to not know what you are going to do with your life at your age," he said. "But I must remind you that it is something you need to be thinking about." Sophie sighed. "I'm not sure what I can do," she confessed. "I'm nothing special, really." Rao nodded for her to continue, listening intently. "I mean, I'm not like Margaret Meyer," Sophie went on. "I could never do the things she has done." "Ah, Margaret," Rao murmured. "Yes, that brings me back." He smiled at her. "Did you know that Margaret did not want to be a knight at all?" That threw Sophie for a loop. "What?" "That's right," Rao said. "Not so many years ago, a 14-year-old Margaret Meyer sat in front of me and told me that she didn't see herself as either a knight or a scholar. She wanted to be a dragon priestess." "What?" Sophie's brow furrowed. "Girls aren't allowed." "We seriously considered breaking that rule for Margaret," Rao admitted. "Truth be told, it was I who had made the suggestion to her to begin with. I was quite impressed with her. Even back then, she showcased a tremendous amount of courage and talent." Sophie had no trouble believing that. "She stuck with that idea for a very long time," Rao said, "and really pushed herself to make it happen. I was very supportive of her, alongside many of her instructors. Unfortunately, she was not able to reach her goal. But along the way, she discovered a talent and passion for destroying evil, no matter where it may fester." He nodded at her. "Margaret, when she was your age, was primarily known for her kind heart and gentle disposition," he said. "She had no idea that she would someday grow into being such a fine knight. I know this, because she told me so. I believe she sat in that same chair you're sitting in now." Sophie flushed and fidgeted around in her seat. She tried to imagine a teenage Margaret, feeling as uneasy about her future as she did now. It was a strange idea. She could not imagine Margaret ever being so young or so indecisive. "Not everything will come to you naturally, Sophie," Rao had said. "And there is no shame in that. Your instructors and I will see to it that you become a fine contribution to the cause." When he had dismissed her, Sophie had felt relaxed and calm. But as the days and weeks dragged on, she began to wonder whether Rao was wrong to put so much faith in her. He had sidestepped the problem of lack of direction, and instead simply told her to not give up. The thought distressed her somewhat. If Rao couldn't help her, then who could? Every weekend, she had been going home to meet with her mother and Jack. She had never seen her mother around the house so often in her life. They would, following a dinner together, discuss Jack's training. Sophie was not sure just why she was being used like this, but complied without complaint. She was, if nothing else, pleased at the change in environment. "Now, Sophita," Lucille said, as they finished dinner. Phil had stood up and taken their dishes back to the kitchen. "I have gotten word from your instructors that you have a tendency to fall asleep in class." Sophie inwardly seized up. She had hoped that Mother wouldn't lecture her about her schoolwork in front of a guest, but it seemed as if Lucille either didn't care or knew that Jack wasn't paying attention. "I need to take your studies more seriously," Lucille said shortly. "Laziness is not acceptable, Sophita, especially for a knight." That was all she said about it. Sophie stared down at the table, trying not to look completely miserable. "Sophita, you will be training with Jack again tomorrow morning." Sophie sighed. It was the same thing every weekend. She had hoped she would have a bit more time to relax, but she was honestly starting to feel like Mother was pushing her harder than her instructors were. When she first fought Jack, she was able to run circles around him. Then she had to work to beat him, and now she was struggling to even touch him. "Oof!" Sophie wiped her head with her hand as Jack fell at her feet. She was exhausted and had just barely been able to eke out a win. Jack rolled over and stared up at her. "Want to do another?" Sophie opened her mouth to argue, but thankfully her mother swooped in. No, you've both had enough for today," Lucille said, as she bent over and helped Jack to his feet. Sophie stood, though, barely able to stand as Lucille guided him to the small table that she had been sitting at nearby. Sophie limped after them, holding her arm with her opposite hand. "You've improved a lot, Jack," Lucille said warmly. "I may have to find another partner to better challenge you." She reached forward and wiped at Jack's forehead with a cloth. "At this stage, you simply need more experience. Your natural abilities are incredible." Sophie sat by herself as Lucille tended to Jack's wounds. "I think that will be all for today," Lucille said finally as she stood up. "Sophita, you may return to the academy. You did very well today." Sophie nodded, blinking tiredly, as she turned away and limped up back the road. It was just as Mother had told her. Dracos had incredible natural abilities for combat. Although she was already far stronger than normal people due to her training, Jack was quickly catching up to her. And in another few short weeks, he was going to surpass her entirely. It frightened her a little, having someone overtake her so quickly. A fully trained Dracos, one that had spent their entire life training, would be something frightening indeed. Chapter 8. Their household had gone from idyllic to horrifying in what seemed like a blink of an eye. Katerina sat at their table, stony-faced, as Sauron stared out of the kitchen window. The ghost-like visage of Margaret Moonlight stood there, staring at their home as her white cloak blew in the breeze. She and her comrades had been increasingly making their presence known. They had not spoken to them again, yet, but Sauron often saw them as he did his chores. Katerina, he was sure, had as well. Sauron turned away from Margaret and faced Katerina. She did not look up at him. She was more upset with him now than she had ever been before. He was honestly not sure what to do. He pulled out a chair and sat next to her. She almost pulled away, a little uncomfortably. "Katerina," Sauron said quietly, "I will tell you who these people are." She gave a start and stared at him, her expression melting away into confusion. Sauron grimaced. This was exactly what she wanted, but it was going to be hard for him to explain. "These people," he murmured, "are trying to hunt down a murderer." Katerina stared at him, wide-eyed, as he continued to speak. Now that he had started, it was difficult for him to stop. "I was taken in," Sauron said, in a rush. "I was told that I was doing great things, that killing these people would make the whole world a better place." He was speaking clearly, but strong emotion was bursting out of every word. Katerina stiffened as he continued. "They lied to me," he whispered. "I did nothing but kill. I destroyed the lives of so many people for nothing." He gasped, taking in a deep breath of air. "Katerina," he whispered, "I'm sorry, you don't deserve me." He turned away from her and pressed his hands against their sink, his head bent over it. Margaret Meyer was still standing there, some distance away. "I've kept this from you since we met," Sauron said. When I met you, I did not realize that you would someday be my wife. When I did realize that it was impossible for me to say. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Katerina's chair slid outward, Sauron frozen, half expecting to hear the patter out of her feet, walk right out of the door without another word. However, instead the steps came right towards him. Expecting a physical blow, Sauron closed his eyes and braced himself. Katerina's arms wrapped around his waist. He froze as she placed her head against his back. What? Sauron stood upright, shocked as Katerina pressed her body closer to his. Sauron, she said quietly, her voice barely audible but somehow firm. I don't know how much I understand about you. A part of me wonders whether I ever will. But please know that I will always be your wife. Sauron bent his head. Katerina, he whispered, thank you. Although the mounting feeling of dread did not quite ebb away, something about that moment eased the air between them. Despite their worries, they did start to speak to each other. Sauron was surprised at himself. It had been so hard to come forward and be honest with her regarding his personal history. But now that he had, it was easy. Who are these people, Sauron? Who are they really? They were sitting on the couch. Her head was sprawled across his lap. He patted her head. They are knights, he said, that are sworn to fight in the interests of an extremist religion. Religion? Katerina was quite religious herself. Sauron quickly decided to change the direction of the conversation. They destroy those who may stand in the way of their interests, he explained. They aggressively attack anything that they feel could possibly threaten their way of life. Is that why they're after you? He paused, hesitating before nodding. Yes, he said. I have fought several of their people in the past. I shot and killed many of them. Katerina stiffened under him. Despite her clear discomfort, he continued speaking. There is nothing in my life that I regret more, he said. But that was all I could do, he sighed. Although I have tried to leave that life, they are not willing to forgive me, he said. And I cannot say I blame them. Sauron, Katerina said quickly. She reached out her hand to his as if to grasp it. A loud knock came from their front door. The two instantly leapt up, Sauron's expression instantly hardening, while Katerina became frightened. Please wait a moment, he called. He gestured for Katerina to follow him, and she did so. She clutched his arm tightly and followed from behind as he strode to the front door and pulled it open. Greetings, sir, Margaret Meyer said cordially, as she stood on the front step. Her hand was placed firmly on the sheathed sword strapped to her hip. She looked relaxed but was clearly prepared to strike. I take it you were expecting me? She was alone. Neither of her companions had joined her this time around. Sauron marvelled at her confidence. Knights of the Dragon typically hunted dracos in groups of 4. A soul knight hunting dragons was like something out of an ancient myth. He probably shouldn't have been so surprised. It was Margaret Meyer, after all. She had single-handedly destroyed the mind of the dragon, one of the most powerful men of the 20th century, when she was only 18, and gone on to become one of the most renowned knights in the Order of the Dragon. She had good reason to be extremely confident. Ah, Margaret said, her eyes falling past him to Katerina, who was shyly hiding behind him. I see your wife is home. How lovely. She spoke as if she were merely making a social call. Why have you come, Lady Meyer? To speak with you, of course, Margaret said formally, her unblinking stare never leaving his face. About matters of significant importance. I already told you no, I will not serve your order. Please at least give me a chance to change your mind. Sauron almost shut the door in her face, but he felt Katerina squeeze his arm. He turned around to look at her surprised. She gave him a pleading look. He stared at her, trying to read her expression. He honestly had no idea what she wanted. It took him a moment to understand. Katerina wanted to learn more about what was going on and who these people were. Very well, he said at last as he stepped aside, his arm placed protectively over Katerina. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Margaret said as she stepped over the threshold. She surprised Sauron almost immediately. She unstrapped the sword at her waist and gently held it out for Sauron to take. He reached forward and took it from her and stared as she set aside her shield and began unstrapping her armor. It was quicker than it should have been. His keen eye was able to see bindings undo themselves as she slid the silver gauntlets off of her hands and pushed the matching knee pads off her pure white legs. By the time she reached up and removed the armor plating covering her waist and chest, they could clearly see that she was wearing a surprisingly beautiful pure white dress under it. She turned around once, her back facing to them, as she set the armor with the rest of her things down by the door and turned back around to face them. She was a lot smaller than he would have imagined. The armoured boots seemed to have given her a couple of more inches in height, and the armoured plating gave the impression that her limbs were a lot thicker than they actually were. Margaret, with her pale white skin, bleach blonde hair, and white dress, looked no different than an ordinary girl going out for a Sunday walk. Katerina took a small step forward and clutched Sauron's hand a little tighter. Margaret smoothed out her dress with her hands as she looked up at them. She was even more beautiful than he had heard. But then again, most of her enemies never saw her with her armor off. "Thank you for being patient," she said. "Ah, your wife, what is her name?" She stared expectantly at Katerina. She flushed, embarrassed, and took a step backward, shyly looking down at the ground. Sauron had to answer for her. "Katerina." "Katerina," she repeated, humming. "How lovely." She smiled. It made her look even prettier. Katerina's eyes darted to the floor, looking embarrassed. Margaret crossed her hand across her chest and placed it over her heart. "My name is Margaret Meyer," she said. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Katerina nodded, refusing to meet her eye as Margaret turned back to Sauron. "Now," she said, her hands folded in front of her. "May we talk?" Sauron led her into the half-finished living room. Although it was far from falling into disrepair, they had not yet replaced every little thing. The table next to their brand-new chair was old and rickety. Margaret did not seem to acknowledge it. She sat in one of the older chairs, one of the ones that they had not replaced. Sauron sat opposite her, on a matching couch. Katerina remained standing. "Katerina, could you make us some tea, please?" Sauron asked her. "Would you?" Margaret asked, looking very pleased. "That would be lovely." Katerina nodded, her eyes flickering between them a little before she left them. "I appreciate you welcoming me into your home like this," Margaret said to him. "You are making this much easier than I was expecting." Sauron said nothing. "We were a form of resistance, but you have not lashed out at us at all," Margaret went on. "I wanted to speak with you about that in particular." "Oh, you could have attacked us at any point since we arrived," Margaret went on. "But you never did. You did confront us eventually, but you had no intention of doing battle with us. I could tell." Sauron was aware of Margaret's beauty and skill in combat, but he had never heard of her being described as particularly eloquent. She spoke very confidently, expressing her observations clearly and succinctly. "I was not," Sauron confirmed. "I have no intention of harming you or your order." "Why?" He grimaced. An image of a young, beautiful blonde woman collapsing to the ground filled his mind's eye. "I got tired of it," he said. "I was hurting people." Margaret nodded, but Sauron could tell she looked a little confused. He thought he knew why the church taught that dracos longed for the thrill of combat above all else. "I have wanted to stop fighting since I left the Hellraisers." She looked even more confused now. This time she voiced her reason, "But you were fighting and killing everyone who crossed your path since then." The blonde woman appeared in his mind again. "I did." "Why did you do that?" Sauron fell silent. "Well, I had to." It was not a hard statement. It was flat and somehow emotionless. It had no real force behind it. "I fought because they came after me," Sauron said quietly. "Your order was after me, and..." He stopped talking as Katerina stepped up to them, carrying a small tray. Margaret looked briefly annoyed for a couple of seconds before smiling brightly at Katerina. "Thank you, Katerina," she said warmly, as she took a glass for herself. Katerina nodded at her politely as she offered the next glass towards Sauron. He accepted it, noticing that she had only made enough for two. Without being bidden, Katerina quickly sat down next to him, her hands folded in her lap. "You abandoned the Hellraisers," Margaret said as she sipped her tea. Her eyes brightened, and she gave an impressed smile towards Katerina. She flushed as Sauron answered. "Yes," Sauron said, and never looked back. Margaret stared at him, straight into his eyes. He stared back through his glasses. Most people could not handle staring straight at him for long. Even his own wife often did not meet his eye. But Margaret managed to hold the stare.
"The dragon within is here in my groups all over the world," Sauron said quietly. "The Hellraisers, the Black Cat Club, and the dragon."
Katerina bit her lip, looking in between the two of them. Margaret's eyes sparkled. "Yes," she said. "But unlike them, we have every intention of using your powers for good. They all feel that way." The two glared at each other. In that instant, Sauron could clearly see that her kind, neighbourly demeanour was nothing more than a facade. She was very much a knight, and she was considering whether or not to kill him. "It does not matter what they feel," she said. "The Order would never. You both are very much willing to kill people to attain your goals," Sauron interrupted. "You may hide behind the words of your leaders, insisting that you are doing a grand and just thing. But it all boils down to the same thing, doesn't it?" "No, it does not," Margaret said, a little angry. "You greatly underestimate what our Order does for the world." She stopped, her anger fading almost immediately into her previous calm, cool reflection. The suddenness of it all was quite unnerving. "Some people deserve to be destroyed," Margaret said quietly, regaining her composure. "I believe I understand you now. You believe that killing others is immoral under any circumstance, is that right?" "Yes, an odd conclusion to reach concerning your background," Margaret hummed. "It is a rather naive worldview in my mind. It is childish." "I see nothing childish about it," Sauron said coldly. "There are many times where the best way to resolve a situation is by the sword," Margaret said flatly, her eyes flickering to the sword that she had handed Sauron. It lay lying up against the couch, far out of her reach. "Destroying a truly evil man will lead a better one to take his place, or a worse one, who would in turn be destroyed as well," Margaret corrected him. "You cannot prevent evil, but you can quite easily kill it." Miss Margaret?" Margaret, surprised, turned her head towards Katerina. "Yes?" Sauron marvelled at how easily her tone changed from angry to soft and reassuring. "Do you believe my husband needs to be destroyed?" Katerina asked, her voice soft and shy. Margaret stared at her. Katerina blushed and bent her head. "I will be honest with you, Katerina," she said slowly. "And you as well, Sauron. The only reason I came to you unarmed was because I am not completely sure." She stood up, her hands still folded in front of her. "Eye of the dragon," she said, her voice intimidating. "You cannot continue to live as you have. You are fooling yourself if you believe you can live this way for the rest of your life. You have too many enemies. None of them will approach you as we have." "You would be surprised," Sauron said flatly. Margaret raised her hand outward to him. "I promise you, Sauron, that if you join our cause, that you needn't worry," she said. "We will do everything we can to protect the things you have grown to love over the past 15 years. This house, this farm, your young wife. In exchange for killing people. In exchange for killing people that need to be killed, yes. No one deserves to be killed." "Ha! You are stubborn." Margaret shook her head. "Sauron, running from what you are is not going to absolve you of anything," she said. "I hope you someday learn that." She reached out her hand, and the sword slowly floated upward, back into her hand. Katerina let out a surprised shriek, throwing her hands up to her mouth. "I do hope we can come to a compromise," Margaret said quietly. "I cannot simply let you be. I do not want to make your wife a widow." Katerina let out a small sob. "Thank you for the hospitality," Margaret said to her, smiling a little. "Your tea was lovely." She turned and marched out. The armour, much like the sword itself had, floated upward and wrapped around her as she stepped past it. By the time she was through the door, she was dressed as she was when she entered. And then she was gone. Sauron and Katerina sat in silence in the living room. Sauron did not turn to look at Katerina despite her pleading gaze. "Sauron," she murmured, lowering her hands. She already seemed to be calming down a little. She seemed pleasant enough. Sauron said nothing. He sat in stony silence. "Sauron," Katerina murmured. "Maybe this would be a good thing." He turned and glared at her. "What?" She shirked back, looking terrified for a brief moment before moving forward closer to him than she had before. "Sauron, please listen to me," she said. "These people, they don't want to hurt us. They want to help us. You heard her, didn't you? How she wanted to help protect us from your other enemies." Sauron stared at her, the gears in his head turning. Had this been Margaret's goal all along? To win over his wife? "You don't know these people," Sauron said shortly. "I cannot trust them." Katerina reached forward and touched his arm. "Sauron, please. If there's a way we can stop this, we should stop it. I don't want to see you get hurt." "I will not be," Sauron said. "No matter what happens, I will not be." "Sauron." "That is enough," he said, standing up. "Katerina, please. Doing what they want will only make things worse." But he took his glass and walked out of the room in stony silence. Katerina watched him go, her eyes welling up in tears. She stood up and ran to the door, the same one that Margaret had just ran through. She opened it and raced out into the field without even bothering to take the time to put on her shoes. "Margaret!" Although she was quite far away, she had chosen to walk on foot. She was still within hearing distance. She turned around, surprised, as Katerina waded through the grass towards her. "Katerina?" Margaret asked, sounding downright baffled. "What?" "He won't listen to me," Katerina blubbered. "I tried to tell him that maybe it would be best if he listened to you, but he got really angry with me, and I, she wailed and fell to her knees in the grass. Margaret stared down at her, honestly not at all sure how to react, before kneeling forward and touching Katerina's shoulder. "I can tell your marriage is a good one," Margaret said gently, "and that your life together has been very happy up until now." She paused for a moment. "I can also see that you care about him very much." Katerina raised her head and nodded, biting her lip. "Confronting your husband like that was very brave," Margaret told her gently. "You did the right thing. If I were married, I'm not sure I would have done the same thing." She straightened herself and held out her hand. Katerina stared up at her, reluctantly, before reaching out and taking it. Margaret helped her to her feet. Katerina stood and wiped her eyes with her free hand as Margaret smiled gently at her. "Now," she said. "How about you and I go for a walk?" Katerina nodded, desperately trying to calm herself down as Margaret led her by the hand down the road. Sauron stood in the kitchen taking in deep breaths of air. He needed to calm down a little. Katerina had made a little extra tea. He poured some more for himself and sipped, his eyes closed. He couldn't face Katerina right now. He needed a little time for himself. "Shh." Katerina found herself surprised at how kind and gentle Margaret was. She had been nothing but courteous since they had met, and now that they were alone together, she seemed even more so. Katerina honestly felt as if she was starting to like her. "Are your feet bothering you, Katerina? You may return to get your shoes if you like." Katerina shook her head. "I used to go out barefoot all the time," she confessed. "I rather like it," Margaret laughed. It was an elegant, sophisticated laugh, but not unkind. "I know what you mean," she said. "I did the same when I was a little girl." "Where were you born, Margaret?" "I am not sure." Katerina gave her a puzzled look, and she elaborated. "Mother travelled a lot," she explained. "She was a knight as well, you see, and tended to spend long periods away from our cathedral. She died when I was very young. I never did learn very much about her." "Cathedral? You mean like a church? Has your husband not explained who we are?" Katerina turned her head downward. Immediately realizing she had upset her, Margaret quickly amended her statement. "My apologies, I did not mean to offend you. This has been very hard on you, I am sure." "The Cathedral of the Dragon is our home," Margaret explained. "It is where we are trained and knighted, and in many cases start families." "My husband called you killers," Katerina said slowly, trying to process this new information. "That is not incorrect," Margaret said. "I fight to protect the world from those who would exploit and destroy it. Sometimes it is necessary to destroy those who would harm others." Margaret turned and gave her a look. "Your husband is more than dangerous enough to be a threat to the earth," she said. "He has the power to bring salvation to this world. Or Armageddon." Katerina swallowed. "What are you saying?" Margaret looked away from her, her eyes staring straight forward. "This world is always on the brink of ruin," she said. "Our countries, our people, the very way of life that most take for granted are always on the brink of disappearing forever. It is inevitable that someday humanity will cease to be the dominant force on this planet, and then we will know true fear." Katerina stared at her, stopping in her tracks. Margaret stepped ahead of her before coming to a stop herself. When she turned around, she was smiling. "But that day will not be soon," she said. "We merely have to prepare and delay the inevitable." Her eyes drifted towards Katerina's stomach. "Have you any children?" "I what?" Katerina flushed. "I know. Not yet. I mean, Sauron and I have tried, but—" She let out a distressed meep and then fell silent. Margaret laughed. "Do not be shy, friend," she said. "I did ask. I want you to talk about it." Katerina stammered a little bit, somewhat incoherently. Margaret nodded along politely before speaking again. "The reason I asked is to remind you how important it is to continue our lineage," she said. "Your husband has incredible magical powers. It is very likely that your children will as well." "Magical powers?" Katerina traced her fingers along her stomach, biting her lip. Margaret nodded. "Yes," Margaret said. "It is nothing to worry about, I assure you. Especially if your husband comes around to joining our cause. We train children from around the world to use their powers for good." They continued walking, Katerina biting her lip. "My husband told me that he would never join you," Katerina whispered. "But you have been so kind to me. I'm not sure what to think." She paused. "Is my husband an evil person?" "If he continued along his path, he would have been," Margaret told her. "I would have struck him down without a second thought," she sighed. "But upon coming here and meeting you and speaking with him, I am unsure of what to do. He has renounced his ways, but he does not want to absolve himself of his crimes either." "His crimes?" "Perhaps it would be best if he explained himself to you," Margaret said quickly. "I do not want to sour your marriage. Please, speak with him about this." Katerina bit her lip and then gave a small nod. It took about 45 minutes or so for him to calm down. He could not recall the last time he had been so upset at Katerina. He was almost certain that he had never fought with her before, about anything. And it was over something she did not understand. No, 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 no. He couldn't blame her for being taken in by Margaret and her promises. She came off as genuine and sincere. If he had not known better, what the Order of the Dragon was actually like, he would have instantly agreed to go with her. She came off as polite and charming, and he was sure she believed every word she spoke. He could not blame Katerina for being taken in. Once he was calm, he got back to his feet and peered around the house. Katerina had not stayed in the living room. She had moved somewhere else. "Katerina?" He looked everywhere. Their bedroom, the kitchen, the living room again. He had assumed she was still in the house because he noticed that her shoes were still by the door, but that did not seem to be the case. And then he found himself outside. He stared across the horizon, trying to find some sign of her. "What?" He narrowed his eyes some distance away. He walked forward, his head bent, as he noticed some oddly layered piece of grass. It looked as if something heavy had pressed itself down on this spot and weighed the blades of grass downward as a result. Sauron stared at it, the gears in his head turning. There were 4 spots. 2 of these he could see were about the length of Katerina's legs, and the ones in front looked like... His eyes flashed. He could see it now. Katerina fell to her knees here and pushed herself back up. And then... He realized what had happened. They had taken her. Chapter 9. "Yeah!" Lucille nodded with approval as Jack struck at the training log with his open claws. Large, deep gashes ran along the thing, from whatever angle he struck at. His claws cleaved through most material like butter. "How about we try a practical exercise?" Lucille suggested as she drew her sword. "Let us see if you can cut the weapon of an opponent." "No Sophie today," Jack teased as he turned to face her. "What, is she on a date?" "With her schoolwork, yes," Lucille answered. "Now, strike!" He lashed forward, his claws lashing out at her. Lucille did not flinch as she took a step forward and tried to parry the blow. As she expected, the blade of the sword was severed from its hilt. The blade fell uselessly to the ground at her feet. Jack grinned and, without being asked, stepped forward to launch another attack. Lucille immediately darted forward and slammed the hilt of the sword against his face. Ooh! He fell backward. In pain, Lucille glared down at him as he rubbed his nose. What have I told you about doing something without being told? She admonished him. This is dangerous training, you know. You can handle it. My first reaction would have been to kill you on the spot, Lucille said flatly. I had to refrain from doing so to merely incapacitate you. Please take care, all right? Otherwise I may injure you on accident. Jack, she was annoyed to notice, had assumed that it was her safety that she was concerned about, rather than his own. He was incredibly egotistical and full of himself, but not without good reason. His progress during his training had been extraordinary, to say the least, and at this stage he was beginning to realize that. Jack groaned as he flopped down on the ground onto his back. He was completely exhausted. Despite his other faults, he certainly wasn't lazy. He had worked himself to the bone. I'll never catch up to Margaret at this rate, he complained. She's way stronger than you, right? Lucille pursed her lips. I would think so, yes, she said. But I suspect she would say the same thing about me. She is very humble. Yeah, she is, Jack said. I like her a lot. This wasn't the first time he had steered a conversation towards Margaret. She was beginning to wonder whether he wished to court her. They were very close in age, after all. We'll be sure to go see her when she returns, Lucille promised. She'll be impressed with you, I'm sure. You think so?
They called it a night and they headed back to the house, chatting a little about Margaret on the way. Lucille often squeezed in little lecture conversations.
Is Margaret the strongest knight in the order? Lucille adjusted her glasses. In a manner of speaking, she said. She is one of the 24 High Knights, a group acknowledged as being the most skilled in our order. Margaret has had many achievements in her career. Defeating the mind of the dragon is one of her more notable accomplishments. The mind? Jack repeated. Who was he? I could show you if you like. They ended up walking past the house and down the street, towards the road that led up to the academy and the cathedral itself. Where are you taking me, Dr. Langley? Lucille tried to explain. The mind of the dragon was such an important part of our order that he was able to establish his own private quarters in the cathedral itself, she explained. It is where he planned out and executed a coup. He planned to overthrow our leaders and place himself at the helm of our order. You're taking me to the... It is also where Margaret killed him, Lucille interrupted him. Jack brightened up considerably at this news. He was exactly like a child. Sophie had been the same way when she was younger. How great of a knight was he? He never thought of himself as a knight, Lucille said, in spite of his incredible powers. With his Sherlockian level of analysis, he was able to decipher people's body language so thoroughly that he was practically able to read their minds. Huh? Jack looked completely lost. Lucille, knowing it would do no good to try to explain to him, pushed onward. It was impossible to fool the mind, Lucille went on. In battle, in life, in his personal relationships, nothing escaped his attention or scorn. They entered the cathedral and quickly stepped through the entrance hall. Jack stared around, as always impressed by the stone dragons that stared down at them from either side. Instead of leading him straight down the hall, however, Lucille took him to the left, to a smaller, out-of-the-way hallway. They came to a large set of double doors and stopped. This place was designed to be only opened by the mind himself, Lucille explained. The mind used his powers to open the trick lock in a very particular way. I can open it, if need be, but it's far easier to just have someone open it for us. True to her word, the doors began to rattle and shake, and then finally slid open. When they finally did so, they came face to face with a small, bespectacled man wearing dark brown robes. Ah, hello, Brother Daniel, Lucille said warmly, as the man blinked up at them both. It is wonderful to see you. Is that you, Dr. Langley? He asked, sounding surprised as he blinked up at her. How long has it been since I've seen you? Quite a while, Lucille affirmed. I have only just returned home. Returned? Brother Daniel asked. For what reason? Have you not heard, brother? She gestured towards Jack. I have found a new dracos, she told him, her face beaming with pride. The priest stared at her for a couple of seconds before his eyes darted to Jack. who he seemed to have not noticed up to that point. He reached out his hands towards Jack as if to grab hold of him and then pulled away. "Can you show me your powers, please?" Jack raised his hand, and the claw of the dragon burst forward, covering his entire hand in beautiful sapphire scales. Brother Daniel stared at If for a couple of seconds before bursting out into a wide smile. "That's wonderful, Lucille," he crowed. "He's real, he's real!" Yeah, I'm real," Jack said, giving an aside glance towards Lucille. "You, weren't aware I was here. He had been living in the area for over 3 months. I have been busy, the man said distractedly, trying to get all of the mine's things in order. "It is going to be a lifetime of work, you know." He was staring at Jack with great interest. "What is your name?" "I'm Jack. Jack," he repeated. "I'll have to document this." He was reached for a pen in his sleeve before Lucille interrupted him. "I have already taken the liberty of documenting him, brother," she said, not unkindly. "And I have not left his side since I met him." "Oh," Daniel said, sounding almost a little disappointed. "Oh, that's good. That's very good. Very good indeed." He peered at Jack again with considerable interest. "What brings you here today?" he asked. "What did you want from me?" "We wanted to tour the tower," Lucille explained. "I wanted to show Jack what the mind left behind." Daniel brightened up again. "Oh, is that it?" he asked, sounding very excited. "Yes, there's no better place in the world to learn about the mind, that's for certain." He turned around and beckoned them further inside. Before they could even step through the door, he was off, chattering away into the dimly lit hallway. "Or to understand him, for that matter," he said. "That is what I have been doing since he was killed, trying to understand his fall into madness." Lucille and Jack followed after him. They reached another set of doors and came to a stop. The mind was a force to be reckoned with. Daniel went on. "Perhaps more so when he was a child, and still capable of understanding human emotions and ideas, but even towards the end he was quite a threat." "Perhaps we should start at the end," Lucille interrupted, glancing at Jack. "The reason we came here is because of Margaret, after all." Daniel chuckled. "Ah, Margaret. Margaret, he said. "Truly a pearl among the sand, wouldn't you say?" "Yeah, she's great," Jack said. "She killed him, didn't she?" "The mind?" "Yes, she did," Daniel said. "At the very top of this tower, in fact, in his personal study." Their feet clicked against the stairs. "It is very unusual for an individual to be granted personal space like this in the cathedral," Daniel continued. "But the mind was able to convince the Order that it would be necessary to fully hone his abilities." He raised his hand upward. "He formed his own personal library here, in this tower, and built a small personal study at the top," he said. "He spent entire days up there and worked near constantly, rather like Mozart. It is a nightmare to sort through all of the material he produced." "Perhaps we should start with his rebellion," Lucille said quickly, noting Jack's expression. Daniel quickly changed the angle of his story. Due to being situated within the cathedral itself, the mind was able to observe the inner workings of the cathedral in more detail. With this information in mind, he found several knights dissatisfied with their lives in the Order and recruited them to start a hostile takeover. Although few in number, they were ferocious and struck with such precision that it led to a great struggle within these walls. The mind hoped that he would be able to eliminate the leaders of the Order in one fell swoop and then seize control for himself. He was very well respected in the Order, Lucille added. Many believed that his powers, particularly his superhuman intelligence, would lead him to lead the Order better than our rightful leaders. The Grand Prior and the elder sages were, in their eyes, holding back the mind and his ideas. What does this have to do with... Lucille was too invested in her lecture to care about Jack's lack of interest. "This was ridiculous, of course," she went on to say. "The mind's ideas for a single unified world government, headed entirely by himself, was nothing short of draconian." She coughed. For lack of a better term. "You see, Jack," Daniel intervened. "The mind wished to convert our Order, which has traditionally been a non-partisan knighthood, dedicated to protecting the people of Europe from foreign threats, into a force that he could use to form his own city-state within Italy. From there, he wanted to take over the country at large, enlisting the youth as he went. Over a period of years, he would start a training program to teach them magic, something that, as you surely are now well aware, would make them far deadlier than regular soldiers. We work very hard to keep our training secret to the outside world, Lucille explained, noting the spark of interest in Jack's eyes. Outside of a controlled environment, magic would be disastrous to society at large. It is like fire, a useful tool, but incredibly dangerous. Far more dangerous than fire, Lucille, Daniel sniffed. But an apt comparison nonetheless. The mind's takeover over the entire world was to begin here, in this cathedral. Lucille continued. Here, in this tower, his supporters rallied and began their conquest. The mind, harnessing arcane magics, summoned terrible creatures here in this tower and sent them below to wreak havoc, while his followers split into two groups. One dedicated to protecting him as he summoned more creatures, while the others set off to kill the Grand Prior. They had picked an ideal time to strike, Brother Daniel explained. At the time, we were very active in the Middle East, and most experienced knights were not available. A small number of dragon priests, such as myself, were training a small group of young knights to guard the cathedral from threats. They were in the cathedral when it happened. Margaret Meyer was among that number, Lucille explained. The mind believed that such young knights would be easily swayed to his cause, or easily disposed of. He did not expect that a woman of 18 would rally the knights and counter his attack on the spot. Margaret was not the only hero of the day, of course, Brother Daniel said quickly. Guinevere Pendragon, Melina MacLeod, Noir Nyx, Avalon Angel, Hildegard Justicia, Artemis Rivers, and the Leonhardt twins, among others. 4 knights rose above the call of duty to deal with this threat, Lucille acknowledged. Margaret Meyer, Avalon Angel, Hildegard Justicia, and Noir Nyx. Each took down enemy knights with several times their experience and fought past the breaking point to victory. But in the end, it was Margaret alone who climbed this tower, defeated the mind's 3 strongest knights, and confronted him at the top. Alone? Jack asked, amazed. Yes, Daniel explained. They had no choice. She saw an opening to head for the heart of the problem, and took it. Please keep in mind that the mind was not merely sitting up here biding his time. He was working with incredibly dangerous magics, ones that, if misused, could have been disastrous for the entire world. Summoning demons is a forbidden art for a very good reason, Lucille said. There is no way for common people to fight back against them, and if a large number of them were to enter this world, they would breed like rabbits and end our planet's ecosystem within years. Margaret knew this, and knew that had to put an end to the mind before things got out of hand. It was a big risk on her part, Daniel said. She and the others had barely managed to hold their ground as it was, but the battle would have continued if they had merely stood their ground. And so she went. And in the end, "Here we are," Lucille interrupted as they came to a stop in front of a large wooden door. "The very place." She raised her hand and opened the door, and without a moment's hesitation stepped inside. Jack and Daniel followed behind. Before them was something that greatly resembled an altar. The point of a spear lay embedded into a statue of a man holding his arms forward, as if to stop someone from coming near. "That is the weapon she used," Lucille said. "It snapped in half after she embedded it through his skull and into the pillar behind him." "The Judgment Day," Daniel said. "It was handed down by the Justicia family for many generations. It has quite a history, but this is perhaps its greatest accomplishment. It couldn't be restored? It was a dragonite weapon," Lucille explained, "forged with dragon teeth and bones. They are almost indestructible and are able to cut or pierce virtually any material. However, in his last moments, the mind seemed to have crushed it with his powers, trying to keep it away from him. He must have used an inconceivable amount of force. There are stories of these weapons being thrown into volcanoes only to re-emerge completely unscratched centuries later. What Lucille means to say is that dragonite weapons cannot really be repaired, Daniel said. Not only are the necessary materials almost impossible to come by, no one on the surface of the earth knows how to work with the material. We will keep the remains of the weapon, of course, but there is no real way for us to have it repaired. Jack stared at the scene, taking it all in. He imagined the scene, Margaret bursting in through the door, the mind standing in the centre of the room surrounded by runes, his hands outstretched over the summoning circle. Margaret leaping forward. The mind was an incredible fighter, Lucille said. It was quite the battle going by Margaret's report. But in the end, she did prevail. Cool, Jack whispered, as Lucille led him back out of the room. So the mind. He was like me, wasn't he? Not exactly like you, Lucille corrected. Each dracos has their own unique powers and abilities. But yes, he had the dragon within, just like you. One with exceptional powers. Cool, Jack said again. Margaret, she really is something, isn't she? Lucille nodded, smiling. Yes, she is. Belladonna raised the pen to her mouth and bit the end of it thoughtfully as she stared down at the paper below. She was no writer. She had taught herself to read out of dark arts books as a teenager. She was drawing a complete blank on what she wanted to accomplish here. Not for the first time, she wished Margaret was here with her to walk her through this. She lowered the pen to the paper, biting her lip, as her mind drifted back to Margaret. She thought back to a specific conversation they had had some time ago, the conversation that she liked to think had made them friends. "Oh, what's this?" Belladonna asked, as she prodded the notebook on Margaret's bedside. Margaret, a year older than Belladonna herself and already an accomplished knight, looked up at her. "Oh, that's mine," Margaret had said immediately. She reached forward as if to grab it from her, but Belladonna looked back down at it again curiously. "Is it work-related?" "No, not hardly." Margaret eyed her warily. "You're asking a lot of questions." Belladonna laughed nervously as she handed the book back. She had been intimidated by Margaret from the start. Not only was she taller and far more beautiful than she, Margaret had already killed the mind of the dragon. She had won a St. George and had taken the mind spot as one of the 24 members in the inner circle of Knights for the Order, the High Knights. She was the complete opposite of Belladonna, who was nothing more than an artificially created girl with bizarre powers. They were nothing alike. "Well, I was curious," Belladonna explained as her hand drifted to the notebook again. "What is it? A phone book?" "It is not," Margaret said. Belladonna stared at her, not willing to back down. Margaret sighed. "It is a journal," she admitted. "I write my thoughts in it sometimes." "Thoughts?" Belladonna repeated. "Like a diary?" The thought of a woman like Margaret doing something so normal was almost absurd to her. "Not quite," Margaret said, as she leaned forward and took it from her. Belladonna gave her a pleading look as Margaret placed the book under her arm. "Well, I suppose I could show you." Belladonna smiled gratefully as Margaret sat down on the bed and flipped the book open, seemingly to a random page. Belladonna leaned over her and stared at Margaret's rather neat handwriting. "The sun rises, a new day begins," Belladonna murmured, as her eyes flickered over the page. "Is this poetry?" Margaret bent her head. "Yes, it is," she said. She closed the book gently, not quite meeting Belladonna's eye. Belladonna frowned, noting her sudden change in disposition. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing," Margaret said quietly. "I've just never shown this to anyone before." Belladonna grinned. "Oh, you're nervous," she chirped. "Come on, please show it to me again." I liked what I saw. It reminded her a little of the only Shakespeare she had ever read. "Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw." Margaret tilted her fingers under the cover, hesitating slightly, before outright handing the book over to Belladonna. She smiled at her as she took it back and opened it to the first page. Belladonna had been illiterate until she was 12. She had a little bit of trouble processing some of the imagery that Margaret had tried to convey and had to ask more than a few questions. Margaret was quick to answer, and together they began to go through some of Margaret's earlier poems. "You write about fighting a lot," Belladonna noted. Although her literary understanding wasn't quite as sophisticated as she would have liked, she was able to pick up on that much. Yes, Margaret said, her voice quiet. I was 17. I was thinking a lot about my career back then. Belladonna nodded, her lips tight. She did not want to mention how Margaret talked like she was a lot older than she actually was. I spent my entire life building myself up to be the best knight I could be, Margaret said quietly. It was all I could think about for the longest time. Margaret raised her hand and grabbed her opposite arm, bending her head, not meeting Belladonna's eye. Belladonna could not tear her eyes away from her. She was amazed that Margaret, so strong and confident, had a vulnerable side. I feel almost as if my entire sense of self revolves around fighting for the order, Margaret said quietly. Ever since the mind, she trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. Belladonna, without even thinking, leaned forward and touched her hand. Sweetie, relax, she said softly. Speak your mind. Margaret nodded, still looking a little unsettled. I don't know what to do, Margaret said. With one major victory, I have become one of the 24 High Knights of the Order. The fate of the entire world could fall into my hands. Don't say that, Belladonna said quickly. It's not going to come to that. I know, but I still can't help but worry. She had stuttered somewhat, which surprised Belladonna. Margaret was known for being eloquent and relatively fearless. Margaret was a very popular target of gossip among the knights due to her success, but Belladonna had never heard anyone suggest that Margaret was having second thoughts about her position. If people like Hildegard were to be believed, Margaret relished the attention and sorted out any chance she got. Belladonna wondered whether Margaret had ever been this open to anyone before. She suddenly felt a strong burst of sympathy for her. Belladonna clutched her hand tightly. Margaret, you shouldn't worry about things like that, she said. The entire order is behind you, supporting you every step of the way. I know that, but No buts, Belladonna said. Az stood up. She pulled Margaret to her feet. Margaret did so, looking shocked, as Belladonna gave her a look. We are going to get some tea, she said, and speak of happier things. And that was how they became friends. They saw something in each other that most others missed. Belladonna saw the more artistic, expressive side of Margaret, while Margaret began to appreciate her for who she was. Belladonna had been around Margaret so often that she had begun to take notice of Margaret's habit of spontaneously writing things down in her notebook. She had begun to appreciate Margaret's diligence to not only her training and responsibilities, but to her poetry as well. Thinking about this had inspired her to try her hand at writing as well. Now that she was older and more well-versed in English literature, she wanted to seriously try her hand at it. 2 hours later, she had still not written anything down. She had no idea what she even wanted to write about. Margaret had made it look so easy, but she should have known better. Like anything else she did, she only made it look easy. She closed her eyes, thinking deeply. Her mind trailed back to before she met Margaret. How she had been discovered by the great outdoorsman, Randolph, and brought to the cathedral. How lonely and isolated she felt, being a girl with no background in the order. She bit her lip and leaned forward, back down to the paper. Randolph. She would start at the beginning. Her childhood. I, Belladonna, am not a usual member of the order. I am different. I come from a world very different than most others. And this is my life story. Now, can anyone tell me who the current 24 High Knights are? There were far more raised hands than usual, Sophie among them. The High Knights were, generally speaking, the most well-regarded and popular knights among the order's ranks. As a result, many of the trainees looked up to them and hoped to become one themselves someday. They were also strong targets for gossip, so even those with no serious interest in pursuing the knighthood tended to follow their lives and exploits. Maya, how about you? Maya jumped. She had been looking down at a notebook and not really paying attention. She seemed to have been writing a letter. Sophie could see little hearts lining the side of the page. High Knights. Name them, Sophie whispered quickly. Maya made a quick OK gesture with her hand under the table before addressing the class. At any given time, there are 24. Sophie groaned. They had just gone over that. but Maya quickly changed tracks and began to answer the question properly. "There is Margaret the Mindslayer," Maya said, more commonly known as Margaret Maya. She and two of her companions, Avalon the Just and Hildegard the Berserker, became High Knights following their significant accomplishments in the battle against the Mind. The three of them overcame extraordinary circumstances to defeat the mind of the dragon at the absolute height of his power and insanity. All three of them were offered the position of High Knight following the defeat of the Mind. Margaret, who landed the final blow, was the first to be admitted as a High Knight. Her companions soon followed suit. Since then, these three have led glorious careers. "Very informative, Maya," the teacher said sardonically, but not what I asked. Maya flushed, as Sophie shrugged at her helplessly. She had tried to help. "Could someone perhaps name and describe another High Knight?" the priest asked, as he turned to face the rest of the class. "One that has not been mentioned. Moulin Rouge," Phoenix, one of Sophita's classmates, suggested. She was twirling her long red hair in her fingers. Sophie suspected she had chosen Lady Rouge specifically because they shared the same hair colour. "Yes, Moulin Rouge," the priest said, turning to Phoenix. "Now, could you name one of her accomplishments?" "Well, she is an extremely accomplished vampire hunter," Phoenix answered. "She is leading the charge against the brides of Dracula and is probably the most accomplished vampire hunter in Europe. Certainly the most accomplished in our order," the priest said. "The Blade family and especially the Harkers are generally considered to be our better in this specific front." "Oh, Lady Rouge wouldn't like to hear that." The Harker and their partners across Europe had taken a much more laissez-faire attitude towards vampires. As long as vampires did not intrude upon their land or try and seize control of new territory, they would not be hunted down and destroyed. The Order of the Dragon was far more aggressive in their approach. "But yes, you are correct," the priest continued. "Moulin Rouge is indeed one of the current High Knights. She has been put in charge of the war effort against the brides, and is heavily responsible for their loss of influence in their own region. They have seized no new territory since their reign began, and they have lost a considerable amount of their most loyal followers." "The brides aren't exactly trying to expand, though," Sophie said, recalling something that her father had told her. "They just want to revive Dracula." The priest gave her a look. "That is true," he said, his voice slow and deliberate. "Pray that they never do." Class ended soon afterward. Sophie packed up her things and stood by as Maya complained about what had just happened. She was still a little annoyed about being put on the spot during class. "I had no idea what I was talking about," she was saying in a frantic tone as she threw her things haphazardly into her bag. Sophie rolled her eyes. "Try paying attention next time." "Oh, as if you're any better," she retorted, slowing down her packing in order to slide the letter neatly into its own pocket. The two argued in hushed tones as they left the room together. "I am better," Sophie insisted. "I told you that all you had to do was name the High Knights." "But everyone knows them." "Everyone except you mean?" They stepped outside and down the steps. Near the bottom of the steps, Phoenix was standing some distance away, checking herself rather vainly in a pocket mirror. "Even she did better than you. Phoenix wasn't known being particularly bright." Maya screwed up her face. "That hurts!" Sophie thought the half-joking argument had run its course. "Want to practice magic tonight?" "Tonight, I wanted to relax." "You'll never get anywhere in life if you relax during your free time," Sophie said immediately. Maya gave her a look. "That's something your mother would say," Sophie spluttered. "No what? No, of course it isn't." As much as she did not want to admit it, Maya was right. Her mother would have said that. In fact, now that she thought about it, she had specifically told her the exact same thing before starting at the academy. She had parroted her without even thinking about. "Okay, fine," Sophie said. "Have it your way. You can relax." "We can relax. I'm not spending my evening alone." The two argued a little bit more as they headed back to the dormitory. They were not the first ones back. Elisa and Nightlind were sitting on their beds, facing each other with books laid out on their laps. "Hey, guys," Sophie greeted, immediately cutting off the argument as she stepped into the room. Nightlinda did not bother looking up from her bo-okays, but Elisa caught her eye and smiled. "Hey," she said, "doing anything tonight?" "I wanted to," Sophie said, "but Maya wants to be lazy." "Every night," Nightlinda said snippily, flipping the page of her book. There were complicated, intricate images of tentacles wrapping around a woman. Sophie quickly averted her eye. Night, being the daughter of an eldritch professor and the Knight of Nightmares, had already dedicated herself to combating the void and the creatures it spawned, something that Sophie did not want anything to do with. Resting is important too, Maya said, eyes wide. I don't want to burn myself out. I think of class time as my rest time, personally, Nightlind said, as she again turned the page. The priests here have nothing to teach me. She spoke with contempt. Sophie frowned at her, a little annoyed. What, you think you can take Cthulhu right now? Cthulhu was nothing compared to what's out there, Nightlind said flatly. Sophie was about to point out that she had not answered her question before Elisa quickly jumped in. What Linda means to say is that she can't take her studies lightly, she explained, and that the Order of the Dragon has no experience fighting the void. I see, Sophie said testily, her eyes still on Nightlind's back. She decided to let the argument drop. As time went on, more and more girls entered. Phoenix came in, followed by Stella Maris, who was smiling widely as she toyed with her necklace of seashells. Hello, hello, Stella said brightly, beaming. Sophie said hi back, but as usual was a little annoyed by her overly chipper attitude. Elisa and Maya greeted her much more enthusiastically. They got along with her a lot better than she did. My God, Knight, Phoenix said as her eyes fell on the book. Do you have to look at that thing in public? Knight looked up, her somewhat unkempt yellow hair falling across her face. What did you say? She asked sharply, wrapping her hand around the book in a claw-like grip. Enough, ladies, Sophie said sharply. Phoenix, you don't have to look at the book if you don't want to. Ooh, look at the little Lady Langley, Phoenix said, as she brushed her long red hair behind her ear. Following in your mother's footsteps, are you? Sophie flushed. I am not. Don't be mean, Phoenix, Maya said, quickly coming to Sophie's aid. Please? Phoenix snickered but turned away to her bed. She bent over, reached under the mattress and fumbled around. She pulled back and in her hand was a pack of cigars. Not even trying to hide it, are you? Sophie asked disparagingly. Phoenix smirked as she pulled out a cigar from the pack and raised it to her lips. She placed it in her mouth and bit down. She raised her hand to her face, snapped her fingers, and a small burst of flame erupted from her thumb. The thumb met the cigar and lit it. Stella's expression shifted from happy-go-lucky to suddenly stern. Phoenix, your health. You're going to get us in trouble, Sophie said. Cut it out. Phoenix lowered the cigar and blew smoke out at her. Sophie waved it away with her hand, glowering. I'm going out, Phoenix said. If anyone asks, I'm in the library reading the Bible. She raised the cigar back to her lips and stepped out. Sophie stared after her angrily. Elisa and Maya also looked a little put off. Nightlinda had already turned back to her book and already seemed absorbed. What is she doing, really? Sophie asked Stella Maris, annoyed. Stella shrugged, adjusting her uniform. She had pulled up her top to show off her stomach, which Sophie had noticed she tended to do when she wanted to relax. It was a violation of the dress code, but Stella seemed to prefer it that way. Stella was already smiling again, but Sophie knew her well enough that she was a little upset. Something she's not supposed to, Stella said. Do you think she's jumping the wall? Jealous, Stella teased. No. Probably, Stella said. I think she's leaving the academy rather than going to see the boys, though. Does she have a boyfriend in town, maybe? Out of all of them, Phoenix was the tallest and looked much older than she actually was. It was not outside the realm of possibility that she had managed to pull an older, unfortunate knight. She probably just wants to smoke in peace, Elisa said. She knows we don't hurt to do it in here. They argued for a little while after that before deciding to turn in. As the sun began to set, the girls crawled into bed. Nightlinda, as was her custom, set up a piece of cardboard in front of her bedside light in order to keep the rest of the room dim as she continued to read. Maya fell asleep almost immediately, as did Stella Maris. Sophie, however, stayed awake. She was somewhat curious as to when Phoenix would return. However, before she knew it, she was fast asleep in her bed. Chapter 10. What is keeping Margaret? I don't know, Karen said, drinking yet another bottle of wine. She can stay gone for all I care. Margaret had been gone for quite a while. Diego was beginning to get worried. She really should not have gone alone, he said. Who knows what the eye will do to her? Nothing, I imagine. Diego looked up to see Garland gliding down the stairs towards them, his hands folded in his robes. I can sense Margaret's energy, he said. She is safe and relaxed. I have no doubt she will return shortly. Diego gave Karen a look. Well, if you say so. How happy are we talking? Karen asked rudely. Like, sleeping with the eye happy? No, nothing like that. Huh, Karen said. Poor Margaret. She took another drink. Diego rolled his eyes. She'll live, I imagine, he said. He gave Garland a pleading look. Hey, I've been watching Karen for hours. Can you take over for me, please? I'm kind of tired. Well, Karen sat upright, slamming her hand on the table. You can't just leave me with him. Of course, Garland said simply. I would be happy to. You can't do this to me, Diego, Karen said. I thought you cared about me. She was being melodramatic. Diego sighed again, and then yawned, and then turned and stepped away. I'll be upstairs if you need me, he said. And then he was gone. The instant he was gone, Garland was on her. Put down the bottle, he commanded. Straighten yourself up. How much have you been drinking? Not enough, Karen said simply. You drink so much that your blood could be liquor, Garland told her. You are an alcoholic. One who can handle her liquor, thank you. She spoke quickly and succinctly, without slurring her words. You behave like a drunk, Garland told her, and you need to realize this. Karen scowled. Outside, now. Karen could not argue he outranked her. Grumbling, she set the bottle down and stood up, yawning. I'm sleepy. We'll take a quick walk around town and then you can go to bed. Karen groaned. But my head feels like it may explode. Do not make excuses, Karen, Garland said. Karen wanted to keep complaining as she led up and out of the room and to their rooms. Karen was allowed to don her armor, weapons and cloak to conceal them. She did so, taking a good while to do it, before stepping back out of the hallway where Garland stood waiting. Shall we? She felt a bit better now that she was armed. He nodded and bid her follow him. They stepped out onto the street, their cloaks wrapped tightly around them. Karen could barely make out the giant sword that Garland had strapped to his back. He had concealed it very well with magic, so well that Karen's trained eye could barely make out a faint outline of it being there. Her own spear that she held tightly in her hand was completely visible to her, but most people passing by would see it as a mere stick, or not at all. Worst date I've ever been on, Karen complained. No drinks, no food, no effort. Garland said nothing. He was supposed to be completely celibate, like all dragon priests. Karen would have to be creative to annoy him. Margaret's not doing a very good job of leading us, is she? Karen said. Oh, why don't you lot stay in the hotel while I go and talk to the dragon? She should never have done that, Garland said, his voice quiet. I at least should have gone with her, but she didn't want to intimidate him. Or his wife. Karen blanched. She was still having a lot of trouble wrapping her head around the fact that the eye was married to such a goblin. Margaret probably screwed the pooch. Garland whirled around. For a moment there, Karen thought she had found a chink in his armor. But she quickly realized that Garland was looking right past her. She turned around and saw that some distance away, a tall, lithe figure was standing in the middle of the street, staring at them. Karen felt her blood run cold. She could feel the evil intent wafting off of him in waves. She could scarcely imagine how she had missed it up to this point. It was an overbearing, oppressive energy. Speak, Garland commanded, as he opened his cloak, unclasping it one smooth motion to reveal his full set of armor and weapons. Karen was shocked to hear the surprise and fright in his voice. He had not sensed the figure coming either. Katerina, the figure murmured as it stepped towards them. Where is she? Karen threw her cloak off as well and raised her weapon, realization dawning on her. The eye of the dragon stepped closer to them, his odd eyes glaring at them through his glasses. Although still dressed in his farm things, he struck an imposing figure. It was those eyes. They stared at them with a frightening intensity. Your wife? Garland asked, worry in his voice. What do you mean? Sauron advanced towards them. Karen almost shirked back, but she managed to tighten her grip on her weapon as he approached. Where is Katerina? Stop, Garland said. I would like to help you, but I do not. He drew his sword. A gigantic Zweihander, several feet long, rested on his shoulder at the ready. Please listen to me. Sauron continued to advance towards them. Karen grimaced. This isn't good, she said. We may have to end this right here. Garland grimaced. He did not look happy. "If he strikes, you may defend yourself," he said. "But where is Katerina?" Sauron repeated, his tone dark and vicious. He was not armed, Karen was relieved to see, but his hands were clenched into fists. "Where did you take my wife?" Karen had never come face to face with dracos before. The mind had been killed before she had become a knight, but she had heard stories of his great temper and ability to intimidate nearly everyone who opposed him. She felt much the same way facing the eye. She recalled how, once, she had overheard a conversation Margaret had had with one of her many admirers. How had she been able to stand up to the mind when anyone else would have frozen on the spot? Karen had never forgotten the answer. "I don't know." Karen gritted her teeth and stepped forward. "Karen, he's not going to listen to reason," she snapped. "If we don't fight, we will die." She faced the eye, spear in hand, as he walked towards her. He was very close now. "This is your last warning, Eye of the Dragon," she said as she brandished the weapon threateningly. "Where is my wife?" She lunged out at him, jabbing at him with her spear as quick as she was able. He did not even step out of the way. He simply rotated his upper body, narrowly avoiding the blow, and he continued to walk forward. Karen grimaced as she pulled back and jabbed again and again and again, as fast as she was able, every time Sauron neatly avoided the blow. So easily, in fact, that it barely looked as if he were trying to avoid her at all. "Rah!" Following her final attack, Karen raised her hand and an explosion of powerful magical energy erupted from her fist. The windows in the buildings around them shattered to pieces from the sheer force of her blow. She swung the spear around with other hand, trying to slam it into Sauron's side. He had not even flinched. He raised his arm, caught the spear in midair, pushing it downward. Karen, not wiling to let go of her weapon, bent down slightly to keep hold of it. He pushed outward and with incredible strength jabbed the handle of the spear into Karen's chin. She cried out as she flew backward, the spear falling out of her grip. Sauron pulled it back, spun it around in one smooth motion, and darted forward, intent on skewering Karen before she could even hit the ground. Before he could, however, Garland swung his sword in between them. Sauron stopped his attack to pull back slightly, allowing Karen to fall to the ground untouched. She moaned in pain as she tried to roll back onto her feet. "You are making a mistake. Eye of the Dragon," Garland warned, as he advanced upon him, his hands gripped tightly around the hilt of his massive sword. "You wanted to absolve yourself of your sins. You wanted move past your bloody history and become a better man. Killing us all will... Where is my wife?" Garland had no choice. He swung the sword with surprising strength and speed downward, intent on splitting Sauron completely in half. Again, he avoided the blow by narrowly stepping to the sword. Garland swung the sword diagonally upward, trying to cut him, but this time he ducked and dashed forward, spear at the ready. Garland stepped forward as well, bringing his sword behind him. He raised his elbow outward, glaring intently at Sauron as the spear contacted it. Clang! The piece of armor that was hidden under his cloak deflected the stab from the spear. Sauron staggered backward a little as Garland swung the sword around to the side. Sauron fell to the ground, the sword swung harmlessly over his head. Garland, surprised, watched as Sauron spun around on the ground and swung the spear at his legs. Garland leapt upward, jumping on the spear with his boot, and pinned it to the ground. He struck again trying to split Sauron in half. This time he backed away, leaving the spear behind him. "You are outmatched, dragon," Garland said quietly. "You brought no weapons, and are long out of practice. You may have been one of the deadliest men in the world 15 years ago, but now you are nothing but a shell of your former self." Where... The fire in his eyes was beginning to die down a little bit. Not out of fear, Garland could see. He was simply becoming less enraged. "Is my wife?" Sauron finished, his tone a bit less harsh as he stared at his enemy. "What did you do to her?" Garland lowered the weapon. "We have done nothing to your wife," he said. "Has something happened to her?" Sauron opened his mouth to argue, but his eyes flitted past him and he stopped. Garland froze, not quite wanting to turn around, but not exactly sure what was behind him either. "Sauron." Karen sat up, rubbing her face as she looked up to where the voice was coming from. She stared up, open-mouthed, as Katerina stepped down from the steps of the hotel, staring at them. Where had she come from? She glided down the staircase and stood on the concrete, her hands folded in front of her. "What are you doing?" she asked Sauron in Russian. "How could you do this?" Garland stiffened, his eyes never leaving Sauron's face. As she had come down the stairs, he had looked shocked, but after she spoke, his eyes narrowed. "These are my friends," Katerina continued. "How could you do this to us?" She began to cry, holding her hands to her face. Sauron looked away from her, back towards Garland's face. "For the record," he said quietly, his eyes glinting with an intense glare. "My wife doesn't speak Russian." The girl stopped crying almost immediately. She lowered her hands to her side. "You figured me out that quickly?" she asked, a man's voice coming from her lips. "I can fool most people, you know. I knew you were an imposter the moment you stepped down the stairs," Sauron told him. "It was your shoes." She left hers at home. The figure sighed. "I should have known better than to imitate the woman you have chosen to spend your life with." The features moulded away to give shape a darker-skinned man. He brandished his sword in front of him as he stared down Sauron. Karen scrambled to her feet and readied their weapons. 3 knights faced him down now. The only one missing was Margaret Meyer. "I will not ask you again," Sauron said. "Where is my wife?" "I do not. Do not lie to me," Sauron said. He stepped forward towards the group. Karen grimaced and stepped forward, her hand outstretched. Her spear leapt off the ground and back into her hand. She brandished it in front of her, staring intently. Diego stepped up behind her, 2 of his long knives in hand. Sauron stared them all down. "You cannot defeat all of us, dragon," Garland said. "Please, you must." Sauron stepped forward. Garland and the others instinctively took a step backward and tightened their formation. "This is your last warning, Eye of the Dragon," Garland warned. "If you do not yield." Sauron leapt forward and slammed himself into Karen. She cried out in pain as he grabbed her spear and again tried to wrest it from her grasp. She resisted, biting her teeth as both Diego and Garland dived in from behind. Diego struck first, stabbing at Sauron with his knives. Sauron knocked the first blade away by slamming his elbow into Diego's wrist and then spinning around to kick out at Diego's knee without even letting go of Karen's spear. Diego staggered, wincing a little as Garland slammed the sword down onto Sauron's head. He pulled backward, pulling Karen under the blow. She screamed as she let go of the spear, and the sword crashed down between them. Sauron brandished the spear again and went after Diego, stabbing at his head. Garland knocked the blow away with an upward strike and tried to follow up with a spinning slash back downward with the sword. Karen quickly drew her small side sword and jumped back in, her eyes narrowed. Diego recovered, getting back to his feet as Sauron stepped backward, avoiding Garland's strike. "I want my spear back!" Karen cried as she slashed at him. A burst of intense light radiated from her sword, and beam of magical energy erupted from it and soared through the air towards Sauron. He grimaced and crossed his arms in front of him in an X shape, in a clear attempt to block the attack. When the beam contacted, it got through his sleeves, leaving a small trail of blood across his arms. Garland struck, bringing the giant sword downward on his head. Sauron stabbed the spear at Garland's hand, impaling it through the back. Garland screamed in pain as he dropped the sword right onto Sauron's head. He narrowly sidestepped the falling weapon and stomped on it as it clattered to the ground, snapping the great blade in half. Unbelievable. Karen thought to herself, hesitating ever so slightly. Not only was he standing up to them, completely unarmoured and no weapons of his own, he was winning. Sauron pulled the tip of the spear out, spilling blood all over the concrete before stabbing forward again, this time catching Garland right in the stomach. "No!" Diego shouted as he ran forward. Garland shook his head and grabbed the spear, staring at Sauron with an intense, determined ferocity. Karen was quick to catch on to his meaning. "Go!" She and Diego leapt forward, their weapons drawn, and tried to attack. Sauron tried to remove the spear from his victim, but Garland's stubborn grip led it to not even being budged. He had no choice but to drop the weapon and back away. "Worry not about me!" Garland cried. "Finish him!" He had collapsed to the ground, but Karen barely registered that. Her eyes were on the prize. She slashed with her small sword, catching his complete attention. But Diego was coming up from behind. He blocked her attack by grabbing hold of her blade with his hands, but Diego managed to cut into his back. He cried out in pain. "He cannot avoid that which he cannot see," Diego yelled at her. "Stay opposite of me, all right?" Karen nodded as she focused her magical energy into the sword. It burst into flame, forcing Sauron to let go of the burning hot metal. "Ah!" She slashed at him again, lightly grazing his chest. He grunted, his eyes wide, as he backed away a little bit. "It's over!" Diego screamed, as he stabbed forward at Diego's back. Karen immediately slashed as well. Sauron leapt backwards towards Diego and grabbed hold of his. Karen screamed out in shock as Sauron threw him forward, in front of her own blade. "Ah!" Diego screamed out in pain as the flaming sword slashed through his entire body and armor, cutting his entire chest open. Burnt-looking organs spilled out of his chest as he stared at Karen, his mouth quibbling with shock. Karen stared at him, unable to believe her eyes. "Diego, I'm so sorry." He fell to the ground at their feet. Karen stared down at his body, unmoving on the ground. Suddenly, her entire body felt heavy. She dropped her weapon and collapsed onto her knees, sobbing. Sauron stared down at her impassively. "Where is my wife?" he asked again, not at all sympathetically. Karen continued to sob, her hands coiled into fists. You monster!" His gaze hardened. "Monster," he repeated, his voice somehow hardening even further. "Then what does that make you?" Karen wailed as Sauron raised his foot above her head. "Enough!" Sauron lowered his foot as a light mist filled the air. He turned around, his eyes narrowed, trying to some sign of the owner of the voice. The mist subsided, and there stood Margaret Meyer over Garland's body. Her cape billowed behind her as she surveyed the situation impassively. "Sauron," she said curtly, "how could you do this?" She did not sound angry, but her voice was ice-cold. "Where is my wife?" Sauron asked as he turned around to face her. "Answer me!" "We went for a walk together," Margaret said quietly. "She is now home, waiting for your return." She sighed. "I deeply regret that it has come to this, Sauron." She drew her sword. The mist began to surround them again, thickening by the moment. Sauron froze, his mind blank. "Home?" he repeated, numbing. "We did not take her, Sauron," Margaret said quietly, her voice seemingly coming at him from all directions. "She wanted to speak to me about you. That is all." Sauron was not sure what to think. "Is this true?" Margaret did not speak. The mist deepened. Sauron stood there, his head bent over. No, that couldn't possibly be true. He cried out as something slashed out at him. He staggered as a deep pool of blood filled to his feet. He clutched his chest, gasping, unable to focus. No. What had he done? "I wanted to help you," Margaret murmured. "I truly did. But now I know that you cannot be helped." He gasped as another slash hit his back. More blood fell to the ground. Sauron was beginning to feel faint. "You are beyond redemption." Sauron screamed as another slash hit him across the chest. "In the name of the Lord." He closed his eyes, thinking of Katerina. He remembered how hard she had taken learning of his past, and then how quickly she had accepted it. A strong, burning desire to see her again filled his every pore. His eyes burst open, his glasses shattering into pieces at his feet. His eyes flickered and met Margaret's eyes, who stared at him in shock. He raised his finger and a small burst of magical energy burst from it and slammed into Margaret's head. She did not even react as her head exploded onto the street, sending blood and brains splattering all over the concrete. He turned around as Margaret's body fell to its knees and sat limply upright, like a forgotten puppet. In the end, that was all she was. Sauron turned to Karen, who was still lying sobbing on the ground at his feet. She had had every opportunity to rise up and kill him, but she had not been able to do so. He felt a burst of fury towards her. He raised his leg and kicked her. She cried out as she sprawled out onto the concrete as he stood over her, staring down at her pitilessly. "I want you to deliver a message for me," he said, "while I go home and have a heart-to-heart with my wife." Karen stared up at him, tears trickling down her face. He felt a burning desire to kick her again, and again, and again, and again. "I want you to go back to your church and tell your friends," he said. "I want all of the citizens in the nearby town evacuated within the next week. I will be coming to kill all of you. The High Knights, the priests, the Grand Prior, everyone." He clutched his hand into a fist. He could hardly believe what he was saying, but it was the only way. Now that the Order knew where he was, and now that he had killed their people, they would never stop. If he wished to live a quiet life with Katerina, he would have no choice but to take up arms once again. He felt a strong sense of dread welling up within him. This was not what he wanted, but he pushed the feeling aside. He had to protect Katerina at all costs. Katerina hummed to herself joyfully as she set a pot of tea on the stove. Following her talk with Margaret, she had been put in a much better mood. Now that she had a little bit more perspective, she was feeling a little bit more confident in herself and her marriage. She wanted to speak with Sauron further. Perhaps he would begin to open up to her if she pressed him enough. She was determined to do so. Sauron, she was beginning to realize, had a more complex past than she had ever anticipated, and she needed to support him through this. She paused as she heard a door close behind her. She smiled to herself as she turned around, half hoping that Sauron would step into the room. He did not. Her smile did not fade. Instead, she simply prepared the tea and set it on her tray, and then carried it into the other room. "Sauron?" she asked, peering around the dark room. He twitched. He was standing in dark, the outline of his body barely discernible. "When did you get back?" Katerina asked, as she set the tray down on the table. She turned and flipped the switch, and turned back to Sauron. She gasped, throwing her hands in front of her face. Large red gashes ran up and down Sauron's chest and across his arms. "No, Sauron. What happened?" She was stepping towards him, her hand outstretched. He looked away from her, and she noticed a bit uneasily that he was not wearing his glasses. "I got into a fight," he murmured, his eyes downcast. "With those knights." Katerina froze, her hand hovering a couple of inches from a large cut across his chest. "A fight?" she repeated. "What do you mean?" "They attacked me," Sauron said after some hesitation. "I had to defend myself." He swallowed, "and I had to kill them." Katerina's hand fell to her side. She stared at him in shock, her mouth hanging open. "Kill," she repeated, her voice becoming shrill. "You killed." "I had to," Sauron said, not quite meeting her eye. "They gave me no choice. I didn't want to do it." "Then why did you?" she asked sharply, pulling her hand away from him. "I had to," he said again, this time more firmly. "No, you didn't." Tears were falling from her face. "Sauron, Margaret wanted to help you. She did. And you killed." "These people are killers, Katerina," he said quietly, his eyes downcast. "And what are you?" she shouted at him, her face red and teary. She turned away from him and slammed the door behind her. Sauron stared after her, a little sadly, before turning his attention back to what he was doing. The long box he had hidden under the floorboards in the room was lying on the desk. He reached forward and unlatched it. There it lay, still in pristine condition. His weapon, the Red Death. It was a special weapon, made for his own personal use. A number of enchantments had been woven into the design to suit his own abilities, powers, and tactics. It could handle firing high-powered shots of magical energy, automatically blended into its surroundings, and could shoot at a far longer range than nearly any other rifle. It doubled as a melee weapon. A hidden blade along the barrel could be brought out by the flip of a switch. And on top of that, it was the first firearm ever created to have a magical core. Traditional wizards used wands and staffs to amplify their magical powers. Sauron used this. He felt a strong sense of trepidation as he picked it up, his hand shaking somewhat. What was he doing? He had promised himself that he would never pick it up again. And yet, here he was, planning on committing a massacre. This wasn't right. This wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to live a quiet life with Katerina, but that was impossible. The Order had come once. They would come again, and again, and again, forever if they had to, until either he or they were dead. He would make sure it was them that died. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. His head was throbbing. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the rifle and slid the strap over his shoulder. If he wanted to live a normal life, He would have to break his own promise to himself. He would have to kill again. Chapter 11. Hildegard groaned as she slammed her head on the table. The High Knight felt a great throbbing headache coming on. "This is stupid," she moaned as she pulled at her hair. "Why would they do this to me?" Her fellow High Knight Gallus said nothing. He simply sat across from her and sipped his tea quietly. "To us?" Hildegard went on. "We're not doing anything. We're on leave. Yet a dracos appears and they don't deploy us. Why?" Gallus gave her a look. "You know why?" Hildegard flushed, rubbing the ring on her hand awkwardly. They stared at each other. "The reason they don't want us fighting," Gallus said, his voice soft and patient, "is so we can enjoy our wedding and honeymoon together." Hildegard could almost feel herself going red. She had never been the romantic type, and neither had he. He stated that they were getting married as if it were nothing more than a simple fact. And, to be fair, it was. He was 5 years her senior. They had met not long after Hildegard had become a High Knight, at the rather young age at 20. Although older than she, he did share her accomplishments or family background. He was a first-generation knight, a man with no family history in the order at all. Hildegard had barely noticed him at first. He hardly spoke, a point that many, including herself, teased him for. But he took his knightly duties very seriously, which she liked. She greatly valued knighthood over all other things in her life, and had always seen herself settling down with another knight. Her parents weren't happy when she accepted his proposal of marriage. They had had it in their heads that she would marry Avalon Angel after they had both become High Knights. Instead, she had chosen to marry a man who had been born outside the order. Her parents were fools. They knew nothing of Avalon and what he was like beyond closed doors. All they cared about was doing what was best for them and the family, not for her. They were perfectly happy sending off her 5 brothers around the world to build wealth in the secular world and abandon the knighthood entirely. But God forbid she marry someone who didn't have a drop of noble blood in his veins. "What about your children, Hilda?" "I'm fairly certain my children will have a good father, Mother," she had answered promptly. She touched the eye patch over her right eye. "Be thankful that anyone wants to have children with me." Her mother wasn't impressed. Her parents had stopped agonizing over the situation once Gallus had become a High Knight. She had chosen well after all, though her parents still insisted she should have waited until he had been knighted to accept the proposal. As far as she was concerned, she had done everything she was supposed to do. She was happy, her man was happy, and soon they would start a family. The question now, it seemed, was how soon. "Starting a family when both parents are knights is very difficult," Gallus said, "especially for the mother." Hildegard sighed. "Don't remind me," she said, her voice gloomy. Timing a pregnancy so that she could maintain her powers was a scary prospect. It could be done, but she had heard it was exhausting. Many knights retired after being married in order to focus on their married life. Hildegard did not want that for herself. She intended to keep fighting for as long as she was able, but she also had an obligation to continue her family line, as all of her brothers had chosen to leave the order, and many of their children would never become knights. "Are you ready to go?" She nodded as she got to her feet. She felt a strong thrill well up within her as Gallus offered his arm to her, and off they went. They stepped into the conference room of the cathedral solemnly, having changed into their formal armour for the occasion. Lord Gervilius, who commanded the knights on the home front, greeted them at the door. "Ah, the young couple," he boomed. "Congratulations, congratulations." Hildegard did not bother to thank him. "What is the situation?" she asked, somewhat obnoxiously. "Is it serious?" "Very," he said gravely. "Please step inside." He saw them in and turned back around at the door. Most of the seats around the table were empty. Many of the knights that they belonged to were out on active duty and not available to come on short notice. Avalon and Margaret's seats were both empty. Margaret because she was out dealing with the Eye of the Dragon, and Avalon due to his never-ending crusade against demons and witches. There were a handful of knights present. Possibly most surprising was the heavily tattooed and pierced Captain de Lorey, or Captain R. She rarely left the sea. There were others sitting around the table: Vincent, Bianca, Moulin Rouge, Lance, and Flavio. Flavio waved at them cheerfully, and she tried her best to ignore him. Bianca strangely had chosen to have her mouth covered by her white mask, as if she were in battle. And there, sitting by herself in the corner, away from the table, sat Lucille Langley. She sat in a chair formally, a large binder held out in front of her, formally dressed in a skirt and blouse that looked better suited for a secretary than a knight of the Order of the Dragon. Hildegard's heart tightened when she saw her. Lucille headed the Dracos program, a small group of dedicated knights and researchers who specialized in hunting down and studying dragons in modern times. She was heavily involved in dealing with all of the world's known dragons and studying all aspects of their abilities and behaviors. From breeding patterns to eugenics to their magical powers, she oversaw it all. To see her here at a time like this was very disconcerting. It meant that whatever the issue was, a dragon was involved. Juvilius stepped back through the door, nodding at them. "I think that is everyone," he said. "Now, let us begin." "How serious is it?" Mulan asked quietly, her hand clutched on her sword. She too had noticed Lucille in the corner. Lucille stood up, nodding at Juvilius as she took the reins. "Good evening, my lords and ladies," she said formally, as she ruffled through her folder. "I am pleased to see that so many of you were able to come here on such short notice. Your input will be greatly valued." "What is the situation?" Hildegard asked, cutting straight to the point. Lucille nodded at her. "There are a couple of major topics that I needed to speak with you all about," she said. "Most pressingly, I think, is the current state of our understanding of the dracos of the world." "We now know of 4, you mean?" Lance said. "That many?" Flavio asked, balking a little. In school, they had been taught that it had been rare for a single draco to appear in the span of a century. "That is correct," Lucille said. "The hand, the eye, the mouth, and the heart. We suspect the rising population is due primarily to there simply being more people on Earth." "It is nothing to worry about?" "Nothing to worry about," Bianca repeated. "There are 4 of them. 1 is more than enough." There were murmurs of agreement. The betrayal of the mind still weighed heavily on all of their minds. Lucille let them voice their concerns before continuing. "We have no intention of converting all of them," she said. "In fact, I dare say it would be impossible to do so. Both the mouth and the heart have long ago forsaken any chance they had to redeem themselves and need to be eliminated. But the eye was another matter. There was a sliver of hope that maybe we could change his ways." Hildegard stiffened. She had a nasty idea of just what was coming next. "We uncovered the eye of the dragon earlier this year," Lucille went on. "We learned that he had taken on a new identity, married a woman, and was living on a farm. Although he paid many of his living expenses using the dirty money he earned through contract killing after the fall of the Soviet Union, had seemed to have abandoned the lifestyle following a moral dilemma. To us, this seemed like a major chance to convert another Dracos to our cause. A squad was deployed to speak with him regarding his situation. Following some promising initial conversations, the eye seemed to suffer from some kind of madness and attacked our people while they were unawares. He killed 3, including Margaret Meyer, and left another severely injured." There was a heavy silence at these words. Hildegard felt herself stiffen up. It was not unusual for a High Knight to be killed in battle, but she had to admit to herself that she had never suspected that Margaret would have been killed. She always expected that she would go first. "Have we recovered the bodies?" Lance asked. "They need to be given a proper funeral." "Do not worry about that," Lucille said sharply. "The issue at hand is that the eye is now on his way here, to the cathedral." Hildegard looked up sharply, completely snapped out of her reverie. "What?" she exclaimed. "He's coming here?" "Indeed," Lucille said as she adjusted her glasses. "He seems to have every intention of coming here and slaughtering every man, woman, and child he comes across." "And you thought you could convert him?" Hildegard asked her shrilly as she slammed her hands on the table. Gallus sat impassively beside her, his arms folded. He disapproved of her outburst, but Hildegard knew that he agreed with her. There was unease now around the table. "We did," Lucille said, "but we failed. And now we must deal with this incoming threat." She spoke plainly and succinctly. She alone seemed completely unintimidated. We must assemble a new team to eliminate him. Who in the world could handle the eye? Vincent asked blankly. No one can match him at long-range combat. That is what we need to be discussing today, Lucille said. Our plans for what we will do when he arrives. He shouldn't arrive at all, Bianca said quickly. We should intercept him before he gets anywhere near us. The gears were already turning in her head. Out of all of them, she seemed to have the best grasp of the situation. It will have to be you five, Lucille said again. Vincent, Flavio, Bianca, Lance, and Mulan. You will have to assemble knights. Hang on, Hildegard interrupted, gesturing to herself and Gallus. What about us? Please don't interrupt, Lucille said. You and the rest of the knights who are not chosen to fight the eye will focus on protecting the town and its people. We will be depending on you to protect them if the eye enters the area. Hildegard gritted her teeth. But I think I could. It is an important task, Hildegard, Lucille said sharply. You would do well to remember that. Hildegard scowled at her and sat back down. Gallus gave her a look. What? She hissed at him. The rest of you have my permission to use any methods you deem necessary. Lucille continued. It is imperative that we deal with the eye as quickly and efficiently as possible. If Margaret couldn't do it, Bianca began. Hildegard slammed her hands on the table. That's no way to think, she snapped. This time Lucille gave her an approving smile. That is exactly right, she said. We have it on good authority that the only reason Margaret could not kill the eye was due to being taken by surprise. The eye is years out of practice and is very possibly considerably weaker than he was when I fought him 15 years ago. Will you be fighting with us, Lucille? Flavio inquired. Your knowledge would be most valuable. I would love to, Lucille answered. But unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to. I do not want to lose the hand. I will be looking after him until this matter is resolved. Hildegard frowned and was about to voice her disappointment in her before Bianca intervened. I must admit my first plan would be to use Lady Nyx. Is she available? I had the same idea, Lucille said. I have already tried to reach out to her. However, she hasn't returned any of my messages. I suspect she's very busy. I was able to reach out to Lord Angle, however. He is in Africa at the moment, but I was able to get in touch with him through his sister. He is on his way. You know, if only there was someone who was already here who could fight, Hildegard began. Lucille ignored her. Bianca, if you would, perhaps you could go and try and track down Noir. I think that would be for the best, Bianca said dryly. A puff of smoke surrounded her and she was gone. Now, Lucille said, Lord Gervilius will be overseeing the protection of the community itself. Hildegard, Gallus, you will be assisting him. Yes, my lady. Now wait just a minute. Gervilius stepped up behind them and clapped each of them on the shoulder. We should alert the community now, he rumbled. We don't want anyone to not be aware of the situation. Hildegard scowled at him as she and Gallus got to their feet. Wait just a minute. She was still complaining as they were led out of the room, the door shutting behind them. For the rest of you, Lucille continued, I would suggest you prepare yourselves. The eye of the dragon, huh? Lance asked, folding his arms across his chest. Lance, Vincent and Flavio had the conference room to themselves now. Moulin Rouge had departed for her home, promising them that she was going to deal with a personal matter before joining them. The others did not mind. Moulin Rouge required a lot of preparation before going into battle. Ugh, don't remind me, Vincent moaned as he leaned back in his chair, hand over his forehead. I loved her, man. No, you didn't. I was going to marry her, man. No, you weren't. I miss her. Lance paused. I do too, he admitted. Let's not worry about that, all right? We can pay our respects after we deal with the eye. Yes, yes, Flavio said, nodding energetically. That's exactly what Margaret would want. It's what she gave her life for. All right, boys. Vincent sat, sitting back up in his chair. Let's begin. The three sat up, poring over the relevant documents that Lucille had provided them. Not only did they cover the eye's abilities and training, but it extended into his financial background and history of allegiances. Trained in Norway by the Hellraisers, Vincent murmured. He left them behind at a young age. He travelled for a long while, battling and killing anyone who crossed him. Following the collapse of the USSR, he eventually settled in Ukraine and married, Vincent's lips twisted. That? He repeated as he stared at Katerina's face, bemused. Really? There is more to beauty than what you see on the outside, Vincent, Lance reminded him. Flavio quickly nodded his agreement. Vincent groaned. Is that one of Melee's proverbs? It's one of my own, Lance admitted. She has rubbed off on me. Vincent laughed. You like her? Lance didn't smile. We need to focus on the task at hand, Vincent. Yeah, of course, Vincent said immediately as he bent over the table. But you better jump on that, bro. She's not going to be around forever. Just look at what happened to Margaret. Lance looked up at him at these words, frowning. That isn't funny, Vincent. It's true, though, he insisted. You gotta live while you're young. He tapped his forehead. Maybe that should be a proverb. I'm sure Melee would put it much more eloquently, Flavio said. Lance waved his hand. Focus, Vincent, he said. The eye is a major threat. I know, Vincent said. I'm, really nervous. He laughed sheepishly. Margaret was a way better knight than I was. There is nothing to fear if we go in prepared, Lance said. Calm down. They continued with their planning, trying to decide just what the best plan of attack would be. Belladonna sighed whimsically as she stared out the window of the coffee shop, her pen lying next to her journal. She had still barely written much of anything, and what little she had written was horrible. She wanted Margaret to take a look at it. She would know how to make it really sparkle. The door to the cafe opened. Belladonna hardly registered it as she bent down over her journal, her hand reaching for her pen. Margaret wouldn't be back for a while yet. Belladonna? A voice she didn't recognize, one with a husky, exotic accent. She looked up to find Moulin Rouge standing over the table. Ah! She got to her feet, preparing to salute, half expecting to be reprimanded for something she had done wrong, but Moulin Rouge shook her head. No, there is no need for that, Moulin said quietly. You are not in trouble. She hesitated. But I suspect you would wish you were. Belladonna lowered her hand awkwardly, not entirely sure what to make of this. She knew of Moulin Rouge, of course. Very well, in fact. Margaret always loved to remind her how her background was not so different from her own. She had overcome the barriers of coming from a twisted background and established herself as a high knight, the best vampire hunter in the order. She was, Margaret told her, proof that there was plenty of hope for her. However, she had never had a conversation with her before. She had only ever seen her from a distance. She could not help but wonder whether this was about werewolves. What little training she had received from the coven that had enslaved her was to destroy a specific family of werewolves, the Grimm. Werewolves were a natural predator of vampires, at least during the full moon, and historically had protected people from vampires in certain parts of the world. If there is anything I can assist with, please feel free to ask. Moulin sighed. It is an eye that needs help, Belladonna, she sighed. Please sit down. Belladonna did as she was asked, more out of respect for her superior than anything else. Moulin Rouge stood over her for a little bit, looking more awkward than Belladonna had ever seen her. I have some bad news, Moulin Rouge said quietly. Belladonna stared at her. She was starting to feel a little uneasy at her tone. Margaret Meyer has been killed. Belladonna sat there, shell-shocked, as Moulin Rouge continued to speak in that soft, reassuring tone. How Margaret had been a wonderful knight and had died a glorious death. How Margaret had always thought highly of Belladonna and wanted her to do well. How everyone in the order wanted her to do well. Belladonna barely registered what she was doing. She stood back up and clutched Moulin Rouge in a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. Moulin stiffened, a little taken aback, before slowly reaching up an arm and patting her on the back. Who did it? She croaked. The Eye of the Dragon. Chapter 12. Excuse me, sir. Sauron looked upwards, adjusting the case in between his legs. His rifle, which he had hidden inside, would cause issues if discovered. Yes? She was a very pretty Italian girl. She was dressed smartly in a prim uniform. She seemed to be an employee of the train station. He had seen others dressed like her since he had boarded. I was wondering... The girl flushed. Are you a musician? The words came out of her mouth in a rush. Sauron stared at her. No, he said. Why would you? He paused as his eyes fell on the case. He had not realized it, but it did rather like he could be carrying little more than an instrument. I'm just learning how to play for fun, he said. The girl beamed up him, her eyes glowing. Wow, really? I've always wanted to be a singer. Oh. Soren's eyes flitted past her. He could tell at a glance that this woman wasn't a knight. The girl's smile faded a bit, but it came back full force. What's your name? I'd like to be left alone if that's all right. She stared at him, looking very shocked and extremely disappointed before quickly backing away. Of course, sir, she said formally. Please excuse me. Soren closed his eyes as she walked away from him. Already he was longing to see Katerina again. He missed her terribly. But this had to be done. When the train came to his stop, he stood up and stepped off of the train, his case in hand. Gee, goodbye, the girl chirped behind him. He did not even turn around as he looked around the area, trying to come to grips with his surroundings. He brandished the case in front of him and stepped along the road. He ignored the vehicles, opting instead to walk. He doubted that anyone could take him any further than this. From now on, he would have to approach on foot. It would only be a matter of time until the Knights of the Order came for him. He would have to strike each down after the other, quickly and with no hesitation. The thought made him feel sick, but it had to be done. He would strike down each and every Knight of the Order of the Dragon with a great and terrible vengeance. A number of knights were walking the streets, informing passerby of the recent emergency warning. The cathedral would be open to all who were not willing to leave town during the invasion, but most were anxious to get away. Most knights could not blame them. Although not completely aware of what exactly was happening, it was common knowledge just how dangerous the enemies of the Order could be. Even simply being near them could be deadly. Those that did not choose to hide or fight were already making their way out of the city. The academy students would be taken out of the way in hopes of keeping them out of the way without severely impacting their training. The town was already deserted. To Moulin Rouge, this was very unsettling. The vast majority of ghost towns she came across in her adventures were due to some intense phenomena. A vampire preying on the men of the town, werewolves that dragged away people in their sleep, entire wars that went completely unnoticed by the world at large. She had to keep reminding herself that the threat itself had not arrived yet, but that made her even more unsettled. It spoke volumes about how big of a threat the Eye actually was to their way of life. What made it worse for her was that no one had any idea on how powerful the Eye truly was. Was he on the level of a High Knight? Was he on the level of the Seven Lords? Was he beyond even that? Belladonna was trailing behind her like a sad, lost puppy. She didn't look like she knew what to do with herself. Moulin Rouge could not bear to send her away. She had not had the heart to do so. Belladonna joined her, unusually quiet as Moulin checked up on her knights. She found Lady Cho leaning up against the side of a building, eyes closed. A Chinese woman of about 30, her large, beautiful butterfly wings jutted out from her back and fluttered in the wind. She looked up at them as they approached. "Ah, Lady Rouge," she said. Her eyes flickered towards Belladonna. "And friend." Belladonna bent her head downward. Rouge again felt a little bit of pity for her, but she did not come to her aid. Lady Cho, being a vampire hunter as well, had a very deep distrust of anyone who had ever had any association with witches. Someone like Belladonna, who had been born by alchemy and witchcraft, could very well harbour some kind of unforeseen baggage that would harm the Order in the long run. Moulin Rouge understood this mindset very well. She herself had been victim of it for a very long time. "Has there been any new information?" "Nothing of note," Lady Cho said, her eyes still on Belladonna. "No one has been able to contact Lady Nyx. Most active knights are on duty all around the world. None can afford to drop their current assignments on such short notice, and plenty that are on leave aren't all that well equipped to deal with a situation like this. Captain R has left and gone fishing." "At a time like this?" She wished us luck. Moulin sighed. "We are not exactly the ideal candidate to dealing with dracos either. Margaret is gone. Lord Ammer is abroad and not available. Lord Avalon is not available. Lady Nyx is being Nyx," Belladonna said, her voice dark. Does she not care that Margaret is dead? She likely doesn't know, Mulan said quietly. Noir is a lot of things, but she truly was a friend to Margaret in her own way. Belladonna jerked her head to the side, her long black hair floating supernaturally upward. Lady Cho stared at her, her hand twitching as if wanting to draw a weapon. If I had her power, I would, Belladonna began, before Mulan gently placed a hand on her shoulder. There is no sense in fretting over hypothetical scenarios, Mulan told her, not unkindly. We must play with the hand we are dealt. Do you understand me? She bowed her head. The hair settled. Clearly, my lady. Ah, there you are! Coming towards them from down the road were the Lionheart twins. The one walking ahead, dressed in bright red armour, was smiling and waving was the one who spoke. His brother, dressed in a matching blue set of armour, followed behind him unsmiling. Hello, Aurelie, Mulan said as they approached. And you, Aslan. The boy in blue nodded formally at her as Aurelie, the one in red, stepped up to them. What's the situation? He asked. Have you received any orders? None, Mulan said quietly. I only ask that you be prepared. We're always prepared, right, Al? Aslan or Al nodded. We will strike when he does. Aurelie laughed. It's only a matter of time until that happens, he said, as he placed a hand on his hip. So what? We just fight when he shows his face. He will not show his face, Mulan said quietly. He will hit hard and fast and from a great distance. That is his way. He will strike with a great and terrible vengeance, Aslan said, seemingly agreeing with her. Like lightning. So what, we just sit here and take it? Belladonna asked, her voice aggressive. This guy killed Margaret. He has to be. Way stronger than any of us. Aurelie finished. Individually, perhaps, but we're a team. We will put an end to this, right here and now. A man can be killed, but his people will live on, Aslan said. That is why the eye cannot win. Belladonna looked at him, her brow furrowed. Lady Cho sighed, her wings fluttering behind her. Ah. The young woman crouched in front of the dummy, her eyes narrowed. She raised her hands and in quick succession pounded it with a flurry of intense punches. Wacha! She kicked out at it sharply. It recoiled intensely, but the thick chains that held it aloft kept it from slamming from the ground. She readied herself, acting as if her blows had been easily blocked before lashing out again. May! She stopped, her fist half an inch away from the dummy. She pulled away and smoothed out her beautiful red Chinese dress. Yes, it was Vincent. He was leaning against the wall, smiling at her. Now's not the time to be training, babe. She bent her head. Yes, sir, she said. Has there been any word on when the eye will arrive? She reached for her cloth and dabbed at her eye. Sweat was pouring down her head. Soon, he said. Don't wear yourself out, all right? Yes, sir, she said, as she took in a deep breath of air. Very well, she said. She stepped away from the dummy, still patting her face. He smiled at her and reached out to take it from her. She allowed him to do so, and then stepped past him and out into the hall. Are you worried about the eye? He asked her. She tilted her head to the side, thinking. No more than any other opponent, she said. Vincent laughed. That's a great way to look at it, I like it. May gave him a small smile. The worst our enemy can do to us is kill us all. I'd like to accomplish something before I go, Vincent said. Many would say you already have. Vincent had become a high knight, a high honour for the order. He brushed his hair out of his face and smiled. I only have my charms and good looks. Melee knew better than to argue with him. Of course. The two stepped down the hall, May's hands folded in front of her, her eyes straight ahead as Vincent spoke on. We're going to need a way to close the distance, he said. He's going to strike from far away. I just know it. He is dangerous at all distances, but he'll be less dangerous if we can effectively counter him, Vincent said. We'll never take him at a distance, but if we can get in close. What do you propose we do? A pincer movement, he said. We use our numbers to surround and outflank him when he does strike. The team he's firing at will hold their ground and try to fight him on his turf, at his distance, while others travel and try and creep up on his location. That would put the ones being shot at great risk. I don't have any other plans, May sighed. It's as good as any, I suppose, she said. I take it you want me to be part of the assault squad? Do you think you could survive against a sniper at that distance? No, wise girl, Vincent said dryly. Wiser still if you don't get it in your head that you can beat him on your own. He defeated Margaret in close quarters combat. May winced. Margaret was or had been an exceptional close-range fighter. And close quarters combat isn't even his specialty. Vincent continued. Lady Moon stated that he was completely unarmed when he confronted them in combat. His power must be incredible then, Melee said quietly. He hasn't trained at all in years, I was told. She could hardly go a couple of days without moving. She could not imagine stopping training entirely and then taking on someone like Margaret years down the line. It is, Vincent said. Be very careful. Do not confront him alone. Of course, Melee said promptly, already mentally preparing herself for the battle to come. You may count on me. They stepped out of her dojo and out onto the street. Vincent smiled at her and raised his eyebrows at her. Hey, after this is all said and done, let's go to dinner. Dinner? She repeated, bemused. Leave the lady alone, Vincent. Vincent stopped as a figure stepped up to them, grinning. He tipped his hat to May. Howdy, May. Hello, Sir Star, she said politely, as Vincent waved his hand in greeting. I did not see you there. The Texan adjusted the straps on his clothes as he came to a stop between them. A number of guns and weapons were strapped to his body, on his waist, across his chest and back, and one small handgun coupled with a large knife on his boot. May rather thought that she had never seen him so prepared for battle. Hey there, cowboy, Vincent said. You better not have some excuse to run out on us. Lone Star smirked. Of course not, he said. He drew his handgun and spun it around on his finger. It went whirling through the air, spinning wildly, before he quickly sheathed it again. That is good to hear, May said warmly as she folded her hands in front of her. Your experience will be invaluable. Gunmen are few and far between these days, Vincent acknowledged. You and the Eye are probably two of the best on the planet. He is on a completely different level than me, Lone Star said flatly. I could never beat him in a straight-up duel. I'll be relying on you to get a good shot in. That's all we ask of you, Vincent said quickly. He's not unstoppable by any means. Melee closed her eyes. She wondered how good their chances actually were. They were aware of the incoming attack and had somewhat had time to prepare for it, but there was an air of unease in the air. This was the second time in 5 years that a Draco had attacked the cathedral itself. The battle of the mind still weighed heavily on their minds. That fiasco had nearly become a worldwide disaster. If it was not for Lord Angel, it very well would have. Ooh! Jack recoiled in shock and surprise as Lucille butted the bottom of his chin with the hilt of her sword. He staggered backward, arms flailing, as she eased herself into a relaxed position. Oh, come on, Jack, she chided. You can do better than that. Blood was coming out of his mouth. He wiped it away and scowled. He brandished his arms in front of him and the claws of the dragon burst forth, the blades on his fingers twitching. Lucille stood there, smiling as he descended upon her. She smashed him again on the chin, in the exact same spot, and he staggered backward, flailing to regain his balance. Your attacks are fine, but you need to think about your defense as well, Lucille told him. You're a Dracos, you can take more serious injuries than normal humans, but you can be hurt and killed like anyone else. What should I do? She considered him, pressing the hilt of her sword against her cheek. Not for the first time, Jack felt an intense attraction towards her. She was adorable. It was hard to believe she was twice his age. The claw, she said slowly. You've only been using the blades of your claw. Yeah, the scales actually cover a good portion of your arms, she murmured. Not all of it, but a little past the elbow. She drew the sword and raised it above her head. Jack stared at it, surprised. Raise your claw above your head, she instructed. He did as he asked, reluctantly, as she slowly brought the sword down. It slammed into the scales and recoiled slightly. Lucille frowned as she pressed the sword deeper into the scales. It still did not cut. She pulled away and sheathed the sword. That is what we should work on today, she said, using your arms as shields. Like everything else they had done, they started very slowly. Lucille bought a basket of fruits from the market and sat at a table, lazily throwing them at him from his position in the field. He brought the arms upward and swatted them aside. The throws started coming faster and faster, and soon Jack was feeling the stings of half a dozen apples that had gotten by him. Real weapons will have a different trajectory, she told him. Focus on the movement for now. Swat them aside with the proper part of your arm. Jack grimaced as he got into a stance. Lucille waited a while, staring intently at him through her glasses, before quickly flicking her wrist at him. He whipped his arm upward, easily knocking it aside. Hey, I did it! The second apple hit him square in the nose. Hey! He snapped. I wasn't. You should have been ready, she admonished, before he even finished. Which is why you must keep training. Jack grimaced but did not argue. He wordlessly got into his stance again and they continued with the training. They did not stop until a shadow darted in from the tree above. Jack yelped as the unexpected figure rustled the branch directly above his head. What? Hello, Bianca, Lucille said as she lowered the fruit in her hand. You're looking well. Lucille, Bianca said curtly as she jumped down from the tree onto the grass. Jack stared at her open-mouthed as she landed neatly onto her feet. She lowered her mask to show her face as she stared sternly at Lucille. Lucille, now is hardly the time to be training. I let everyone know where I would be this evening, Lucille said easily. If you have need of me, you can find me, or speak to my husband. Everyone's panicking, Bianca said. I can't find Noir, and none of the other High Knights are able to return on such notice. We need your assistance. I have other priorities, Lucille said simply. You are a grown woman, Bianca. You are more than capable of… I told you, no one is available, Bianca insisted. We need your aid. For what? Jack asked curiously, looking in between the two of them. Bianca gave him a sideways glance. This does not concern you, civilian. But I want to know. Bianca turned to him, glowering at him slightly. You have no right to… Enough, Lucille said. Bianca, I have done all I can for you. I have my own responsibilities. Defending the cathedral is yours. Bianca stared at her incredulously for a moment before bowing. Very well then, she said, and in a puff of smoke she was gone. Who was that? Jack asked curiously, and what did she want? That's Lady Yuki, Lucille said. She is a ninja in service of our order. She believes that I would be a great asset in the coming battle against their next enemy. Why? She smiled. They desire my expertise. He wrinkled his nose. What kind of enemy does the Order usually fight? Monsters from all over the world, Lucille said promptly, seemingly very pleased by his interest. The 7 Lords of Evil have always been at war, both with humanity and among themselves. The Order of the Dragon is dedicated to eliminating their threat to Europe. We here in Italy generally encounter 3 of these armies. The Brides of Dracula control the forces of the night from their castle in Romania. The Hellraiser witches convene in Norway under their Grand High Witch, and finally the remnants of an ancient civilization still worship their evil gods all over Africa. Whoa, Jack said. That's very interesting, isn't it? Lucille asked him. These are our enemies, Jack. This is why we have brought you to us. These are men and creatures so vile and twisted that they cannot die. They continue on perpetually, destroying cities and lives to suit their ends. Whoa, Jack said again, so someday I'll fight them too. Yes, someday you may find yourself fighting alongside Lady Yuki. Or Margaret. There was a very awkward silence. Or Margaret, she affirmed. You will likely be working with lower-level knights at first, dealing with minor incidents. Like our encounter with the incubi. Jack crossed his arms. This is all a lot to remember, he complained. Lucille smiled at him. Well, I'll be sure to lecture you again until you have it memorized, she said. All right. He brandished his claws. That's not going to happen, lady. They charged at each other again, and soon the air was filled once more with the sounds of Jack's cries of pain. Lance! Lance Pendragon felt his leg stop mid-step. Something had clung onto it and held onto it mid-step. He turned his head around to see a small, blonde, baby-faced child staring at him. Hey, kiddo, he said, bending down to face him. What's up? Are you going to slay that dwagon? Lance smiled and ruffled his hair. I hope so, he said. Better him than me, I would think. Lance, don't tell him that. He looked up to find his sister Guinevere leaning against the wall, eyeing them warily. Although a trained knight in her own right, Guinevere had opted to look after their father's numerous children after their mother had been killed in battle. Don't tell him what. Don't say that you might. She paused, as if trying to find the right word to use. Lose. He smiled at her gently. It's harder if you're not expecting it, he reminded her gently. You know that. Guinevere sighed, and then smiled weakly at him. Try not to do anything stupid. I won't. He smiled at them once last time before straightening upward. I need to be going, he said. The eye isn't going to go away of his own volition. He looked back at Guinevere. When are you evacuating? Soon, she said. I'm telling them we're going on vacation. He laughed and then waved goodbye before setting out. Guinevere watched him go, frowning a little bit. Ginny, the boy whined, tugging at her skirt. What's happening? He seemed to be old enough now to catch on that something was wrong. Your brother is going to fight a bad man, she said, bending over to look him in the eye. In order to protect our home and our faith. The boy bit his thumb, nervously staring up at her. He understood somewhat what was happening. How much she could not say. There was nothing more she could do. Come on, she said gently as she took his hand. Let's go get ready for our vacation, okay? He nodded, a little reluctantly, and Guinevere tugged him back into the kitchen, chattering inanely about beaches and the ocean. She was troubled. She knew very well she may never see her brother again. As Lance stepped out of his house, he turned his eyes upward and frowned. There was something slightly amiss. He could sense it in the air. And then, just as the thought crossed his mind, a bolt of searing red flame shot across the sky. Lance stared at it, his mouth set, as the flame veered across the sky, emblazoning the symbol of the dragon across the sky. Lance felt his hand twitch, and a sword made of pure energy appeared in his hand. He had arrived. Oh! Sauron lowered the weapon. The flames veered off into the sky and exploded, sending small sparks falling down onto the town. Civilians lived here, he knew, among the knights. It was imperative that they, at least, were warned of his presence and would stay out of the way. He lowered his rifle and adjusted it, his eyes flickering upward occasionally. Surely they were already well aware of his location. He should move and find a better spot to pick them off, one by one. Still, he did not move. He saw no one coming. He wondered whether they were rallying in the city below. The 24 High Knights, and those under their command, would surely all be aware of his presence. He had not exactly been subtle, and then, suddenly, he caught sight of her. Lying in wait about a mile away, a woman dressed all in white was crouching in the brush, intently watching him. She was clearly a professional and armed, but she seemed more similar to a ninja than a knight. Sauron imagined she had been sent on ahead to analyze him. She had stayed a considerable distance away, but still had underestimated his eyesight. He could see her clearly, even from this distance. He raised the rifle and pointed it straight at her. She recoiled as if shocked and quickly ducked out of the way as a shot rang out. The bullet sailed through the bushes and out the other side. That was a warning shot, Sauron said as he set the rifle down. Come and parley if you so wish. Come she did. She was quick. She covered the entire distance in less than a minute. She came by treetop, jumping from branch to branch. She stared down at him from above, most of her body protected by the trunk of the tree. You are the eye of the dragon, yes? She asked. She was indeed a ninja, and even more remarkably seemed to not have the faintest scent of an accent. She had likely been born in the Order. That would never have been possible before the end of the Second World War. Times had changed. I have a name, Sauron said quietly. I would prefer you use it. I am Sauron. Very well, Sauron, the knight said. I am Bianca Yuki, loyal servant of the dragon. Why have you come here? I've come to kill all of you, Sauron said tonelessly. That is all. Oh, is that all? Bianca asked, her tone biting. I suppose you would have preferred it if I just took that bullet you just fired? No, Sauron murmured. I wouldn't. I'm only doing this because I have to. You will never leave us alone otherwise. You are a murderer, Bianca said. You have no right to be left alone. We gave you a chance, an opportunity to redeem yourself, and you chose to spit in our face. If you think I will be swayed by your excuses, you are sadly mistaken. You threatened me and my wife. The Order gave you a chance, Bianca repeated, and you rejected it. The alternative to redemption is death. He reached for his gun again, and in a lighting flash, she had reached for a kunai and threw it straight at him. Sauron, almost lazily, knocked the blade aside with the barrel and then aimed it, pointing it right at her. She darted behind the tree again as the gun blared. A huge chunk of the tree blew to bits as the kunai pierced the ground at Sauron's side. She was darting in between the trees now, trying to find an opening. Sauron lowered the weapon and watched her move about, trying to find an opening. He closed his eyes, and almost immediately another kunai was headed his way. He fired again and the bullet slammed into the blade, halting its momentum with a sudden upward jolt before tumbling back down harmlessly towards the ground. "You don't seriously think you can challenge me, Bianca?" he asked, his voice dark. "Killing you wouldn't even be an effort for me. I could have done so before you even realized it." The blood in his veins was boiling with an intense euphoria that he had almost completely forgotten. The intensity of what was happening around him had awakened that side of him, the one that he had desperately tried to bury, the one that was telling him to murder, destroy, kill. She stopped running, again hiding behind a tree. He could see that she was sweating somewhat. Although in extraordinary physical condition, her body still was very much mortal. "I must," Bianca said quietly as she drew her small sword. Sauron watched as she pulled back around the tree, out of his line of sight, and then completely vanished. He sat there, waiting again. He had been expecting an attack, and perhaps Bianca had been preparing one. But she had not attacked. She had chosen to run and hide instead. "You can't hide from me, Bianca," he whispered, as his eyes roamed around the sea of green above his head. "No one can." His eyes settled on her, resting on top of a tree, expertly concealing herself within the foliage. He made as if he had not seen her as he slowly moved the rifle around. She disappeared in a flash. She seemed well aware that she had been noticed. Sauron surmised that she was testing the limits of his vision. She was a very cautious fighter. She kept her distance and watched. She was very much in her element among trees and nature. Despite this, Sauron could clearly make out her position at almost all times. He could see the unnatural way the branches swayed as she quickly stepped across them, despite her light and precise footsteps. And then she struck again. More knives came at him from several different angles. They whirled and whizzed and spun through the air, crossing each other's paths and swerving to hit their target. Sauron did not blink as he raised one hand and caught one by the handle, quickly discarding it to catch the next. And the next. And the next. Soon a pile of kunai lay lying at his side. "You are outmatched, ninja," he said. "Do you feel afraid yet? Imagine what I will do to you when I get a hold of you." He placed his hand on the gun at his side. He could tell she was very much afraid of him. She had been before she had even approached him. But now she was even more rattled. But she was a knight of the dragon. Fear would only make her fight more dangerously. A pop filled the air, and suddenly, a burst of smoke came into the sky. Sauron glanced upwards to see a line of smoke marking their position. More would come, and so now there was no reason to keep this one alive. He reached for the trigger and fired. The gun fired off a shot, nearly slipping in between the branches to hit a thick branch high above him. The bullet bounced off the branch and curved back downward, right into Bianca's shoulder. She had just barely gotten out of the way in time. "Ah!" She clutched her arm and fell out of the tree towards the ground below. Sauron was already firing more shots. Bianca was slammed with bullets, recoiling again and again as Sauron peppered her with shots. She was dead before she even touched the ground, but her neck snapped with a sickening crunch when she slammed into the ground head first. Sauron stared at her, the passion and desire to keep fighting overwhelming him. He found himself smiling as he checked his weapon, reloading it. The thrill of the kill. Truly, there was nothing else like it. He wanted to keep going. He wanted more. His hands shook, and he lowered his hand. A great feeling of sadness and emptiness welled up within him. This wasn't what he wanted. 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 He laughed. It was a shrieking, horrible sound of anger, frustration, excitement, and happiness. He had to do this. He wasn't doing this because he wanted to. At least that's what he wanted to believe. Already their group were moving in on the location of the smoke signal. Melee, together with Lance Pendragon, Moulin Rouge, and Lone Star, immediately set out for the location. Their faces were grim, and no one spoke as they made their way to the place. It was as they feared. They found Bianca's body leaning up against a tree, her own blood pooling beneath her. She looked as if she had been blasted to pieces. "He shot her that many times with a rifle?" Lone Star asked, frowning down at her. "Not just any rifle," Lance answered grimly. "The Red Death." "The what?" Being from Texas, and therefore outside of the typical jurisdiction of the Order Lone Star, wasn't exactly in touch with some of the finer points of Sauron's background. Melee was quick to explain. "The Red Death," she said, "is a rifle made for the Eye's personal use. It is said to be a gun designed specifically to complement his unique powers. It is one of a kind among firearms." Moulin Rouge was staring at the body of Bianca with a strange, far-off look in her eyes. Upon noticing this, Melee instinctively stepped in front of her and snapped her fingers. Moulin Rouge immediately came back to life. "Yes, did you say something?" she asked politely, as if nothing had happened. "We have to keep going," Melee said. "We can attend to her body later." Moulin Rouge nodded and pulled away from the body a little too quickly. She turned and stared around the area, frowning. "Where is the killer?" Moulin asked, her voice raspy and menacing. Lance gave her a surprised look. She coughed. "He can't have gotten too far," she said, in a slightly more normal tone. Melee nodded, a little bit apprehensively. Lance stepped beside her. "Best be on your guard, he warned He stopped. He flexed his hand, and a powerful beam of light resonated in his hand. It took the hard shape of a sword and he raised it, taking a fighting position. The others were quick to follow suit. Sauron was there, leaning up against a nearby tree casually. He was staring at them rather intently, his rifle in hand. His eyes were every bit as unnerving as he had been told, Lance thought to himself as he tightened his fist. The sword of light in his hand became even more pronounced and powerful. "Well," the Eye said. "4 of you this time." His eyes flickered over each of them. "How many more to go, I wonder?" Lance stepped forward, brandishing his weapon. Sauron eyed him coldly. Lance steadied himself. Despite their similar ages, he felt the weight of Sauron's experience and power just by looking at him. "Eye of the Dragon," he said, as he swung the sword in front of him. "You have been sentenced to death by order of our church. May God have mercy on your soul." "I would think," Sauron said coolly as he pushed himself off the tree and brushed himself off. "That you should be praying for yourself." Melee stepped to the side, her arms outstretched in front of her in a fighting stance. Sauron glanced at her before immediately dismissing her to focus on Lance. "Pendragon, is it?" he asked, noting the twin dragons emblazoned on his armor. "I see your family crest." "Yes, that is correct," Lance said. "What of it?" But Sauron was already surveying the others. All seemed fairly young his age. They would not have been active during his conflicts with the Order 15 years ago. They would have still been in training at their academy. It made him feel a little sad. "And you are?" He turned to the Chinese woman in the red dress. The woman stiffened as she tightened her fighting stance. A female martial artist in the Order of the Dragon, a Chinese woman to boot. Times really had changed. "I am Melee," she said stiffly. She seemed uncomfortable with looking at him. Despite that, however, she inched closer to him. Sauron stared at her darkly. She did not back away. "Melee," he repeated, "and I'm Lone Star," the cowboy said as he strode forward, hand on his revolver. "You're gonna die here, pretty boy." Sauron considered him. Unlike the others, he did not seem particularly reluctant to face him at all. The typical American arrogance. His eyes fell on the gun at his side. "A gunman, are you?" Sauron asked. How quaint. The man bristled and reached for the gun, as if about to draw it. Sauron ignored him and turned to the final knight. "And you?" "My name is of no importance," Moulin Rouge said coldly. "Your blood shall flow like wine. Yes, nice to meet you too, Sauron said airily. It happened in an instant. Lone Star drew his gun and fired several shots. Without even flinching, Sauron tilted his head to the side, avoiding all of the shells. They slammed into the tree behind him, embedding themselves into the wood. Sauron turned his head back to stare at them, not the faintest bit of fear in his eyes. Shall we begin? Lance charged towards him, swinging the shining sword of light his way. Sauron stepped back, already thinking about what the weapon likely was. A condensed burst of magical energy taking the shape of a weapon. It likely had no real form of its own, required a constant source of magical energy from its wielder to be used, and had no weight to it. Now what was Lance likely to do with something like, Lance swung the sword upwards, and it extended. Sauron, who had taken a step back to avoid the initial strike, had to take another hasty one to avoid the new extended sword. Lance brought the sword back down again, cutting across Sauron's cheek. Lone Star had reloaded his weapon incredibly quickly. He raised his hand again and fired. The sword zipped past Lance's head and right towards Sauron. He grimaced, forcing the bullet out of the way with a magical block, but Lance quickly stepped in and struck from another direction. Sauron switched his gun to blade mode and the spear popped out. He blocked the attack, staring intently at Lance. Lance, surprised, pulled back and struck again. Ha! Melee stepped in, her hands whirling. Sauron, having had to block the sword with his gun, allowed her to hit him. Oh! He bent over in pain as her first impacted his stomach. Melee, emboldened by this, struck at him again and again and again and again. Wah! He let go of the gun with one hand and smacked at her, trying to get her away from him while still trying to keep Lance's sword ahead of him. Melee avoided the blow and immediately counterattacked, striking him across the face. Ah! He went rolling backwards, onto the ground. Lone Star and Moulin Rouge advanced as he spun around, pointing his gun at all of them. He could feel the sting across his face. He could feel the excitement and thrill of battle bubbling up within him. For the first time in a very, very, very long time, he was completely outmatched. And the thought of that excited him. Well, pretty boy, Lone Star drawled as he stared down at Sauron. What say you just lie down and take it like a dog, eh? The others rallied, Lance and Melee taking the lead, while the other woman and Lone Star took up the rear. Dogs bite back, Sauron said as he stood up. The shot from Lone Star's revolver rang out. Again, Sauron deflected the attack, sending it right back at him. Lone Star, a bit surprised, had to block the shot as well, sending it careening off into the woods away from them. You don't honestly think you can outshoot me, do you? Sauron asked. Lone Star bristled again and raised the gun again. Lance and Melee stepped forward again. They seemed intent on continuing their beat down on his face. Sauron, intent not to give them a repeat performance, backed away, rubbing the spot where Melee had punched him. They advanced on him, their previous hesitation seemingly given way in the heat of battle. They were professionals, Sauron thought wryly, ones that had expressed orders to kill him this time. The woman behind them, the one who had refused to give her name, had not even attacked him at all. She simply stood there staring. Sauron did not like that look. He could tell at a glance that she alone out of all of them had not been afraid of him in the slightest. She was a knight who had faced far worse things in her time. Perhaps he should keep his distance from now on. He backed away again, raising the rifle in a firing position. In a flash, Lone Star had fired his gun. Sauron fired as well, but not with a standard bullet. He switched the gun to magic mode and pulled the trigger. Instead of a bullet, a intense wave of fire burst out from the barrel of the gun. Lone Star and the group did not have a chance to move as the flames entirely engulfed them, only to swirl about in a cycle in midair, over and over and over again, becoming smaller and smaller until the entire thing formed a small ball in the nameless woman's hand. She closed her hand into a fist and crushed it, sending sparks floating to the ground as Melee and Lance advanced. Sauron switched back to standard mode as he caught Lance's hand, pointed his weapon downward and shot him in the knee. Lance roared in pain as Sauron brutally darted under his arm and smashed his face with the butt of the rifle. Lance crumbled at his feet, but not without cost. Hiya! Melee leapt forward. She was close, too close for comfort. Sauron saw the fist coming and moved to block it, but was unable to do so. She got him again, across the face. He saw her coming from below. She got him again. He reeled, spit flying out of his mouth. She was fast. So fast, in fact, that although he could clearly see her coming, as he could bullets and people at a distance, he could not react fast enough to catch her. She was like lightning faster, he could tell, than any bullet could have hoped to be. Wacha! She struck him again, purely across the face. He reeled, stepping back away from her, staggering slightly. She did not allow him to have a breather. She leapt forward and pounded his lower body with several quick, precise strikes. Sauron took the blows, grimacing as he took notice of Lone Star aiming his gun right at them. He looked somewhat unsure of himself. A mistake could cost Melee her life. Lance rolled on the ground, swiping at his legs with his sword of magic. Melee stepped back to avoid the blow, and that was all the opening that Sauron needed. He leapt up, avoiding the awkward swipe, and then he rushed forward, switching the Red Death to blade mode, and made as if to impale Melee. She raised her hands and closed the gap again, brushing him aside. Sauron, having expected that, let go of the rifle with one hand and jabbed at her. "Oh!" She moaned in pain as his fist contacted her face. She staggered backward, clutching her pain. She seemed to be in shock. Sauron quickly stepped in to finish her off with his blade. It was stopped by a blood-red sword. He stopped, staring up at its owner. The nameless woman stared down at him, her eyes narrowed. She had blocked his attack with one hand on her sword, with seemingly no effort at all. Melee regained her balance and resumed her fighting stance. The nameless woman pulled the sword back and held the blade in front of her face. Sauron stared at it. "That sword," he murmured. "It's a vampire weapon." He laughed, unable to believe it. "The Order is using vampire weapons?" "I am using vampire weapons," the nameless woman corrected him, a slight edge to her voice. "I will destroy evil, no matter the means it takes to do so." He recognized the sword. "That's Amaris's kiss," he said, amused. "I had no idea the Order had fallen so far to rely on her." Her expression changed to that of inhuman fury, and he descended upon him in an instant. Sauron swung the blade of the sword at her wildly, but seemingly without even trying, she slashed across his face, drawing more blood. He winced as he felt his face seize up. An intense feeling of peaceful bliss overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and allow the sword to cut him, over and over and over again. The steel was good. It was more than good. It was wonderful. And then he saw Amaris Yu. He had never seen her before, never in his life. But he could see her now, in his mind's eye, as if she were sitting right before him. He saw her long black hair falling across his face, her beautiful smile hiding behind those rosy red lips. He could hear her begging him to touch her. He shoved the thoughts out of his head roughly, and she vanished just as suddenly as she had appeared. He attacked Moulin Rouge again with his spear. Moulin effortlessly deflected the attack and slashed at him again. Again she drew blood. He could feel his body seizing up. A normal person likely would have gone into hysterics at this point. If not from the blood loss, then from the sultry visions of Amaris Yu. Again he saw her, in his mind's eye. He could feel her laughing at him. "How does it feel, Sauron?" she asked him coyly, almost seductively. "How does the caress of my blade feel on your flesh?" The woman slashed at him again cutting his skin. He switched the gun to regular mode as he took a step back. He raised the gun upward, his hand shaking, and fired into the sky. The woman grimaced and stepped forward. He was feeling very weak now. "Someday, Sauron," Amaris Yu was whispering into his ear, "you will be mine." He stood in place, grimacing as he tried to think of Katerina, of home, of why he was here to begin with, of what he needed to do to kill Moulin Rouge. He pulled the trigger. The gun fired off into the air, splitting through the leaves. "You missed," Moulin Rouge said quietly as she lowered her sword. "Do you yield?" "Rah!" he screamed as he raised the rifle to her face. She did not smile as she raised the sword one last time, preparing to block the attack. She prepared herself for the inevitable bang of the gun. But it did not happen. Instead, the bullet that Sauron had fired straight into the air came back down right into her skull. She stared at him, eyes wide for a long moment before she crumped to the ground. Sauron stood over her, breathing heavily. Melee froze, her hands quivering out of shock and awe. "Tell your master," he said, hardly aware of what he was saying, "that I'm married." He winced, feeling his body seizing up. Melee, getting over her shock, quickly moved forward. Lone Star, too, raised his gun. Sauron raised the rifle and fired at Lone Star, right as he shot. The bullets slammed into each other in midair. Sauron's bullet hit its fellow at such an angle that it knocked it aside and ploughed straight on through, slamming into Lone Star's chest. He was dead before he hit the ground. Melee did not pause her assault. She charged forward and struck out at him again. Sauron cried out as she slammed her fist into him. Again she simply outmaneuvered him, avoiding his attempts at blocking or deflecting his attacks and pummeling him relentlessly. She was indefatigable. He kept hoping that she was about to pull back and take a breath, but she did not. Her strength and endurance were incredible. Wah! She punched him. He recoiled, and then, without even pulling away, she punched him again, with the same hand. He spit up blood, his eyes widening in pain. She was simply too close. Cha! She got him across the face with her other hand. He felt his legs give out from under him from the sheer of the blow, and he staggered, his knee touching the ground. She screamed again and kicked right in the center of the face. He took the blow and fell backward. Distance. All he needed was a little distance. She closed in on him again, her feet twisting in quick, precise movements towards him. He fell on the ground, his hands outstretched, his rifle clutched in one hand as she descended on him. Sauron stared at her unmoving as she bent over to pound him again. Ha! An intense burst of pure magical energy emanated from him. Melee screamed. Due to the way she had been standing, she had no way to brace herself from the unexpected force. She ended up reeling backwards, unable to dig her heels into the ground to brace herself. And that was all Sauron needed. He took the gun, switched it to blade mode, and then darted upwards to skewer her. Her eyes widened in panic and fear as the blade approached her. A white blur descended from the sky and slammed into the blade, pressing it into the ground at May's feet. Sauron glared upwards at the radiant figure standing above him. Pure white wings billowed behind the woman. They spread out on either side of her, enveloping him in a gentle, warm light. She was beautiful. Unearthly so, in fact. Her pure white face stared down at him impassively. A metal band wrapped around her head, covering her forehead almost completely. May stared up at her, seemingly awestruck. "Avelina Angel," May whispered. "What are you?" "Fear not, Eye of the Dragon." She spoke as she held out her hand to him. "It is an honor to meet thee." She stepped off the blade and allowed him to scramble back to his feet. May, horrified, shot the woman an apprehensive look, but Avelina did not budge. Sauron glared at her. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. He had not been paying attention. If she had attacked him right there, she would easily have been able to kill him. "Who are you?" "It is as the lady says," Avelina said. "I am Avelina Angel. I have come to make peace with you, Sauron. There is no need for further bloodshed." She was completely unarmed. Sauron stared up at her as she held out her hand to him. Her skin was a pale, milky white and seemed to glow with an unearthly pale radiance. She looked divine, like an angel from a Renaissance painting. Sauron clenched his hand across the rifle, wanting to pull it out from under her. The woman, although seemingly quite light, had her weight pressed on top of the Red Death, in a position that would make firing or using it completely impossible. With those wings spread out wide before him, Avelina was able to stand precariously on top of his gun, perfectly balanced, and prevent him from using it. "Relinquish your weapon," she said. "I have no intention of harming you." Sauron grimaced upward at her but slowly backed away. "Good," Avelina said calmly as he stood up to face her. She was quite a tall woman, and very fair. Sauron, rather tall himself, suspected she was perhaps only an inch shorter than him. She raised her hands upward, her palms facing to the sky. "Eye of the dragon," she said. "We are not your enemy." He glared at her intensely. Margaret Meyer had tried to tell him the same thing. "Repent," Avelina said quietly, "and I promise you that." He raised his hand and fired a blast of magical energy at her. She stood there as a shiny, transparent shield flickered across her. The very same kind of blast that had killed Margaret disappeared into the air. Avelina did not even look down. Instead, she raised her hands higher. "What do you hope to accomplish by fighting us, Sauron?" she asked. "You have no cause, no reason. You simply desire to spill blood." Melee was standing behind her. She had been looking onward in shock, but she had now recovered. She was looking very apprehensive, as if she wanted very badly to say something but was unwilling to do so. She turned around, casting a look behind her, and gave a start. "Avelina," she whispered harshly, "Mulan." Avelina did not turn to look, but Sauron did. Once he did, he immediately realized that something was horribly wrong. Although Moulin Rouge was still lying on the ground, she had moved slightly. She had lurched somewhat to the side. Her body was twitching, somewhat rapidly in fact. She was clearly not in her death throes, as Sauron thought she must be. He watched her twitch about, quite a bit on the ground, her arms and legs sprawled at weird angles. And then, just as suddenly, she rose upright. She did not stand like a normal person would if lying on the ground, but floated upward, by way of an unseen force. The wound from the falling bullet was still clearly audible on her forehead. It should have been a lethal shot, but there she was, breathing heavily and looking anguished, but still very much alive. "How? Be blood," Moulin Rouge whispered, her voice dark and menacing. She took a step forward, her red eyes glinting. Red? They weren't red before. Sauron's eyes fell on her neck, and for the first time he understood just what that bite mark actually was. "Dear God," he said, "you're turning into a vampire." Avelina turned as he said this and froze as she caught sight of Moulin Rouge staggering towards them, muttering gibberish. She seemed completely unaware of what was going on around her. Her eyes were vacant and unfocused. "Avelina," Melee said, taking a step away from her, looking horrified. "She's lapsing." Avelina's wings burst wide, and she suddenly became even more radiant. The vampire shirked back, away from them, unable to get any closer. Avelina's eyes flickered downward where Lance Pendragon was moaning in pain on the ground. Sauron stared at them. Both had seemingly forgotten about him entirely. "D-Dragon," Moulin Rouge murmured, her voice dark and menacing. "I want your blood." "Avelina," Melee said, "can you treat her?" Avelina paused, as if thinking deeply. "I cannot," she said, her voice grim. "I know nothing of vampires." "We need to find someone that can," Melee insisted, before she turns completely. Avelina folded her wings and the light faded. Moulin Rouge turned back to them, glowering darkly. "You are right, of course," Avelina murmured. "But the eye—" "Leave him," Melee commanded, seemingly finding her will to speak. "Mulan can deal with him." And with that, she turned and ran off into the woods. Avelina Angle turned and stared at Sauron, her expression unreadable. "My apologies, sir," she said, "but I must attend to my colleague. Please show her the same courtesy you would for me." She leapt downward, on top of Lance, and folded her wings downward, covering them completely from sight. A strong burst of light burst out from in between the feathers, and then they were gone. Sauron was not bothered by the light, but the vampire was. She staggered backward, covering her face from the blinding light. As the light faded, however, she lowered her arm and stared at him. She almost seemed to be smiling. Sauron stared at her, completely unintimidated. "Well," he said, as he reached down and picked up his rifle, "it seems we have more in common than I thought. We're both monsters." She jabbered at him in response, completely unintelligibly. It seemed she was trying to speak but could not manage it. Sauron raised the gun too and shot her again. It slammed into her forehead again, but this time she did not flinch as it impacted. The bullet fell to the ground at her feet. Sauron tilted his head as he stared at her, trying to rationalize what had just happened. He switched the gun to wand mode and shot an intense wave of fire at her. An intense wave of flame encompassed the area. The power of the wand automatically controlled and reigned in the fire. It brushed by wood and leaves without even leaving a mark. It focused all of its heat and energy on one spot, right where Moulin Rouge was standing. The flame encompassed her entire body and obscured her from sight. The fire raged all around her. Sauron focused more power into the Red Death, and he was rewarded with an even more intense burst of flame. As the fire spewed from his weapon, a shadow stepped forward from the flame. Moulin Rouge stepped closer to him, towards the blast, taking the flame head-on. Her clothes had been reduced to her ash, but her body seemed unblemished by the blaze. Sauron stopped and switched the gun to blade mode. He was going to have to stake her, right through the heart. He got into a stance, his weapon held behind him, before darting forward towards her. Moulin stared at him, arms at her sides, as he lashed out at her. Before he knew what was happening, Moulin, with freakish strength and speed, grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground. Sauron yelled as he flipped over onto his back. Moulin dove down on him, her teeth bared. Sauron raised the rifle above him, pushing her away from him with it. She struggled against him, snapping vainly, trying to reach his neck. In life, Moulin Rouge had been an exceptionally powerful opponent, but as a vampire, she had become even more of a threat. Her strength seemed to have multiplied several times, and Sauron could not keep her away from him. Ah! She lowered her head to his shoulder and bit down hard. Her fangs clamped down onto his bone, and he roared in pain. It was not a vampire bite. Those brought intense waves of pleasure. Instead, it was nothing but pain. Sauron frantically tried to think of everything he knew of vampires. He knew their life cycles came in stages. The transitional period between human and vampire was much longer than most people realized, with several stages in between that could last weeks, months, or even years. Moulin was clearly in one of the middle stages. But which one? The pain intensified. Sauron tried to shake her off, violently trying to punch her. But she straddled him easily, snarling viciously. She seemed to have completely lost sense of her mental capacities. She was fighting on nothing but pure animal instinct. Animals feared magic. Sauron opened his hand and shot forward an intense wave of pure energy. Moulin Rouge screamed as the intense burst hit her face, and she recoiled, her head jolted backward. Sauron barely had time to take in his success before she jerked her head back down to him, even more enraged and seemingly unharmed. The force had made her recoil, but it was like a strong push to her, not a strong blow. He did it again, and she flew backward off of him. He scrambled to his feet and raised the gun. He kept it in wand mode and brandished it in front of him. Fire didn't work, but maybe that had simply been a poor choice. He fired a pure magic bullet at her. She screamed in pain as the bullet slammed into her chest. She recoiled slightly before stepping forward again and snarling. He fired again, targeting each of her lethal spots. She recoiled each time, as if injured, but immediately continued towards him. Her wounds, he could now see, almost immediately healed. Other than the bullet in her head and the bite mark on her neck, there wasn't a scratch on her. That wasn't typical for a vampire. What exactly was going on here? Sauron knew better than to try and fight something he didn't understand. He backed away from her, his eyes narrowed as he ran his eyes over her body, trying to make sense of the situation. Could she be half vampire? No, they weren't known to go berserk in this way. And she had a bite mark. This was part of the transformation process. He was sure of it. Rah! She darted towards him, bellowing wildly. Sauron calmly stood his ground and raised the gun. He recalled how Avelina had driven her back. She had used light from her wings. He fired. An intense ball of light burst from his weapon and floated there, in front of them like a miniature sun. Although it did not generate heat, it let out a blinding, searing light. Sauron backed away, his eyes on Moulin Rouge as she scuttered away, unable to get closer to him. She did not look hurt, more afraid. It seemed that she had the instinctive fear and dislike of bright lights, but was not far enough along to actually be harmed by it. Sauron decided that it was time to retreat. He backed away from her, the orb of light following behind him. Moulin Rouge shirked farther and farther back until she disappeared among the trees. The ball of light dissipated into sparks as Sauron stared intently into the woods, listening for any sign of an approaching vampire. There was nothing. It was time to take a break. Lucille set her tea down on the table and sighed. Jack, sitting across from her, gave her a quizzical look. "What is it?" "Things are not going well," she told him as she stirred the liquid with her finger. The magic in her hand caused the tea to swirl about in the cup without being touched. "I can sense it. We're losing." "We're winning," she corrected him, and then she sighed. "We will win, eventually. But we have had losses." Jack clenched his fist. He looked angry. "What does this guy want?" Lucille looked away from him. "The complete destruction of our order," she said quietly. "He is a man who believes himself to be pressed into a corner. He believes that killing us all will protect him from the inevitable." Jack was giving her that blank expression again. She sighed. "He brought this on himself," she said. "He refuses to repent." "What do you mean by repent?" She stared at him. The tea was steaming now. She had been using her powers to warm it up as she stirred. "All humans are evil," Lucille said quietly. "But simultaneously, all humans are good. In order to do good, humans must be willing to give up that which makes them evil." She wrapped her finger around the cup and stroked it. For many, it is the pursuit of money. They are so intent on making it, keeping it, using it, that they lose sight of what is most important in life. They have little regard for how their wealth affects the world around them, from the environment, to the government, to the people who live and work with them. And yet they do not acknowledge this. They see it as a necessary to become successful in their personal pursuit of happiness. She raised the tea to her lips and sipped. She closed her eyes as she did and did not open them again until she lowered it back to the table. "Men like the Eye are different," she said, "but not very much so. The Eye has the power to change the world for the better. There is very much a place in this world for people like him to do good, but he refuses to take action when that opportunity presents itself. Even when we offered it to him." She smiled at him. "People are not very good at letting things go," she said. "Not usually." The door to the shop opened, causing the little bell above the door to ring pleasantly. Jack paid no attention to it, but Lucille looked up. "Ah!" She got to her feet, and Jack, surprised, turned to face the new arrival. She was a short girl, perhaps Jack's age or a little younger, with long, intricately woven strands of hair that seemed to be held in place by carefully placed bindings that seemed to be crafted from plants and flowers. She was quite pretty, in spite of her ragged, exhausted-looking appearance. "Lady Lucille," the girl said stiffly, "I was asked to give you an update on the situation." "Hello, Belladonna," Lucille said, waving her hand. "Please have a seat if you like." Please." Belladonna cast a look at Jack, who smiled at her warmly. He scooted over somewhat to make room for her. She shot him a surprised look as he smiled at her. "Hey." She took her seat, folding her arms in her lap as she stared across at Lucille, unsmiling. She did not look at Jack at all. "The battle is proceeding poorly," she said. "We sustained significant losses during our initial confrontation with the Eye." Lady Bianca spotted him first, marked the location via smoke signal, and then was almost immediately killed. Jack shot her a look. "Bianca," he repeated. "The same Bianca who—" Lucille nodded but gestured for him to stay silent. Jack did so, albeit reluctantly, as Belladonna continued. "Lady Bianca was reinforced by a squad of 4. Lone Star, Moulin Rouge, Lance Pendragon, and Melee. In the melee that followed, Lone Star was killed, Lance was gravely injured, and Moulin Rouge fell victim to her curse." "Oh dear," Lucille said. "Is she beyond saving?" "We haven't managed to do an assessment," Belladonna admitted. "We don't know where she is at the moment," Lucille sighed, shaking her head. "That is unfortunate," she said. She traced her finger along her cup, thinking deeply. "Do you have any idea how the tides of battle fared? Avelina Angel claims they were evenly matched, but the Eye had gotten the upper hand by the time she arrived." "Avelina?" Lucille said, surprised. "She took to battle?" "She wished to speak to Sauron." Lucille narrowed her eyes. Why? She didn't say. I see, Lucille said. Is she uninjured? Yes. Lucille nodded, looking somewhat relieved. That is good, at least. Good, Belladonna repeated, her voice bitter. Do you not care that they're all... Of course I care, Lucille said, her voice clear and firm, but it is our prerogative now to ensure that they did not die in vain. Do you understand me? Belladonna fell silent for a moment. Yes, my lady. Lucille gave her a small, reassuring nod. You are dismissed. As Belladonna stood back up, Lucille quickly waved her back. On second thought, she said, I have a task for you, Belladonna. Could you walk Jack home for me? I would like to speak to the survivors. Lucille bowed her head towards them and hurriedly stepped out. The bell tinkled behind her. Belladonna gave a start as she turned to Jack. He cocked an eyebrow. Well, we have our orders, ma'am, he said, his voice deadpan. Care to escort me home? She could not help herself. She giggled. She felt a little guilty immediately after doing so and turned her head downward. Jack leaned into her, staring at her. Hey, he said, look at me. She did so, turning her head towards him, surprised. He smiled at her. It's going to be okay. She stared at him, her eyes widening. He smiled and touched her shoulder. Come on, he cajoled, let's go. Belladonna squeezed out of the booth and waited for him at the end of the table for him to get out. He did so, and they looked at each other again. He was about Margaret's height, she thought. The thought made her feel a little sad. You, Belladonna paused, are the Dracos? Not the one that's causing trouble, Jack said. But yeah, I'm Jack. She nodded, pursing her lips as she considered him. Dracos came in all kinds. The mind, in spite of his powers, had actually been rather small and sickly. But Jack seemed somewhat normal compared to the stories Margaret had told her of the mind in his heyday. She would have easily thought him a typical idiot American tourist. What are you staring at? Jack asked her. See something you like? He made a stupid pose, putting on a ridiculous face. Belladonna giggled again, despite herself. No, of course not, she said. I just have never seen a Dracos before. She tapped her chin thoughtfully as she gave him another look over. I have to say, I thought you would have been more impressive. He reached out his hand, and to her surprise, a beautiful blue claw burst forward, out of his hand. She gaped at it, her mouth falling open somewhat. He grinned at her. Can I touch it? She blurted out. She almost immediately felt a little silly and very guilty about being so childish. But to her surprise, Jack gently reached it out to her, and she reached forward to touch his palm with her finger. She shivered. It was cool to the touch. She traced her finger around it, taking in the feel of the tight, beautifully woven scales. Without even thinking about it, she poked his palm with her finger. It felt like stone, but somehow alive as well. You like it? Jack asked her. Yes, I do, Belladonna said, as she ran her hands down her hand and down to the fingertips. She poked the claw and winced. It was very sharp. Is blue your favorite color? She did not even register the oddness of the question. No, she said. I like darker colors. I suppose a darker blue would strike my fancy. She paused, her eyes flickering upwards at him. Why do you ask? You're really checking out my arm there. She had forgotten the arm had forgotten to a person. A man, no less. She pulled away somewhat quickly. My apologies, she said quickly. I did not. He was laughing at her. Belladonna raised her hand to her mouth and looked downwards, somewhat embarrassed. It's fine, he said. I told you could, remember? I'm sorry, she said again. I forgot. I hope that you didn't forget that you were going to take me home. She got a hold of herself and decided to be flippant. Thanks for reminding me, let's go. She burst out into a quick trot towards the door and turned her head around to look at him. Coming? She asked him. He followed her, and the bell tinkled over their heads as they stepped through. The streets were completely empty. Everyone had either fled town or taken shelter. Belladonna again felt her sudden good mood disappear almost immediately. They were very much in danger. Please stay close to me, sir, she said professionally. I will protect you as best as I am able. He was looking at her funny. She looked at him back. What? She asked, a little put off. You're so serious, he said. It doesn't suit you. She rolled her eyes and then shot him a condescending look. You don't know me, she said, dropping the professional tone. Well enough. She laughed again. He was funny. Well, the situation merits it, sir, she said. The eye could strike at any time. He is a renowned sniper, you know. A sniper, huh? Jack crossed his arms. Do knights even fight snipers? We fight everything, Belladonna said vaguely as they stepped down the sidewalk together. She had never really liked the town or the cathedral and had always preferred the quiet of the nearby forests. But seeing it seemingly abandoned like this greatly appealed to her. She felt a strange sense of liberation and freedom, like she could say or do whatever she liked. Dinosaurs, monsters, men, aliens, she went on, ticking off the things on her fingers. Anything that threatens the peace and prosperity of the age. The news always tries to tell us that things are worse than ever. Belladonna laughed. Loudly. Not at all, she said. The media, well, people at large really vastly underestimate just how terrible things can get. Many do not even appreciate being alive, let alone their homes or countries. She twiddled her hair with her finger, her head bent. There are problems everywhere, she said, and there always will be. But that doesn't mean that the world is in a particularly terrible state. Not yet, anyway. Not yet? She looked at him, smiling a little bit now. She was enjoying herself more than she thought she would. Ah, she said, her voice taking on a mystical air. You are an outsider. You are not aware of our beliefs. She raised her hands wide and put on an imitation of a deep, baritone voice. Someday, all of this will come to an end. He wrinkled his nose at her. She laughed again at his bemused expression. Don't feel bad, she said. I'm an outsider too. I wasn't raised in the faith, so there are plenty of things I don't understand either. I don't think I want to understand them. Belladonna nodded. He was not all that different from her in a way. They say that's wise, she said. The mind tried to, and they say it was what drove him insane. There is simply too much in this world for one person to truly understand. Did you know the mind? She sniffed and turned away from him. I was brought here 4 years ago, she said. Or, just about anyway. The mind has been dead for 5. I never got the chance to meet him personally. Do you know anyone who did? I feel like everyone did, she said. Lucille Langley worked closely with him, as she has with you. Perhaps she could help better answer your question. She showed me where he was killed. That room is off limits, Belladonna said, surprised. It hasn't been open to the public since Margaret. She trailed off, her good mood once again evaporating on the spot as she recalled the death of her closest friend and confidant. She stopped in the street, taking in a deep breath. Jack stopped as well. What is it? It's nothing, she said. It doesn't matter. He said. You're a horrible liar. She gave him a disgusted look and her hair flowed behind her, as if caught in a harsh wind, a sure sign Jack knew by now that she was considering using magic. The hair fell back down before too long and the girl looked down at her feet. My friend, she said, her voice bitter, the person I looked up to the most. She clenched her hand into a fist. Lost his life to him. She felt herself tear up a little. He gave her a dark look. She froze up a bit, wondering what was going through his mind. Who was it? He asked quietly. Who was she? Her name was Margaret. Margaret, he repeated. Margaret Meyer? She dabbed at her eye with her hand. Yes. She recoiled in surprise as Jack leaned into her and wrapped his arms around her. Her first instinct was to push him away, in fact. She pressed her hand up against his chest to do it. But suddenly she felt herself relax. She appreciated the gesture. It was the eye? Yes, then let's go get him. She did push him away, giving him an apprehensive look. What? You can take me home afterwards, he told her. After we get him, Belladonna scoffed. Idiot. Fighting the eye is ridiculous. He's one of the deadliest men on earth right now, if Margaret couldn't do it. So what? Jack repeated. When Margaret defeated the mind, she didn't think she could. Right. That's right, Belladonna said cautiously, but then let's do it, Jack said, for Margaret. Those last 2 words struck an intense fire within her. She could feel the intense range of emotions welling up inside of her until she felt as if she could explode. Until he had said those words, she had not realized how badly she had wanted to tear the eye apart with her own 2 hands. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Are you really up to it? Are you? Yes. Where is he? She waved her hand vaguely in the direction of the surrounding wilderness. Hunting us down, one by one, she said. She froze as another line of smoke rose up from the trees. "That's our signal," she said. "They've found him." Jack laughed as he stepped in front of her, his arms spread wide. "What great timing!" he crowed. He sounded ecstatic. "This is going to be so cool." Belladonna did not share his enthusiasm. She felt a strong fear about what was to come, but there was also a little bit of hope. If they worked together with the others, could she really take revenge for Margaret? She wasn't sure, but she knew she had to try. It would be an insult to Margaret's memory to stand idly by and allow the eye to continue. No, she would help Jack fight, as best as she was able. Oh. Sauron had spent the past few hours resting in the shade. He had eaten a little and tended to his wounds. Due to his training with the witches of Norway, he had been able to completely fix all of his cuts and bruises. However, there was nothing he could do about his exhaustion, both physical and mentally. He took the time to sit and eat and think about his next move. It was rather pleasant. He could hear the birds chirping outside, completely unaware of the chaos that could erupt around them at any moment. Sauron imagined himself as one of them, that innocent and that carefree. He checked his rifle and made sure that all 3 modes were functional, that the wand core had not been damaged, that the blade was still as sharp as ever, that the gun could still fire. He noticed for the first time how small it was. It had been made for a child, after all. It made him feel somewhat nostalgic. The sights and smells of that place working closely with the master to create something that was his and his alone. It was different. He had greatly enjoyed the process of watching something being made, even if that thing was the Red Death. He had sworn to never pick it up again. He had kept it mostly out of a sense of obligation. He did not want it entering someone else's hands. Groups like the Order of the Dragon and the Hellraiser's witches would have done anything to get their hands on it, or on him. The Hellraisers had discovered him at a young age. He could not speak as to how they had found him. But he remembered standing alone on a bridge, watching other children play in the street below. He had been crying. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hello, child." He had looked up to see the tallest woman he had ever seen. She towered over any of the adults he had seen on the streets, and he gaped up at her. He could tell at a glance that this woman was different than the others. The facial structure was all wrong. The shape of the bones under the skin seemed to protrude in weird angles, and he could make out the bulge of some kind of weapon hidden under her brown jacket. The eyes, too, seemed unusual. They had a pitiless black glint in them that made him feel that this woman was dangerous. "You should not be alone," the woman told him. "Why don't you go down and play with them?" Sauron had stared back down at the children playing in the street. He did not answer her. He did not voice his thoughts. He tried not to even think of how all of the boys had drove him off by throwing rocks and blocks of ice at his head the last time he had come near. He still had the marks around his face to prove it. "They don't want me," Sauron whispered, his eyes tilting downward. "No one does." One look at his face caused most people to snarl at him, or back away, or hurry on past, or sometimes hit him. The woman leaned further in, and Sauron felt the arm wrap more affectionately around his shoulder. "Come with me." He had obeyed without question. She had not taken her home with him. Instead, she had led him into a coffee shop and bought him a hot cocoa. He stared at it apprehensively as she handed it to him. She touched his hand tenderly. "Do not drink too quickly," she warned him. "It is very hot." He nodded at her, murmuring his thanks. No one had bought him a drink before in his life. They sat down across from each other in a corner of the shop, away from the other patrons. He sat in a spot surrounded by walls. She sat, unusually large and imposing for a woman, in a way that blocked view of him from the rest of the shop. "Tell me, child," she said, "what is your name?" "My name," Sauron murmured, vaguely recalling that he had been told once to never talk to strangers. He wondered why. This woman had been nicer to him than anyone he had ever met. "It's Sauron." "Sauron," she repeated. "What a beautiful name." She smiled. "And quite a beautiful boy, too." He wasn't quite sure what to say to that. It made him feel a little embarrassed. There was a brief pause, as if she were giving him a chance to speak before continuing. "My name," she said. Is Iselda Beetle. It is an honor to meet thee, Dracos. He looked up at her, confused. Dracos? He repeated. That's not my... It's what you are. Iselda interrupted him in a rather gentle way. Oh, sweet Sauron. You are so young. She had looked at him rather sympathetically. Sauron had found the look strangely endearing. He shifted in his seat a little bit as he sipped his hot chocolate. He winced somewhat. It was very hot. He had not been expecting it to be that hard to swallow, but it was delicious. He still did not speak. Please feel free to ask me questions, Iselda said gently. I will try to explain as best as I am able why I am here and why I find you so special. And then, in a brief, rapid-fire explanation, she began her story. He had been born with a special power, one that made him better and stronger than other men. Some might call him a Superman. This power, she explained to him in that coffee house, should be honed and used for the good of the world. The only place for him to push himself to the absolute pinnacle of his potential was to come with her further north, to her home where she could help him realize his true potential. He did not even consider refusing. People feared and hated him because he was different, because he was special. He was more than a man. He was a dragon. It was in his eyes. And so his training began. Under the guidance of Iselda and her allies with the Hellraisers, he began to learn how to use magic, how to use his powers to the best of his abilities, how to fight, how to kill. For the first time, he felt that everyone around him respected and liked him. The witches of the North always lavished praise on him, assuring him that someday he may match a woman with his magical potential. At first, he relished the attention and the praise and the lessons and most of all the feeling of belonging in this society. It meant a lot to him that so many people, the witches, would stop and talk to him about his interests and help hone his abilities further. He felt for the first time in his life as if he belonged, as if he mattered to these people. It was here, through these conversations, that he began to learn about the wider world. The world beneath the surface, the world of magic and power beyond his wildest dreams. The world is beset by a plague. He remembered that day very well. He had come to the Coven's schoolhouse to observe that lecture. Young girls from all over the world who were training to be witches shot him interested looks all throughout the lecture. Most had been older than him, but not all. He had tried to ignore them, embarrassed, as the teacher went on. He did not recall her name, although he did recall her face. Like all witches, her appearance had been altered to match the demon she had partnered with. Giant pincers had gaped out of her mouth, and they clicked together threateningly as she spoke. For most people she would have been hideous, but for a Hellraiser witch she was nothing out of the ordinary. Humanity, she had said, is on the verge of extinction. Once more the humans will take up arms and, in their bid to eradicate their enemies, eliminate each other. She went on to explain how the Soviets and the Americans had been in the middle of a Cold War since the beginning of the end of the Second World War. Immediately after defeating their mutual enemy, the Axis powers, they had immediately turned on each other and began threatening each other with the greatest weapons they had, nuclear missiles. These missiles, the witch explained, were more than just destructive. They were toxic. An irradiated environment would simply not be able to support any form of life. Humanity needs to be purged, she said. It is our duty to our planet and her grandness. She beckoned Sauron to come closer. He had not wanted to at first, but the witch who had brought him here pushed him forward gently, and he stood in front of the class awkwardly. The girls all stared at him hungrily. They had likely not seen a boy since they arrived in this place. Candidates to join the Coven were required to stay pure and untouched by men. The pincer woman had clenched his shoulder. It had meant to come off as affectionate, but her grip was like a vice. He found it stifling and oppressive. We must put an end to this Cold War, she said. By any means necessary. In 1991, the Soviet Union fell into shambles, leaving the United States as the only global superpower. One that could not be challenged by any other country in the world. The nuclear threat to the world had ended. They had won. And in the end, Sauron had not had to lift a finger. However, to his astonishment, he had still been sent out to the former USSR anyway, at 10 years old. New factions are trying to establish power in the region, his instructor had told him. Ones that are just as fallible as the old. We must destroy them. He grew to know these new enemies quickly, faster than he had learned about the evils of the USSR and its leaders themselves. The Order of the Dragon, a militantly religious knighthood bent on eliminating all enemies of their faith and converting former Soviets into their church. The Black Cat Club, a small elite group that controlled the world's economy, were hell-bent on stealing the Soviets' knowledge of the supernatural. And the New Red Army, a group dedicated to restoring the Soviet Union to its former glory. And finally, most horrible of all, was the enemy he feared the most. Anyone who stood in his way. Pull the trigger, Sauron. Iselda kneeled down over him, her hands clamped on his shoulders reassuringly. She had remained a constant in his tumultuous life in the Hellraisers. He was pointing the rifle he had taken from a soldier at a boy, younger than himself, staring up at him in fear. He had been all alone, Sauron could recall, torn between the fighting, unable to defend himself. And yet he had acquired an item of some small value, a small tome that instructed those who read it how to use magic. A human using magic in any form to a Hellraiser witch was intolerable. Why do you hesitate, Sauron? He bit his lip, unsure of how to answer. Can we just take the book from him? Iselda rubbed his shoulders a little. He has already begun to learn from it. He cannot be allowed to live. Sauron raised his finger and placed it on the trigger and stared down the sight. He felt himself go numb. He stared at the boy's face and was able to take in every tiny little detail. He was completely terrified. Sauron stared at him intensely, trying to rationalize the action further. Why was he so apprehensive? Kill him, Sauron, Iselda said somewhat impatiently. He is now more than human. He is a threat to us. Allow him to live and he will someday be a thorn in our side. And with that it all clicked into place. He froze, shifting his gaze to the side as he considered her words carefully. More than human. A threat. The boy was exactly like him. Without a second thought, he lowered the rifle and the boy stepped back, clearly edging for a getaway. Iselda pulled away from him, standing to her full height. She was freakishly tall for a woman, standing nearly 7 feet. She glowered down at the boy and raised her arm. Please, Sauron shouted at her as he stepped in between them, his hands raised. Without a second thought, the boy turned and scampered off into the city as fast as he was able. I don't want him to die. For the first time in a long time, he was crying. He had honestly thought for a long time that the eye of the dragon prevented him from doing so. But here he was, sobbing like a child in front of their mother. Iselda stared down at him, her expression becoming increasingly cold. You still have a lot of maturing to do, after all, she said at last, once his wails started to die down. You see too much of yourself in your enemy, Sauron. You must kill your compassion, your empathy. Embrace the change that death will bring to this world. Find that boy and kill him. Sauron was firm this time. No! Iselda did not speak again. Instead, she rose upward, her limbs extending to become freakishly long and disjointed. The robe that covered her feet billowed violently as long writing tentacles slid out from under her and reached for him. The bones in her jaw snapped and her mouth began to gape unnaturally wide as she leaned in closer to him, her eyes bulging freakishly out of their sockets. In less than 2 minutes, she was lying dead at his feet. Sauron stared down at the woman responsible for training him in magic, the one he had thought was so strong and knowledgeable, the one that he had grew attached to the most. He stared down at the woman he had killed without a moment's hesitation, trying to come to terms with what he had just done. Like all witches, her body was decaying rapidly right before his eyes. Her skin ate away at itself, leaving nothing but a blackened skeleton of a monstrous-looking thing. Upon death, her contract with Hell expired, and now she was paying the price. He turned away from her, placing the rifle on his shoulder and took a step forward. He adjusted the rifle slightly before lowering it again, before breaking out into a quick trot. He ran for what seemed like miles. He stopped in the middle of the country, alone. He could not go back. They would take him back, he was sure. But now he felt that he couldn't go back to them. He wanted nothing more to do with them. It was time to move on. He wandered the country aimlessly for years after that. He wandered from Germany to Ukraine to Russia and back again. Everywhere he looked, he seemed to find trouble. Monsters from all over the world were converging on the former Soviet Union, staking their claim. The brides of Dracula managed to liberate Germany from the Order of the Dragon, who had been trying to seize the country since the end of the Second World War, but was quite unable to deal with the unexpected rise of the new Red Army in the harsh Russian winters. Sauron, over time, began to form enemies among virtually every faction involved in this post-Cold War. The new Red Army suffered extensive losses at his hand. Sauron had no desire to see the Soviet Union reform and grew a reputation for striking down Soviet sympathizers on the spot. The name of his weapon, the Red Death, came from this tendency. Despite this reputation, however, he still found himself in more than one conflict with their enemies. The brides of Dracula, the current rulers of the Noctis, and the Order of the Dragon, the descendants of an ancient knighthood that defended their countries from the Turks. Both battled against him relentlessly. Both longed for him to join their cause, but very much knew that they could not allow him to side with the other. Sauron had always found it incredible that two opposing forces that ostensibly had completely different worldviews and philosophies treated him so similarly. As a result, he had refused to directly fight for either, although he also struck out against them if they overstepped their bounds. Whether it was the Noctis attacking the poor to sate their hunger for flesh, or the Order executing innocent civilians for not supporting their religious campaign, Sauron found himself feeling incredibly jaded by it all. There was no glory or honor in war, only suffering and death. He struggled with these feelings for years, massacring a number of individuals, primarily among the Noctis. The brides did not ever seem particularly concerned about the sheer amount of fighters they lost in their campaign, and more always came to replace the fallen. The Order was far more conservative and fought more strategically, working with former citizens of the Soviet Union to establish order in their regions. He did not encounter them nearly as often, but the battles were generally much more intense and fierce. In all of his battles, he had easily handled his opponents and slaughtered them without even breaking a sweat. All except two. The first had been against a man not so much different than himself. The second had been against a single woman. There had been 4 of them. He remembered how easy it had been to pick off the first 3. He had at first thought the blonde woman stumbling out of the vehicle, sword in hand, was a fluke. He had meant to kill both her and the driver with one precise shot. He had raised the weapon and fired again. She stared up at him, and in a flash she had brought the sword up and smashed the bullet away in mid-air. It went whizzing through away from her. Sauron felt his jaw tighten as she straightened her hand and stared up in the general vicinity of where he was standing. He could see that she had no idea where he was. Her eyes were flitting about, aimlessly. But somehow, someway she had stopped the attack anyway. He adjusted the gun and fired again. Again she struck the bullet aside, and this time Sauron felt a strange twinge in himself, something that he had never really felt before. It was fear. She took a small step closer and he fired again. Once again his attack was rejected. She took another step. Blam. Block. Step. Blam. Block. Step. Blam. Block. She had come about half a mile closer to him before Sauron tried another tack. He shifted the gun to wand mode and pointed it at the ground, focusing an intense energy at her feet. Instantaneously, the hard, rocky terrain shifted into a shifting sandland. The woman found the ground underneath her feet, giving way as the sand surrounded and enveloped her completely. Soren stood there for several minutes, the rifle once again in gun mode, his lips tight as he stared at the ground in question. There was no longer any sign of the woman. He felt himself relax somewhat. He raised his hand to his forehead and wiped it a little. He had not noticed the intense bead of sweat that had been building up. This was only the second time in his entire life that he had ever found it difficult to kill someone. And then, out of nowhere, the ground beneath him burst open. Dirt and rocks burst all around him, slamming into his mouth and head with incredible force. Blood ran down his head as he screamed wildly, raising the rifle. The woman was standing there before him, staring down at him with an intense expression. Her long blonde hair billowed down her back, and her glasses glinted in the sunlight. She was older than him, perhaps by 6 or 7 years, but clearly still very young, much younger than any of his Hellraiser mentors had been at any rate. "Eye of the dragon," she had said, "you have lost." He stared at her, his finger on the trigger. He felt a strong sense of reluctance to fire welling up within him. She had closed the distance between them and had managed to use his own magic against him. She could have struck him down on the spot, and yet she had not. "Do you know who I am, Soren?" the woman asked him. "I am Lucille Langley, High Knight of the Order of the Dragon. I have been wanting to meet you for a very long time." "A very long time indeed." He said nothing. "Are you frightened of me?" Lucille asked. "Please do not be." She dropped the weapon at her feet. It clattered to the ground and she gently kicked it towards him. "You have lived a very harsh life," Lucille continued. "I know of you, Soren. More than you would expect, I think. I understand your frustration. Dropped in this war-torn land, expected to commit acts of evil, and finding yourself persecuted by all sides in this conflict." He stiffened a little bit. "Soren," she said, "there is no need for you to run forever. There is a place for you. Among the Order. You will find what you're looking for. In our cathedral. You will be surrounded by friends who will help you find what you're looking for." She gave him a reassuring smile. "The Hellraisers will pay for what they've done to you." He fired. She did not flinch as the bullet slammed straight into her chest. He stared as she coughed up blood, still standing ramrod straight. She had not had time to block that one. The distance was too small, but she did not falter. Instead, she advanced towards him. "Soren!" she rasped. "It is not too late." He had shot her straight through the heart. A bolt of intense fear ran through him. His mind raced back to the only man who had ever survived his attack. She was just like him. He backed away from her, frightened as she continued towards him. She stepped on her own sword, snapping it in half as she continued her advance. "Soren," she said, "you cannot run away. They will come for you. Someone will always be seeking you out. Come with me, and I can help you. I can help you become who you want to be." He turned and ran. He ignored her calls behind him, and honestly could not even recall what she had said to him in those final moments. He was too busy thinking of how best to get away from her, from that monster. Lucille Langley, he would never forget that name. He was snapped out of his reverie by the sound of a snapping twig outside his cave. It was not a natural sound. It was not an animal, but a person traipsing about where they did not belong. He hoisted the rifle and casually stepped out of the cave. As he had expected, there were knights just outside. There were only 2 this time. A pair of twins. Seemingly identical, but with far different personalities. He could tell as much just by looking at them. One was dressed in bright red and staring at him with an angry expression, while the one in blue looked more calm and relaxed. "Eye of the dragon," the red one said. "So it is you." "So it is," Soren said impassively. "Only the 2 of you? How underwhelming." The red one scoffed. Each of them, Soren noted, was wearing long, elaborate metal claws strapped to their hands. "Who are you?" "I am Aurelie Leonhardt," he said, "and this is my brother Aslan." "A pleasure," Aslan said, somewhat formally. Aurelie dug his foot into the ground, raising his clawed hands in front of him. Aslan followed suit, mirroring his movements. "Leonhardt," Soren murmured. "The Black Beast." The Black Beast was named Leonhardt as well. Were these his children? They charged at him, their claws raised towards him. They were unbelievably quick. Not as quick as Bianca, perhaps, but they moved in perfect synchronization. They came at him from different directions, at very precise angles. Sauron could tell that the instant he was taken off guard by one of their attacks, the other would swoop in and finish the job. He switched the rifle to blade mode and darted forward. He would have preferred to back away, but with the cave at his back, he had no choice but to advance. The enemy immediately descended on him, swinging their blades down on him. Sauron jumped at Aslan and tried swatting him aside, but immediately Areli dove in to attack. Sauron smashed him with the butt of the rifle, sending him staggering as Aslan slammed into the ground. Sauron stepped past them quickly as they scrambled to their feet. These were not high knights, Sauron realized immediately. They were younger, less experienced, less powerful. All the more shocking that they would come at him alone. That did not mean that he could let them live, however. They came at him again, once again charging forward. This time they favored quicker, shorter blows. Sauron noticed that they did not have to speak to coordinate their attacks. He backed away, quickly darting his head and body out of the way to narrowly avoid their strikes. It was easy, he thought to himself as the assault continued. Too easy? He crossed his weapon across his chest, setting up a magical barrier as an intense burst of flame came from Areli and enveloped him. The fire surrounded him completely, and Sauron felt a slight tinge of heat. He had raised the barrier just in time. Before the flames had dewed down, Aslan had already dove in. Sauron stepped back and tried to block the attack with his blade. Aslan stabbed forward at him, pinning the blade of the rifle between one claw and then coming up from below with the other. Sauron grimaced. He let go of the rifle with one hand and jabbed forward, knocking Aslan in the mouth. He reeled backward, and then Sauron darted back and grabbed hold of the rifle, spinning him into the ground. The motion was too elaborate. Areli leapt up behind and slashed across his back. Sauron grunted in pain as the thing cut into his skin. He stepped forward, gritting his teeth as Aslan spun around on the ground beneath him, tripping him up. Sauron fell forward towards the ground as Areli leapt forward again. Sauron regained his balance and kicked out at Aslan's face, smashing his foot into his face, spilling blood out of his nose. Sauron, seeing that Areli's feet had left the ground, attacked from below. Ah! Sauron brought the blade up and slashed across Areli's chest. It was a devastating blow. The blade cleaved through his skin like butter. He stared at Sauron, his expression blank, before falling face forward onto the ground at his feet. Aslan let out an anguished cry and struck again. This time the very precise method gave way to pure rage. Sauron absent-mindedly avoided the attack and kicked him again, sending him sprawling. He rolled along the ground, sobbing pitifully as Sauron stood over him. Sauron quickly brought the sword downward, intent on finishing the job, when the scream of another party hit his ears. "Stop!" The sound was enough to give him pause. Aslan curled up on the ground in a ball as the owner of the voice stepped forward, out of the trees. She was a witch. Or had been training to be one at least. He could tell by the very specific runes engraved on her earrings, and her wild black hair somewhat resembled the fashion that was popular among witches living in the harsh wilderness. "A pagan?" he asked, amused, as he considered her. "Now I've seen every—" He stopped as another man stepped forward. His blood ran cold. He had not been aware of it in the heat of the battle, but he could feel it now. Another dracos was near. He was shorter than Sauron and far more stocky and muscular. He glowered at him intensely. "This is him," he said firmly, as he stepped in front of her. The girl gave a surprised noise as she gave him a look. "Jack, what are you doing? Step back." "Yes," Sauron said quietly, his eyes not leaving the man. "Unless you wish to die." Jack smiled at him as he spread his arms wide. Sauron grimaced, tightening his grip on the rifle. He could feel the intense pounding in his skull. He could feel the instinctive, that primal drive to kill him on the spot. But he pushed it back. "I came to fight you," Jack said as he raised a finger towards him. "I'm not going to." He fired. The bullet went soaring through the air and Jack brought his arms together. Clink. The bullet bounced off his arms and clattered onto the ground. Sauron lowered the rifle, his eyes narrowed, taking in the bright blue scales that had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, all along his arms. "Arms," he said, as his eyes ran all over them. It covered his entire forearm, all the way around, ending in a vicious claw. The scales would be impenetrable, of course. Nothing he had would penetrate those. The rest of his body, however. Jack lowered his arms and glared up at Sauron intensely. Sauron stared back impassively, noting that unlike many of the others he had gone up against today, Jack showed no real sign of fear. In fact, he looked excited. He was impatient to get started. "What are you doing?" Jack demanded. "I wasn't done talking." Sauron raised the gun and placed it on his shoulder. He stared down at Jack warily. "Who are you?" he asked. "I have heard nothing of a dracos foolish enough to join the Order of the Dragon." "I haven't joined anything," Jack said. "I'm just here because I was told I should be here." Sauron scoffed. The girl behind Jack, the pagan, stepped forward a little, staring angrily up at Sauron. "You," she said, "have a lot to answer for, Eye of the Dragon." "Answer for?" Sauron inquired, as Jack instinctively stepped forward in front of Belladonna to shield her from him. She shirked back somewhat, but not out of fear or submission. He could see that she had placed her hands together in preparation to use some kind of arcane magic. He was a close-range fighter, and she a mage. It made sense for him to take point. "Jack," Belladonna said quickly, "I will protect you as best as I am able. His magic is great and his weapon makes it even greater. Please." He yelled out and charged forward, his arms placed in front of his face protectively. Belladonna flew after him, her dress fluttering in the wind behind her. Sauron stepped forward, raising the gun towards them. Bang! Clink! Sauron stepped backward as Jack closed the distance between them. He switched the gun to blade mode and tried stabbing in between his arms. Jack knocked the weapon away with one hand before punching forward with another. Sauron neatly avoided the blow by darting his head out of the way. He pulled the rifle back and tried to convert it to wand mode, but before he could, the pagan cast a burst of intense blue magical energy at him. It was quite an intense blast. An ordinary person would likely have been disintegrated, but Sauron merely grimaced. The rocks around him rose upward slightly before turning to dust. Jack was not bothered in the slightest. He continued his assault, forcing Sauron to back away even further. The pagan needed to die. She could counter most of his magical attacks with ease. He could see a ton of holes in each of their defenses, but in between the natural strength of a Draco and her intense magical aura, he was having a hard time exploiting either of them. Once the pagan was killed, he screamed out in pain as something long and sharp impaled into his leg. He looked down to see Aslan, the boy in blue, staring up at him with fierce, icy eyes. He was still lying on the ground but had regained enough of his senses to re-enter the fray. "Rah!" Sauron ripped himself from him as Jack threw himself at him. His sheer, unwavering confidence in his assault made Sauron uneasy. He staggered away as Jack threw punch after punch towards him. Sauron tried to ignore the wound in his leg as he avoided each blow. They were very slow by his standards anyway, but a connected blow would sting. Sauron did not fancy his chances with those claws either, but avoiding his attacks, even while injured, was easy. Very easy. Easier even than most of the other knights. He had not tried any tactic other than relentlessly pounding him. He was a dracos. Sauron could tell that by instinct alone, but he did not seem to be a relatively powerful one. Hup! Sauron grabbed hold of Jack's outstretched arm and pulled it. Jack felt forward over himself and Sauron quickly rammed the butt of his gun into his stomach. Jack keeled over in pain. "You're not as powerful as I feared," Sauron said as he stood over him. "Pity." The pagan was standing some distance away, looking on at him angrily. "To hell with you!" Jack snapped at him as he tried to stand up. Belladonna stiffened, and in a brief moment's notice reached into a small scabbard on her waist and pulled out a knife and slammed the blade against her own hand. Sauron did not give him another word. He brought his blade back, intent on stabbing him through the skull. He barely registered the pagan's unearthly screech and the blood that splattered across his clothes. Large smoke began to rise from his clothes as the blood began to slowly eat away at his clothes. "You heard him!" the pagan screamed as she thrust her hands together. "To hell with you!" Large chains suddenly burst out of the ground beneath him. At the end of each chain, a large demonic hand with wide gaping mouths in the centre of the palms lurched out and grabbed hold of the spots where the blood fell. Sauron cried out in pain as the red-hot metal wrapped around his skin, tightly binding him in place. Beneath his feet, large glowing red lines formed intricate figures and symbols. His eyes widened as he tried to pull away, as the red-hot chain tore deeper into his flesh. "Jack!" the pagan screamed. "Get away!" Jack scrambled backward as the chains bound themselves even more tightly against Sauron's flesh. He jolted and struggled as he was dragged downward into the ground at his feet, further downward into the circle. And then, out of nowhere, a monstrous hand covered entirely by bristling red fur reached upward, out of the portal, and wrapped itself around Sauron. He screamed in pain as the thing dragged him downward. Belladonna collapsed, sweat and tears pouring down her face as Jack stared at the diminishing red portal. "What the hell was that?" he demanded. "What did you just do?" Belladonna was in no mood for her usual humour. "Just what you asked," she said, "and just what he deserved. To hell he went." "What?" She lowered the knife in her hand. Her own blood was dripping from it onto the ground. Belladonna shakily raised her hand, and the portal began to shrink even faster. She was not capable of explaining what she had just done, how she had used her own blood to create a summoning circle to hell and then banished him through it. "There's no better place for him," she said, her voice malicious. "He killed Margaret." Jack stared at her and then nodded. "Yeah, I guess that's right," he said. "I could never have beat him like that. He sounded kind of envious. That was kind of cool." She gave him a look. "Kind of?" she repeated. She had just performed a forbidden ritual that could easily have led to the end of the world. If the higher-ups ever learned about this, she would very likely be executed. "No," Jack said. "That was really cool." She could not help it. She laughed. "Can you walk?" he asked her, as he held out a hand to her. She shook her head as she held out her hand for him to take. He did so, and she found herself standing with his assistance. She stumbled forward, her hand falling on his chest for support. "You'll have to walk me back to my place," she said. "Or carry me." "No problem." Jack sighed. And in a moment she was in his arms. She felt her heart flutter a bit. She must have been more tired than she thought. It hadn't been a long fight, but sending something directly to the other world was incredibly exhausting. And she had to be responsible and close the portal afterwards, just in case something worse showed up. "Brother." Belladonna tilted her head backward to get a look at Aslan. He had crawled over to the body of his twin and was staring at it in mourning. Belladonna quickly looked away. "We were lucky," she murmured. "He saw that you were a dracos and took you more seriously than he did me. I would never." The portal widened again. Belladonna darted her head downward in horror as the thing, which had shrunk down to the size of a pea, suddenly expanded. Belladonna's eyes widened as she clutched Jack's shirt with her hand, twisting it in her palm. "No, no, 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 no!" A hand reached out and clasped at the ground. Fingernails ran along the ground, trying to find some sort of clutch, something to grip hold of. "Jack!" Belladonna screamed. "Get it!" Before he could, however, another hand came forward, setting an unscratched weapon on ground before him. Charred and somewhat blackened, the figure pulled itself out of the hole, gasping for breath. Belladonna stared, grasping at Jack's chest as the figure rose to its feet. He was covered in a thick coat blood that cloaked him completely from head to toe. "To hell!" Sauron rasped. "And back." He coughed. Blood came pouring out of his mouth and onto the ground below, alongside a bright green slug that he immediately crushed with his foot, How Belladonna said weakly. "I just reopened the portal you made," he said shortly, "before it closed completely. Simple. But the demons..." Sauron leaned down and grabbed the red death. The entire blade was covered in blood. Belladonna had a faint revelation that the blood that completely covered his body was not his own. He raised the rifle towards them and shifted it back, glowering at them intensely. "Even hell itself cannot stop me," he said. "Your order will do no better." Belladonna shirked back into Jack's chest a little bit. He tightened his grip on her. "I'm going to have to drop you," he said. "Can you stay put?" She gritted her teeth. The ritual had completely exhausted her. "I can't go anywhere if that's what you mean," she said. "But I can't defend myself either." "You can die in his arms if you like," Sauron offered, as he pointed the gun at her. Belladonna scowled. "I'd rather you die at our feet," she snapped. Sauron pulled the trigger. Jack quickly fell to the ground on top of her protectively. The bullet went whizzing through the air. Although greatly uncomfortable under his weight, Belladonna could hardly fault him considering their circumstances. Jack stood back up, leaving her alone on the ground, as he tried to take a fighting stance. Another bullet slammed into his arms. This time it had some kind of magic behind it, but it also harmlessly bounced off. It did not seem that he was particularly interested in giving his all in this fight. Sauron stood there, ramrod straight, pointing the gun at Jack almost lazily. "You cannot win," Sauron said quietly. "You lack the experience." Jack yelled and almost charged forward, but Sauron fired a shot before he could. The shot got him in the knee, sending him falling to the ground. He clutched his leg in pain as he stared up at Sauron angrily. Already he was trying to continue his advance towards him, but Sauron quickly readied the rifle for another shot. Ugh! Belladonna rolled over and tried to think of something she could do. She fingered the knife hidden in her dress, trying to think of something she could do with it. She had already lost a ton of blood due to her initial attack and hardly had the energy to use magic anyway. "Jack," she murmured, "leave me." He pressed himself closer to her protectively, and she felt herself wince at the contact. He was quite a lot bigger than her and was able to cover most of his entire body with his own. She grimaced. Idiot. Why wouldn't he run? "Look into my eyes, Jack," Sauron whispered, "and you will see death." Jack bent his head downward and met Belladonna's eyes instead. "Bad idea, huh?" he said. She stared at him, surprised by his easygoing tone, but then she smiled. "Very," she said. She twitched her hand a little. She could barely manage that. "You can hold my hand if you want." She didn't much fancy the idea of dying alone. Sauron placed his finger on the trigger, staring at them. He shifted his position slightly, checking to make sure that he could nail both of them with one clean shot. "That is enough." Sauron flickered his eyes around, preparing for the assault. But no one came. Jack and Belladonna lay there breathlessly, not moving from their position. Jack looked up somewhat. "What?" he asked blankly. "Was that—" Aslan shifted in place a little, moaning as Sauron stepped backward, his eyes running over the place. There was no sign of that voice anywhere. It was a woman's voice. Of that he was sure. Could Avelina Angel have returned to battle? His eyes turned upward, half expecting to see the white wings soaring down on him. The ground beneath him burst to pieces and he stepped backward frantically, raising the weapon to strike down at his assailant. A figure burst out of it, blade whirling, and Sauron had to block the strike with his rifle. He gritted his teeth as he stared at his assailant. Before the dust even cleared, he knew who it was. "Hello, Sauron," Lucille Langley said pleasantly. "It has been far too long." They pulled away from each other, weapons held at their sides as they stared each other down. Lucille was smiling at him vacantly, her eyes showing no trace of anger or fear. She had aged somewhat. When he had fought her, she had likely been a young girl of 15 or 16. Now, probably around 30, she still looked quite young for her age. Her long, flowing blonde hair billowed across her back and shoulders. It was longer, he thought, than it had been when they had fought last. The glasses were the same as were the eyes. Beautiful and dangerous. "Langley," Sauron said stiffly, his grip tightening around his weapon. "You are still in service?" He had heard that she had started a family and had assumed that she had retired from knighthood. "Oh, I have stepped down from my position," Lucille said lightly, as she considered him. "I never relished fighting. For me, it was always a means to an end." Her eyes flashed at him. "You have grown." She had been taller than him when they had fought last. Far taller. Now he stood over her somewhat. It was a strange feeling. He wondered whether he would now be as tall as Iselda, or some of the other witches had been. "I have," Sauron acknowledged, as he adjusted the weapon, switching it into blade mode. He rethought his decision almost immediately, recalling how all of those years ago, Lucille had not been able to stop his shot from close range. He gripped the rifle tighter. Without adjusting it, he should be able to catch her by surprise. In some ways, Lucille amended, as if she did not want to agree with him. But in others, you are still the bloodthirsty killer you were 15 years ago. Sauron bristled. I am no longer that person, Lady Langley. Look around, Lucille snapped, her previous calm demeanour vanishing in an instant. Consider the lives you have ended. Think. Jack pushed himself off of Belladonna and sat upward, staring at them intently. Beside him, Belladonna sat flat on her back, unable to even sit up but taking in every word. You gave me no choice, Sauron said coldly. I will be no one's slave. You had a choice, Lucille told him, to redeem yourself or face the punishment for your crimes. I will not kill for you, Sauron repeated. But you must, Lucille said. The fate of our world could depend on your actions. Eye of the dragon. He switched the rifle into gun mode and raised it. Lucille did not bat an eye as the bullet came flying at her. She drew her sword and smashed the bullet with it, sending it flying right back at him. He had to duck, and in a flash, she had closed the distance between them. If she really had retired, that certainly wasn't evident by her movements. She slashed at him, trying to slash his face into pieces. He narrowly avoided each blow, gritting his teeth somewhat as she advanced. What do you hope to accomplish, Sauron? Lucille demanded as she struck. To kill us all? Yes, and allow our enemies to have free rein? I'll kill them too. Lucille laughed humorlessly as their blades clashed. You are a fool. No lone man can deal with what is coming. He glared back intensely, tightening his grip on the weapon. Lucille pushed the rifle away with her blade and then lashed out with a kick. Her heel slammed into his stomach with an incredible force, and he found himself bowling over from the sheer force of it. Not only is she kicking his ass, she's doing it in heels, Belladonna crowed. She had managed to raise her head somewhat. Jack, noticing her speak, quickly bent down and wrapped his arm around her. Let's get you out of her, kid. She scowled and pushed at his face. I'm not a kid. Gosh. Despite her ire, she allowed herself to be helped up. Jack was still able to carry her, and they staggered off. Sauron was too concerned with Lucille to really register their retreat. Lucille held the sword blade at his throat, smiling gently. Yield, she said. That is all I am asking from you at this point, please. He glared at her. She stared back, completely nonplussed. His eyes, the things that most people looked into and felt a deep, instinctive fear of, had no real effect on her. In fact, he could see a spark of fascination in her. My wife, Sauron murmured as he lowered his gaze. What will happen to... Your wife will adjust to life in the cathedral quickly, I am sure, Lucille said, as long as she has you. He stepped forward, an intense burst of magical energy pouring out from him. Lucille flinched slightly, pushing her feet against the ground for balance as he stabbed at her with the blade on his rifle. She swatted the attack away with her sword and quickly came up again for another slash. Sauron cried out as the blade cut into his cheek. I will break you, if I must, Lucille said quietly. Do not mistake my hesitation to kill you for weakness. If you were completely hopeless, I would have killed you all those years ago. Sauron raised a hand to his bloody cheek, the rifle laying limply at his side as he stared at Lucille. She glared up at him fiercely. Despite her claims to the contrary, she was a true knight. Through and through. I will never, Sauron began. He caught a glimpse of something whizzing into his face but lacked the energy to stop it. Ah! The hilt of Lucille's blade slammed straight into his forehead. He reeled backward, shocked as Lucille pulled away. He pulled his head forward and met her eyes once last time as she stared at him, hand still on her sword. Sauron staggered forward, an intense throbbing sensation was in his skull. What he murmured. Did you? He fell forward, his head slamming down onto the rocks. Lucille stared at him as she lowered her sword, half expecting him to get up and start rampaging again before leaning down and checking him. Oh my, Belladonna said, astonished. I didn't even see her move. Jack nodded. His lips parsed as Lucille stood up and waved her hand to them. He is done, she called down to them. I managed to knock him out. Just like that? Belladonna said, sounding even more astonished. After all of those people he killed? Lucille's incredible. Jack whispered, staring at her admiringly. He was strongly reminded of how impressed he was with her when they had first met and escaped that police station together. "She's the strongest person I know," Belladonna sighed as she adjusted herself against him. "Well, I don't know about that," she said. "She only won because I wore him down." Jack gave her a dark, judgmental look. "Don't you mean we?" "Blah." She coughed as a little bit of blood trickled out of her mouth. It fell onto the grass at their feet, which shriveled up and died. A small bit of smoke rose from where it had fallen. She hastily covered it with her body. Jack, thankfully, did not notice it. Over the next hour or so, more knights came to the area. Sauron was captured and taken into custody. Jack, Belladonna, and Aslan were approached by nurses who administered basic first aid. The instant that Sauron was taken out of sight, Lucille was upon them, staring down at them far more harshly than she had with Sauron. Belladonna felt herself shrivel up a little at her accusing stare. "I thought I told you to take him home," she said to Belladonna coldly, as her eyes flickered in between them. Her eyes immediately fell on the cuts on Belladonna's arm, and her eyes narrowed. "And yet, you decide to take to battle against an enemy you knew you could not defeat." "It was my idea," Lucille Jack began, but Lucille silenced him by simply continuing her tirade. "And what's worse is that you put Jack in danger," she said. "Due to your action, we could possibly have lost both Jack and Sauron." "Sorry," Belladonna murmured. "And using forbidden magic?" Lucille asked, her voice ice-cold. "I am beyond disgusted with you. I will be writing you up for this. Please remember there is a difference between courage and stupidity." She stepped away to speak to some of the other knights, immediately giving instructions on how best to restrain Sauron for when he awoke. It was amazing how she was able to jump from responsibility to responsibility without any form of hesitation or uncertainty. Belladonna stared down at her knees, embarrassed. Jack gave her a look. "It was my idea," he said. "You can bully me about it if you want." In spite of the pain she was in spite of just having been reprimanded, in spite of it being very possible she could be executed for her actions, she laughed. The next several days went by very slowly. Sauron sat quietly in his cell as the knights prepared to collect the bodies of his victims. Karen had successfully managed to bring back the bodies of her comrades Margaret, Diego, and Garland. The priests had attended to the bodies and managed to recreate their appearances in life somewhat well. Although bringing back the dead was impossible, it was well within their power to recreate how they had looked in life. Although Margaret's head had been completely blasted apart, they had managed to reconstruct it. She and the others would merely look as if they were sleeping to the public attending the funeral. Despite the respect that would be paid to the dead, there was plenty of work for the living to attend to. Lucille Langley stepped down the hall of the prison, her heels clicking against the stone. Buried deep under the cathedral, the dungeon had been specially designed by master architects to hold and keep dragons. Most of the cells were empty and had been for years. The order had no use for prisoners in the modern day. But today was an exception. She stopped in front of the cell and stared inside. Sauron, deeply bound and restrained by a number of thick iron chains, stared icily at her from the cell. "Hello, Sauron," she said. "Have you been fed?" He grunted, tilting his head to the side. She nodded, used to this by now. He had always refused to speak when she dropped by. She was still trying to think of a way to get him to open up to her. "You will be pleased, I'm sure, that we are planning on getting in touch with your wife," she said. "We will assure her that you are safe and in our care, and that you will return to her shortly." She quickly glanced at the magic nullifying seals on the 3 corners of the room were still in order before reaching for the key and sliding it into the lock. The door opened and she sat in the plain wooden chair opposite him, her legs crossed. "We have no intention of harming your wife," she said again, reassuringly. "You can relax. It would be easier if I weren't a prisoner." "It would have been easier if you came quietly," Lucille said gently. Sauron snorted. She placed the binder in her hand on her thigh and opened it, perusing it. He watched her, steely-eyed, as she rustled through papers. She had come in about an hour every day to do this. After about 10 minutes of that, she looked up at him. "What do you think of our cathedral?" she asked conversationally. "It is beautiful, is it not?" "I've only ever seen the prison," Sauron snapped at her. She nodded. "It is a wonderful piece of architecture," she said. It was built by using the most sophisticated techniques of its time, seamlessly blending magic and artistry into an indomitable stronghold. The Magi carved their way through these mountains, and the builders followed, laying stone after stone until the cathedral stretched throughout the mountains. Fascinating. He was not particularly interested. She leaned forward. "You are very much alike," she said. "Like the cathedral, you blend human ingenuity with the supernatural in a way that makes you nearly unstoppable. The forces of hell themselves could not stop you, could they?" "They couldn't stop me from coming back," he said. "Most people wouldn't have survived a moment there," she said, "which is precisely my point. You are an exceedingly dangerous individual, a man who can crush an entire four-man squad of knights within moments and then declare war on their entire order on a whim." Sauron said nothing. "And yet you have refused to take responsibility for your power," Lucille said. "When we approached you and gave you a chance to join us, you refused without the slightest bit of hesitation. Margaret Meyer tried everything she could to reach out to you, to show you that the Order of the Dragon would be willing to attend to the needs of you and your family." "Dress it up all you want," Sauron said dully. "All you want is for me to kill people." "You killed people anyway!" Lucille exploded, catching him by complete surprise. He had never seen her so agitated. She stood up and waved the binder back and forth. "How many were killed? How many did you injure? Do you even know?" "I do not." "This is exactly my point," Lucille said. "You are selfish. You care more about your personal feelings than you do for the greater good. The Hellraisers could succeed in opening the Hell Gates, and yet you would not care as long as you yourself were left alone. You learned nothing from your time among them, and how evil their ideology truly is." "What about you?" Lucille stopped. "What about me?" "You tried so hard to recruit me," he said. "You threw night after me, trying to convince me to convert to your cause. You didn't care for their lives, their families, their futures." Lucille gave him a look. She didn't look angry anymore. "Sauron," she said, "all knights know that they are risking their lives to accomplish the goals of our order. I myself could have easily died at your hand. It is the reality of our profession." She was speaking to him like a child. "You personally have killed many close friends of mine, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that we keep fighting until the end." "Then why did you not let me be?" he demanded. "Why did you force me to fight?" She turned away from him, her arms crossed in front of. "Because," she said, "a man with power is always going to use it." She looked back at him, glaring daggers at him. "It was our wish to ensure that you used your powers for good," she said. "Or, alternatively, prevent you from ever committing evil. That is why." He grimaced at her, shaking in his chair, trying desperately to break free. Lucille turned to face him, raising her hand. A bolt of electricity shot out from it and colliding with the chain. Sauron screamed in pain as the sharp electric shock jolted through him. His body was smoking somewhat when the pain subsided. He was breathing heavily, and tears of anger were welling up in his eyes. "Your wife will be taken care of," Lucille reminded gently, "if you cooperate. Otherwise, we will let her starve in that empty house." She paused, placing a finger on her cheek. "Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that her husband will let her starve." He snarled at her and shifted even more violently. "You have already pushed the limits of my patience, Sauron," she said. "From this point forward, there is no doubt in my mind that if we ever cross paths on the battlefield again, I will end your life. I have given you far too many chances already, and you have killed far too many good people to continue being seen as a neutral party. Only by fighting our enemies can you hope to redeem yourself, and perhaps start a family with your wife." She stepped to the door and laid her hand on the handle. She turned to look at him, her head bent over so that she was peering at him from over her own glasses. "Everything I do," she said, "is for the greater good. With those words, she left him alone in his cell with nothing but his thoughts and anguish. Lady Cho gently raised a glass of water to her lips. Moulin Rouge turned her head away from it, almost sneering a little as Cho leaned forward and pulled it back. "Drink," she commanded. "You need to flush out the toxin." Moulin had to force herself to do it. She bit back the deep distaste the water brought her as she leaned back and allowed it to fall down her throat. She almost coughed it back out, but Cho gently pressed her weight against her body. That little bit of encouragement was enough to swallow. "How are you feeling today?" Lady Cho asked, as she pulled away from her, observing her carefully. Moulin rubbed her mouth with her hand and then licked her lips. "Better. You look more human," Lady Cho affirmed, as she did a quick checkup. "Your skin is a little less pale, your teeth have retracted, your eyes have reverted back to their human colour. I think your lips are a little too red for comfort, but I think you've pulled through." Moulin lay her head on the pillow. "Good. This time," Cho said, in a stern tone, as she sat on her bedside and stared at her. "Moulin, please listen to me. You have done more than enough for the Order. The brides of Dracula are greatly weakened, and in another few generations, what remains of their following will dwindle to nothing. It is because of your work that we were able to combat them so effectively, and you should be proud of that." "I have accomplished nothing," Moulin whispered, her eyes on the ceiling. "The brides are nothing. Only she matters." Lady Cho pursed her lips. "If it pleases you, I will carry on your will," she said. "We all will." "I cannot ask that of you," Moulin Rouge said quietly as she raised her hand to the bite mark on her neck. "It is my battle alone." "It is not," Lady Cho insisted as she leaned in. "Lady Rouge, please listen. Your body can't handle recovering from the curse for much longer. You're lapsing more and more, and I fear that someday you will lose control of yourself." "If that day comes," Moulin said quietly, "you are well prepared to deal with me." Cho stared at her, her fists clenching Moulin's blanket. "It doesn't have to be this way," she insisted. "Retire from battle, focus on training new vampire hunters." "Enough," Moulin said, her voice menacing. "I have made my decision." The Chinese woman pulled back away from the bed. "As you command," she said stiffly. Sophie Langley was becoming increasingly annoyed with all of the attention. "Do you think she's going to win a St. George?" Sophie grimaced at Maya's ignorance. "You can only win a St. George if you defeat a dracos in single combat," she hissed as they walked along the funeral hall. "They're uncommon for a reason." Sophie did not mention the large number of medals and awards that Lucille did receive, which included a Valkyrie, the highest honour that the Grand Prior could give to a still living woman. The two were dressed in their Sunday best. The girls had been allowed home for the day to prepare for the funeral. Sophie was in a bad mood. Everyone had been congratulating her for her mother's success in capturing the Eye of the Dragon without a second's thought to the lives that had been lost to make it happen. Sophie was determined to not take pride in what her mother had done. It would be disrespectful to Margaret and the others. Stella Maris and Alice Sir had come to the funeral as expected, but Nightlind had not. Sophie did not know exactly why, but she suspected that it was due to her mother, who infamously relished funerals. Phoenix had said she would come but had not shown her face either. Sophie wasn't optimistic she would make an appearance. Funerals for knights who fell against an overwhelming foe were traditionally cremated in the funeral hall in town. In ancient times, knights swore oaths to battle dragons until their very bodies turned to ash. And as a result, their tradition became to burn their most glorious heroes. Margaret, who had achieved great success in her life and sacrificed herself for the good of the faith, was going to be posthumously acknowledged as the greatest lady knight of the millennium so far. Sophie thought that wasn't giving her enough credit. After all, they had not even reached the first decade of the new millennium yet. She feared that another woman would rise up and steal her thunder, burying her legacy like so many before. There were plenty of obscure heroes who had died in the service order of the dragon. Sophie did not want Margaret to become one of them. She had shared these feelings with no one, least of all her mother. She was beginning to feel a little bit sick, and so she had suggested to Maya to take a turn with her around the garden in the front of the building. Beautifully tended to night and day by priests, the lovely bright colours from the flowers offered just a little comfort. "Oh, they're so pretty," Maya gushed. "I'd love to have a garden just like this." "We can come by whenever we like when we're knights," Sophie told her. "Not that I want to." She cast a look behind her at the funeral hall. Plenty of well-dressed people were milling about outside, chatting amongst themselves. She felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Margaret should have been among them. She turned her eyes down the path which led to the cathedral proper some distance away. She stiffened. "What is—" Maya turned and her mouth fell open. Coming down the path carrying a bouquet of flowers was a beautiful woman in a white dress. She was accompanied by a man in a suit. The man she recognized as Gallus the High Knight, but the girl. "Hildegard," Maya repeated, baffled. "What are they doing?" It was Hildegard, Sophie thought, amazed as they approached. Hildegard, who usually wore her hair in intricate, regal-looking knots, looked completely unrecognizable with her hair flowing down her back. It was a lot longer than she would have thought. The black eye patch covering her eye contrasted harshly with her white dress, but she had stuck a little white flower onto the hair on that side of her head, probably to deter attention from it. "Was the wedding today?" Sophie asked, incredulous. It had completely slipped her mind. Their union had been one of the most talked-about events for the entire year, but it had been completely overshadowed by everything that happened. "Oh, she's so beautiful." Maya sighed as they approached. She did not seem to think the eye patch marred her that badly. Sophie, who was much more familiar with Hildegard's personality and reputation, did not agree. The dress was lovely. She was willing to admit that much. A small crowd began to notice their approach, and a group of funeral goers approached them. Hildegard nodded to them and spoke as they crowded around them. She raised her hand and tried to step past, but someone cut her off. "The funeral is more important," she snapped, and then pushed her way through. The crowd turned and watched her step inside, with her new husband on her heels. They followed, whispering amongst themselves. "Did they walk out of their own wedding to come?" Sophie asked, amazed. "I think they rushed it," Maya whispered. "I mean, they couldn't reschedule, could they? Gallus has to go back to battle. You shouldn't rush these things." Sophie sniffed. The girls turned away from the flowers and headed back inside. Stella Maris had held their chairs for them, and they took their places among the other trainees. It was considered proper for trainees to attend funerals for high knights, even if they had not been close. The boys had been seated on the other side of the hall, but Sophie was too upset to notice or care. Margaret had no family and no lover, so the front row of the funeral hall was composed mostly of the high knights who had been in the area during the attack and a few of Margaret's close friends. Belladonna stood a distance away from the others, her head bent over. She looked as if she were crying. Lucille was there as well, standing by Jack. "Who's that?" Maya asked curiously. "With your mum?" Sophie scowled. "No one in particular," she said. It seemed that news had still not broke among the public that a new dracos had been inducted among them. "She was a really cool girl," Jack said to Lucille as they stared at Margaret's body. "I wish I could have known her better." "You would have been close, I'm sure," Lucille said somberly. "She saw great potential in you. She told me so herself." Jack grinned. "She had a real eye for talent too, huh?" Lucille did not crack a smile. "Humility is a virtue, Jack," she reminded him sharply. Jack's grin widened as he turned away. His eyes fell on Belladonna standing alone. "Hey," he said. "May I be excused?" She started, frowning at his expression, as she turned to look at where he was looking. She sighed as her eyes fell on Belladonna, and she shook her head. "You may," she said, "but be wary of her. That girl is trouble." "I will," Jack promised, as he pushed his way through the crowd towards her. She did not notice him as he approached, and it was not until he touched her shoulder that she looked up with a jolt. "Hey," he said as he leaned in towards her. "Nice seeing you again." She dabbed her eyes with her hand as she turned her head away from him. "Leave me be," she sniffed. "I want to be alone right now." "No, you don't," Jack said. "Let's go for a walk." He reached out and grabbed her arm, and despite her protests, he managed to lead her back into the aisle and out the door. They passed by Sophie and Maya, who looked on at them in surprise. Jack smiled and waved at them. Sophie turned away irritably, but Maya smiled and waved back. "He's cute," Maya told Sophie in hushed tones as they passed. Sophie rolled her eyes. Jack let go of Belladonna as they stepped out onto the small stone steps that led up to the entrance of the building. He turned around to face her as she stopped in place, staring straight ahead at him. "You're prettier when you smile," he told her. She stared at him, completely stony-faced. Jack stared back and then smiled. "No, wait, I was wrong," he said. "You're still cute." She couldn't help it. She giggled. "You're terrible," she said. "I'm grieving for one of my closest friends and you dragged me away from her funeral." "I'll drag you back once you calm down a little," he said. "You need to relax." Her smile faded. "I'm not sure that I can," she said. She stepped down the stairs, her hands folded in front of her. She stepped past him into the grass. Margaret was really my only real friend here," she said. "I'm not a dragonist. I wasn't raised in the faith. I was brought up by witches in the country. I'm not even really human. I don't belong in a place like this." He stepped up behind her and wrapped his arms around her from behind. She let him do it, leaning her head back into his neck. "Margaret didn't see it that way," she murmured. "She didn't care about my background, how I was raised, the terrible things I did. The only thing that was important to her was that I wanted to be a knight." She pulled away from him and walked away towards the beautiful garden. He followed her, his eyes never leaving her back. "Why did you become a knight?" he asked. "Why?" she asked. "I saw it as a way out. I knew that I could never exist in ordinary civilized society. Normal girls worry about whether their shoes are cute. I was worried that I was going to be sacrificed to appease the gods." They did not stop to look at the flowers. They kept moving towards the wilderness. Jack knew by now that there were not any people in this direction for several miles. "I find myself feeling a little guilty every time I come near a forest," she said. "I love nature, I do. But that lifestyle, that needless, unnecessary cruelty, I realized that I detested it. And I didn't want anything to do with it anymore." She was rambling somewhat and jumping from topic to topic, but she hardly noticed, and neither, it seemed, did Jack. "Meeting Margaret for the first time was when I thought that this could be the right thing for me," she said. I wanted someone to think of me the way I thought of her." "You really liked her?" "Yes," she said, beginning to tear up again. "I did." He was about to say something else, but he turned his head suddenly to the side, as if he heard something. "What's that sound?" "What sound?" He took her hand and led her further away. She almost protested, but something inside her made her stop. A part of her liked his touch. And she admittedly was very curious. After a while of walking in silence, she began to hear it too. A fast-paced, intense melody began to fill the air around them, surrounding them almost completely. It was an intense strumming noise from some kind of stringed instrument. They stepped out into an open field and found the source. A young girl with flaming red hair was sitting cross-legged on a blanket, her head bent over, her eyes closed, as she strummed the guitar. Her fingers were impossibly quick, but the sound that erupted from the guitar was unlike any of that anymore. And then she began to sing. It was a soft, elegant noise that contrasted greatly with the intense strumming of the guitar. "Oh, Dragon Slayer, the end is coming near. Oh, Dragon Slayer, your death is almost here." She had not noticed them. Jack and Belladonna watched her, silently fascinated by the intense display. She was a wonderful player, although she seemed to be having a little trouble with the lyrics. All too soon she stopped. She set aside the guitar and leaned over to where a small notebook was sitting in front of her. She grabbed a pen and raised it, scribbling something on it. "Hey," Jack said loudly. "That was great." The girl looked up, startled, as Jack grinned and waved. The girl let out a surprised noise and dropped the pen. "Oh," she said. I didn't notice you." She seemed somehow guilty, as if she were caught doing something she was deeply embarrassed by. She brushed her hair back and sat upright. She was quite tall. Jack could see at a distance. "Too busy with your music, were you?" Jack asked as he approached. Belladonna, by instinct, followed. The girl nodded, looking increasingly nervous as her eyes fell on her. Yeah," she said. "I was lost," she giggled, although it sounded a little hollow. "I mean, I wasn't expecting to see anyone out here," she said. "Is the funeral over?" "It hasn't really started." "Ah," she said. "What are you doing out here, then?" We just wanted to be alone, Jack answered, giving Belladonna a suggestive look. Belladonna scowled at him and punched his arm. I'm Jack. This is Belladonna. Who are you? Me, the girl said blankly as she looked in between them. I'm Phoenix, she said. I'm one of the locals. A local musician? She laughed. Nah, I just live here, she said. I'm no musician. She seemed to have relaxed somewhat. Belladonna wasn't sure what she had been expecting, but they seemed to have mollified her somewhat. But you're so good, though, Belladonna said, surprised. The girl smiled. Thanks, she said. But I'm nothing special, really. Music is just a hobby. It doesn't save lives like knights do every day. She stared at Belladonna. You, she murmured. You were friends with Margaret and Diego, weren't you? Belladonna stiffened, but then nodded. Phoenix nodded back. My condolences, she said. Even my heart stings at their loss. And I never met either of them. She touched the guitar with her hand. Hey, she said suddenly. Since you're here, let me sing you a song. What? Belladonna asked, taken aback. Jack smiled. I was just about to ask. He took Belladonna's arm and pulled her to the ground. She let out a yelp as she fell down near the blanket. She scowled. You're ruining my best clothes. Phoenix laughed as they argued amongst themselves, adjusting the guitar in her lap. She strummed the guitar a few times as she watched them, trying to think of something that would enjoy. Slow and romantic wouldn't suit these two. Here's one of my originals, she said. I wrote it a couple of years ago. It's called Slap, Slap, Kiss. She immediately launched into a new slower bar with strong notes. Bum 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 da bum 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 da bum. I know that you are my enemy, and that you will never stop bothering me. And yet why, despite the pain, do we end up together again? Slap, slap, kiss. Never, never, and forever. I hate you and need you and loathe you and love you. Slap, slap, kiss. Jack was laughing, clapping his hands together. The music was enveloping them. The emotion was overwhelming. Belladonna could not help herself. She began to feel a little happy. Katerina coughed, hunched over the sink to their home. Her hands were shuddering a little. She stared downward at the cold metal, her eyes glazed over. It had been over a week, and yet her husband had still not returned. She had heard nothing from him. She was beginning to feel faint and very hungry. She turned a look to the cupboard and winced. The food that she had had was beginning to run out. She had not been willing to walk to the nearest store and pick up groceries. They had no animals yet. She had no money of her own. She had been entirely reliant on Sauron ever since they were married. She could not drive. She felt completely helpless. Helpless and alone. She desperately wanted him, needed him to come back. She had been unwell for the past several weeks, before he had even left. She had no idea what Show was going to do without him. Angry welled up in her and she felt like punching a hole in their own sink. How could he have left? Why did he have to leave? Why? Her rage gave way to sobs and she turned around into the dark house. She was beginning to worry that he was never going to come back. What then? What would she do then? Had he left her? Just like that? After everything they had built together? She shivered, unable to process the idea. No, he wouldn't do that. He loved her just as much as she loved him. Oh, what was wrong with her? She thought to herself hopelessly. She was panicking over nothing. He would be back. He had their bills automatically deducted from his account. She could last a little while. Maybe she needed to ration. Maybe she needed to make some money. Maybe she could work something out. Yeah, she could do this. But then that sinking, sickly feeling welled up within her. That is, unless her sickness, whatever it was, didn't go away. She was beginning to feel oddly bloated and unsteady on her feet. If her condition worsened, or if she didn't recover from it, she may not be able to walk the distance to town. And then what would she do? What would she do if he didn't return? What would she do if he didn't want to return? What would she do if he couldn't return? She wailed and threw her head onto her pillow, trying to muffle the sound. They had gone through so much, it couldn't end this way. It couldn't. They had so much to live for. They wanted to build a life together. They were a family. They were in love. They wanted to be together. They wanted to start a family. She looked up from the pillow staring at the headboard. Starting a family. Her mind had suddenly become blank. She was now thinking about her illness. No. That couldn't be it. That couldn't be it. No, not now. Not while he wasn't here. It couldn't be. She couldn't possibly be pregnant with his child. That would be ridiculous. She wrapped her arms around the pillow and clenched it tighter. No, she couldn't be pregnant. She couldn't be. She didn't want to be. Not now. Not while he was gone. No. But the more she thought about it, the less excuses and justifications she could make. The more she thought about it, she became more and more convinced that it was true. The end.